The first time An Xian went to a baseball stadium with his father, he just sat there, indifferent to each pitch, not at all interested in the sport. However, the moment he saw Baek Tae-o, the catcher for the opposing team, everything in him seemed to change. His life and future taking a completely different direction. From that moment on, An Xian threw himself into pitching with all the passion of youth, despite having to compete in the second division just to pursue his own baseball dream. Each pitch carries his youth and determination. But will the young man be strong enough to overcome all challenges to reach the glory of high school baseball? What challenges await An Xian? What will An Xian do to write his own story? Let us explore this emotional story together with Life Manhwa. At the professional baseball stadium, semifinal game 3. In the stands, the fans are buzzing. What are they doing? Change the pitcher. Xian turns to call out, "Dad!" He impatiently tugs at his father's shirt. "Let us go home. It is too noisy here." An Xian, 9 years old. His eyes still focused on the game, but he does not forget to appease Xian. "Wait a bit, Xian, this is an important match." He angrily puffs out his cheeks and replies, "I want to go home and read comics." Xian's father says softly, "What about our reservations?" "Wait, I will buy you a toy later," he grumbles and clicks his tongue. Tusk! Suddenly, a voice beside him catches Xian's attention. "Get out, get out." The boy next to him is shouting and cheering, "Go for it, Phoenix." Xian is stunned by the boy's enthusiasm. "Go for it, Mapeng. The people around him gradually lose their spirit. We have to run and occupy the goal. Again, Mapeng's spirit is gradually going down. He turns to ask, "Dad, is Dad's team losing?" Xian's father hesitates. Yeah, kind of." Looking at the players on the field, Xian innocently wonders, what about the pitcher? Will they kick him out? He explains gently, "It depends. He used to be the ace when he was in his prime. Do you think they would kick him out in an important match like this?" Hearing this, he sighs in frustration. "Even if I watch it 100 times, baseball is still hard to understand." The fans cheer and encourage, "Mapeng, go for it." Xian's eyes glance at one person on the field, that pitcher. Looking at that person's pitch, he naively comments, "Is not what he is doing, just like someone exercising, just pitching." The ball flies forward, the batter can't block it either. Witnessing this scene, Xian's eyes widen in surprise. That moment, the teammate on the field quickly flies to catch it. The ball thrown by that pitcher, the teammate holding the ball tightly falls down. After that, he decisively throws it towards another teammate. The trajectory of the ball is extremely unpredictable, with a path like a zigzag puzzle. And the last player of the Phoenix team caught the ball. When seeing a team cooperate like that, at that moment, the commentator's words blended with the excited cheers of the Phoenix fans. "Double play, end of the inning." He was secretly amazed. "I got goosebumps," along with the audience. The commentator's voice continued to ring out, "This is Mapeng, the knight, who revived with an excellent save with the Phoenix team." Xian is so surprised that his mouth drops open. It is still noisy around. "We are saved. Great, good shortstop." The Phoenix players happily walk on the field when everyone is focused on the players surrounding the field. However, Xian only pays attention to Mapeng. "I only focused on the middle there. I am curious about how that pitcher is feeling." He and the boy next to him have the same thought at the same time. "If I could become a pitcher, catch the ball as well as that." Both of them can't hide the excitement on their faces. It would be so much fun. The sun begins to set. The next day, Xian frowns and questions annoyedly, "Why are not you wearing it?" The children retort, "We do not like catching balls with you." He asks in confusion, "Why?" One boy says uncomfortably, "Do I have to say it?" The kid wearing the hat says grumpily, "It is weird. And playing with you means we have to buy new balls constantly. I hate picking up balls." The person next to him also chimes in, "Sorry, Xian, but the bat owner said so." Xian waves his hands repeatedly, begging them non-stop, "No, I do not have anyone to play with. Please, catch the ball for me." But they just reply perfunctorily, Yeah, have fun later." Seeing this, he can only sigh in frustration. So mean. Xian is stunned, still not understanding. What did he say was weird? He silently looks at the ball in his hand. After that, Xian takes a step back to gain momentum. He gets into position to throw the ball, thinking to himself, like it said on the internet, "This is how a pitcher throws the ball." Xian does what he learned on the internet. Puts his foot forward, quickly rotating his hips. His finger presses hard in the middle of the ball, at the fingertip. Xian uses all his strength to throw the ball towards the fence. Use all your strength. But the ball does not hit the empty square. Seeing this, he says uncomfortably, "Why is it a bit curved?" In another place, a person is meticulously cutting onions. It turns out to be Xian's family. His mother turns to ask, "Honey, where did Xian go? It is getting dark." Xian's father stirs the soup and replies, "I saw him take his glove outside, so he probably went to play baseball." Hearing this, she gets angry, again. Xian's mother questions, "Do you remember, last time, you secretly went to watch baseball without telling me, and now your son is out playing baseball all day?" He complains inwardly, "Leave me alone." But outside he only hesitates to say, "I think so." After that, Shiyun's father explained softly, I had an appointment with a friend, and it is also the end of the season, so I could not resist. Shiyun's mother glares at him. So you still went without inviting me. However, she still complains non-stop. Is the boy playing with friends? What is so good about that game that children are so engrossed in it? But Shiyun's father has now fallen into contemplation. Look, he remembers taking him home when he was in the stands. Shiyun did not like baseball that much, but when the match just ended, the boy insisted on buying a pair of gloves. Shiyun said excitedly, Dad, I also want to play baseball. Shiyun's father raises his head, still thinking, even though Phoenix lost, but the boy must have been happy. It has been 2 weeks, but I see him going out to play baseball every day. Suddenly a voice rings out, Dad, Mom. Shiyun runs into the house in a hurry and calls out loudly, Dad. His mother quickly reminds, Son, go wash your hands first. His eyes light up, and at the same time he says excitedly, I want to learn to play baseball. Hearing this, both of Shiyun's parents are shocked. One person asks in confusion, What? He still says firmly, I want to play with the team? From now on I want to learn to play baseball properly? At school, 7 years later, the sound from the headphones echoes in the ears, making the listener excited. They picked it up. That hit was pretty good. The direction of the ball is... The phone screen shows a live baseball game. End of the game, Korea is the champion of the U18 Baseball World Cup. That young man is so happy that he forgets he is in class, and shouts, oh yeah! At this time, he looks up at the teacher on the board, and is stunned. He glances at the young man and says softly, Okay, if you have the intention to shout during class like that, then you must be doing something important. The teacher's voice rings out threateningly, on Shiyun. He replies softly, Yes, he is currently studying at Wonseok Middle School and is 16 years old. The teacher angrily points to the hallway and orders, If you do not want to study, go stand outside the hallway. Shiyun waves his hand to explain, It is not like that, teacher. I am just cheering for the students representing the country in the national competition. He does not bother to listen, clears his throat. Get out, he can only helplessly say, Yes, sir. The friends around him start talking when he leaves, watching baseball for sure. This guy, watching so intently that he does not even bother listening to the lecture. A friend sitting in the corner of the class looks up at Shiyun. The corner of his lips slightly curves up, thinking to himself, he really can't stop. He is also a student of Wonseok Middle School, named Go Dae-yoon. At this time, Shiyun is still not sober, walking and bumping his head into the wall. Dae-yoon sees this, and only sighs inwardly, looking worried about him. He puts his hand on his forehead, thinking only about the baseball game. That was great. They won the world championship. Then, Shiyun continues to take out his phone to watch, without realizing the teacher is standing next to him. It would be great if I could play baseball next year, he calls softly. On Shiyun. The next second, the teacher shouts loudly, Give me your phone. Not long after, Dae-yoon wears a helmet, hesitating to speak, so he continues, He borrowed your phone and gave it back to you. Shiyun puts on his shoes and replies, Yeah, the English teacher is easygoing. Dae-yoon wonders, But why did you watch the match in class? You could have watched it later. Hearing this, he agrees with him, You are right. Shiyun rubs his nose, But I was too curious not to watch it. Learning English is so boring. Dae-yoon looks up at the sky and says, By the way, they defeated the Japanese team and us. Suddenly he interrupts him. Do you know what people call them? Shiyun imagines the team, and continues. The Golden Generation, this is the nickname they gave to our generation now. They stand outside the field, continuing to talk together. He is really strong. When you go to high school, are you planning to play with the main star of the team? Too tired. Would that be an honor? Or a nuisance? Shiyun smiles faintly and says, But this is also the last tournament of junior high school. As soon as he finishes speaking, a voice calls out their names. An Shiyun, Go Dae-yoon. From afar, Junsu shouts irritably, Scared or what? Get your asses over here. They are a bit dissatisfied but still politely reply, Here we come. Dae-yoon expresses his worry, Is this okay? His voice suddenly becomes low, This is the last match, including the pitch you have shown so far. Shiyun immediately continues, For now. He smiles brightly, and encourages Dae-yoon, Let us just focus on the match. This is what we need to do now. In the end, everything will be okay. Hearing this, the corner of his lips slightly curves up, Yeah. In the end it is still you. In another place, Tae-o hits the ball powerfully. The people nearby are surprised. That was crazy. Looking at him practicing crazily makes them confused. Is he hitting the ball continuously without getting tired? Suddenly a person runs over, shouting loudly at the same time, Everyone! He excitedly raises the match schedule in his phone, the draw for the national playoff tournament this week. The results are out. The others quickly surround him to watch. Really? Where's the first round? Wonseok Middle School. That sounds unfamiliar. I know them. It is the junior high school right next to us. Then there is nothing to worry about. While they are chatting, Tae-o is still diligently practicing. There is no school in this area that plays as well as us. I do not know about just Seoul or the surrounding areas. But they play terribly. One person says confidently, Even if we play slowly, but a cold voice rings out. Our opponents are weak. Tae-o glances at them, annoyedly gritting his teeth. Are you guys very proud? Seeing him, he explains flusteredly. No, it is not like that. Tae-o, that is not what I meant. But Tae-o does not wait to hear him finish, but interrupts him immediately. I do not care. Shut up, and do your best. Tae-o continues to correct them. In a tournament like this that high school scouts might come to, I do not expect any idiots to tarnish the school's image. His voice suddenly becomes stern. Moreover, the baseball field appears in his mind. In baseball, Shiyun's image suddenly appears. We will never know what changes are about to happen. Not long after, City A, Gyeonggi-do, late September. A man happily makes a phone call. Yeah, Hyungnim, I am in City A now. He continues to chat without paying attention to the people around him, who are paying attention to him. Yeah, I just ate. I heard he is in the industry now. Do not worry. It's not that Mapungkang. I heard he is in the industry now. Mapungkang teases the person on the other end of the line. You are too rude. I will call you back later. He is currently the pitching coach of Mir High School. On the baseball field, where the match is about to take place, the Wonsak middle school team is looking in the same direction at the same time. They are looking at the opponent and complaining, damn it, our opponent is Kwangbek Junior High, unlucky, why do not we try to figure out how they are? At this time Dae-yoon calls everyone. Stop talking, focus here, he feels it, the atmosphere is too tense. Then he encourages Shiyun, do not worry too much, go get ready. But Shiyun does not seem worried, on the contrary, he teases Dae-yoon. Ah, your zipper is down, kid. He jokes, are you worried? Do not lose focus, Dae-yoon is still fiddling with the zipper, stop teasing. The people on the Kwangbek middle school team look down on them. Why do they look so innocent? Are they very talented or something? The other person continues. Just like what Tae-o said, they do not know what being discreet is. Tae-o just sits there listening to the other's words. Let us defeat them, with our strength. Tae-o is now focused on his scratched cuticle. He frowns, directly pulls the skin off, evaluating, this is bad. The match begins, the person on the Wonsak team misses the ball, the batter is out. Tae-o praises his teammates to give them energy, good job again. Mapungkang stands outside observing the match, he sighs. Suddenly, a voice rings out from somewhere, is not that Coach Ma of Mir High? It turns out to be Mapungkang's old commander coming with 2 cups of water. He greets, it has been a while, how have you been lately? Mapungkang recognizes, it is you, commander. Then Mapungkang's old commander praises, it has only been 3 years since it was established, but your young team is performing quite well, it seems like you are working productively. Coach Mapungkang follows suit but is still humble, thank you sir, I have to be careful or I will be jumping ahead of the manager. Then Mapungkang's old commander asks for his opinion, anyway, what do you think of the catcher on the Kwangbek Junior High team? Mapungkang asks in surprise, why? Mapungkang's old commander starts to comment on Tae-o. In some elite schools, like Kwangbek Junior High, the most special young man is Baek, Tae-o, shortstop. Quickly hold the defensive position, solid defense including catching and blocking, solid shoulders, good batting ability. Recently his height has increased significantly. His pitching skills have also improved. He hesitates a bit, but his reputation is a bit. Mapungkang focuses on drinking water. It is so hot. The other person is still continuing. I think he is quite arrogant about his catching ability. The junior high school coach said that he trusts his ball, just like in the formula. The pitcher who is also the battery with him made a similar comment. Mapungkang's old commander also knows Tae-o's nickname. They call him the Lone General. But the catcher will lead the pitcher so that he can pitch most accurately. The catcher at this time has the power to make decisions as well as pave the way for the team. He concludes, that is why communicating with the pitcher is extremely important. To be honest, I rarely know players like that. If his personal stats were only low, he would have been on the bench for a long time. Mapungkang finishes the hot cup of water. To me he is very attractive. This startles the old commander. It is so hot, and you drank it in one gulp, Mapungkang says again. Besides, he seriously comments, even if they are not famous, there are always rough diamonds that need to be polished. That baseball is caught neatly. The umpire's voice rings out. Tae-o secretly admires. It is a smooth catch. Good. Next. This hand signals to his teammates, switch to the arc pitch, but the other person shakes his head to disagree. Tae-o complains in his head. His hand continues to signal, what are you thinking? You have thrown straight balls twice already. But the other person resists, shaking his head constantly. Tae-o can't stand this situation anymore. He clenches his teeth. Then he stands up suddenly, takes off his helmet. Please take a break. The umpire agrees. Break. Tae-o goes to call out, hey. He starts to criticize. What are you doing? Are not you gonna pitch? The other person bows his head. We are going to win anyway. Can't you let me try? Tae-o hears this and asks back, What? The friend explains. The high school is watching today. Today is a good day to make a name for yourself. Outside, Mapung Kang's old commander does not pay attention. That is why, Commander Choi. Mapung Kang replies casually. Yes, the friend is still explaining. So I want to throw straight balls, rather than change the trajectory to show off a bit. Tae-o is tense, are you kidding me? Even though it is the end of the 6th inning. With just a small mistake, the score can change if it only stops at 4-1. If you decide to throw a straight ball, then you are drawing a path for the deer to run. What do you think the high school will think about this? He decisively orders, stop babbling, and do as I say. The friend is determined to beg Tae. Oh please, agree this time. Tae-o slowly closes his helmet, and says faintly, the catcher is not your target. He reminds, if you want to win, stop talking and pitch. The friend is trembling with anger at Taeo's attitude. The umpire's voice rings out, batter out. Shiyun is standing outside the field, wow. He observes and admires, the pitcher's change ball is really low. Daeyoon immediately continues. It is even more impressive to mention the catcher. He turns to daydream to Shiyun. If you have the opportunity to work with a catcher like that, your pitch will be even better, you will soon become famous. Shiyun pats his back to encourage him. What are you saying, bro? You catch like, this is already great. Daeyoon resists. It hurts you, idiot. Shiyun turns to say some words of praise to Daeyoon. The catcher is the strength of the whole team, and you are the main catcher. Daeyoon just smiles lightly. He asks, so I should be the biggest morale support for everyone, right? At the same time, someone calls out Shiyun's name, Ahan Shiyun. Chanji comes to assign him, you will play in the 7th inning. Shiyun seems surprised. What? Junsu next to him objects to this. Commander, I can still pitch. Chanji looks over. Oh, it is Junsu. He puts his hand on Junsu's shoulder and pats it, then comforts him. You look a bit panicked today. Anyway, you did very well when you stopped a run. You must have left a good impression on the viewers. Junsu is still not willing, that is why I want to pitch. Again, before he finishes speaking, Chanji interrupts. There is only the matter of... He whispers in Junsu's ear, and gives a sinister smile, letting An Shiyun enter the field, to make you shine even more. Chanji asks again, understand. But Junsu is still not satisfied with this decision. This is just a tournament, but what if there are no more matches? I am in my 3rd year, this will be my last competition, in junior high. Chanji explains, to be honest, we will lose this match, but at least we were lucky to score points with the Kwangbak Junior High team. I thought about this and decided to let you leave, as the best pitcher here. Junsu throws his glove straight at a friend's face, damn it. He just stands there and takes it. Junsu continues to curse. If the batter scores so many points, then you have to let me win. He is not convinced. Why are you saying we will lose now? Shiyun calls softly. Junsu. He brightly encourages, we have not lost yet. I will try to stop them, so please trust our batter in the end of the 9th inning. But Junsu looks down on Shiyun. What is this kid saying? Does he really understand what the commander means? Chanji stops him, this guy. Shiyun confidently replies to Junsu. No matter what my role is, I will still trust my team. Hearing this, Chanji turns to look at him. The umpire's voice rings out. Batter out. Substitution. Shiyun greets. Commander, I am going. But Chanji stops him. Wait. He smiles brightly. Shiyun, just do it as always. Those words contain implications, as always. But Shiyun still happily accepts. Yes, I will pitch. Like that. Shiyun and Daeyoon go on the field together. Let us go, leaving Junsu angry. Ahan Shiyun. He curses inwardly. You jinx. The umpire's voice rings out again. Change pitcher. And the score is now completely in favor of Wonseok Middle School. The match continues. The ball in Shiyun's hand is about to be thrown. He is tense. His hand grips the ball tighter. His wrist is raised straight up. Shiyun tells himself, no matter what the role is, I will do everything for the team. The ball is brought back to gain momentum, so they can receive the ball and minimize as many actions as possible. After that pitch, the umpire announces, out. Daeyoon sits catching the ball with many thoughts. Can we face a prestigious junior high school with this pitching style? The batter on the Wonseok Middle School side huffs out. It is just an ordinary straight pitch. If it is like this, the next ball is thrown. The batter evaluates. Then I do not even need to look. Shiyun follows the trajectory of the ball being thrown. The batter has moved to the place, safe, and he scorns. He only knows how to throw in the middle. What a terrible play. After observing, Daeyoon comments, as expected with this normal straight pitching style, to catch it. But Shiyun still maintains a strong spirit. It is okay. He is optimistic. It is okay. Go Daeyoon, we will catch it next time. Daeyoon bows his head, calling his name inwardly, An Shiyun. Daeyoon starts to self-motivate himself. I should be the one to boost the pitcher's spirit. On the contrary, it seems like I'm the one being encouraged. The batter on the other side provokes him. What is up? And Shiyun is about to throw another ball. He blames himself. Why am I so pathetic? Again, the ball goes out. The batter of Wonseok Middle School teases again. Hey, take it easy. Outside, Mapung Kung's old commander comments. The pitcher change of the Wonseok Junior High team does not seem very effective. Mapung Kang also agrees. Are they out of pitchers? Is he even Korean? He evaluates if they score 3 points with Kwang Baek, then it can be considered a pretty good hold. Then right after he discovers, what? Mapung Kang observes, the posture of that pitcher looks shaky, as if he is deliberately reporting his strength. The other person hits the ball and shouts, lucky boy. Shiyun at this time observes the situation again. Another hit, the runner is at base number 1 and 2. The crowd stands outside watching, the pointing and talking does not stop. What is this? Wonseok Junior High was holding up pretty well just now. Why are they giving up like this now? The crowd. Not far away, Chonji praises, very good on Shiyun, team member. At this time Shiyun turns his back without expressing any emotion. In his heart he thinks, no one expects anything. The card that is abandoned in the left behind matches, a losing pitcher is brought in when the situation is going down. Shiyun silently looks at the ball in his hand. His tone becomes determined, that is my position. After that, he prepares to get into position, that is my role, me. Very quickly, Shiyun smiles brightly to regain his spirit. I can still continue to pitch. Tae-o is impatient. He grinds his teeth in resentment. Shiyun silently calculates in his heart, someone on the team has to carry everyone. I can't let everything collapse like this. He loudly calls Tae-o in the distance. Go Tae-o, one by one, we need to deliberately attack the other team. His face does not look good, he thinks to himself, what main catcher? You are a much better pitcher. Tae-o tries to put pressure on himself. An Shiyun will not be able to pitch in the official match, it is all because of you. At this time he is still sitting, slumped, thinking, he did that because of you. On the opposite side, Shiyun is ready, it is okay, I am used to this crisis. Very quickly, the ball has been thrown by him straight towards Tae-o, just hit it, behind me are the monsters. Tae-o immediately rushes up to block the path of the ball. He hits the ball towards the boundary line. Seeing that he has achieved his goal, Tae-o is secretly happy in his heart. Shiyun takes in this whole scene and immediately recognizes home runner, quickly defend the home base. He runs quickly towards the ball and says loudly, Anta, the left field, quickly. Shiyun still encourages his teammates, we can still do it. Shiyun puts all his strength into throwing the ball, shortstop. Suddenly, Da-yuan rushes forward like flying, everyone immediately stops him, go home immediately. In an instant, he caught the ball from the runner, okay so we can stop the home field advantage. At this time Tae-o is immersed in his thoughts, this is the only thing I can do for you. He is suddenly hit hard by the runner on the field, it is the home defense. Shiyun seems to lose a beat. Everyone immediately runs over frantically asking, Tae-o, runner out, just a distraction? The umpire turns to the runner and scolds him directly. Hey, you slid too far. Warning, he says flusteredly, sorry. At the same time, Shiyun has come forward to ask Tae-o, are you okay? Can you speak? He still tries to endure, I am okay. Tae-o slowly raises his hand, still holding the ball, and asks, what do you think? He smiles sincerely, did not you say I would be the strongest cheerleader? In an instant, he is frozen on the spot. Suddenly, Shiyun calls out the runner's name loudly. Hey, Kwang Baek Junior High. Shiyun's face is ashen, he snaps. Can't you see he is lying here? Get your ass over here and apologize. Everyone present is gaping in astonishment. The runner replies with a frown, what grade are you in to dare to talk like that? However, Tae-o stops him. Stop. Do not cause trouble. The runner still defends himself. Tae-o. That kid was rude first. His words immediately receive a warning from Tae-o. We are in the middle of a match. The runner is overwhelmed by that aura, he immediately backs down, I understand. Shiyun on this side is still irritable. Hey, are not you going to apologize, Tae-o? Steps forward to stop him, shut up. He puts the baseball bat on his shoulder, his tone carrying a threat. You are just venting your anger on other people because your team is losing, he asks irritably. What? Tae-o speaks up to scold. We always do our best to win, is that wrong? Shiyun grinds his teeth angrily, unable to speak. His face becomes distorted with anger. If you are a student of a prestigious school, then play fairly. Is this what you call playing? Hearing this, Tae-o smiles mockingly and says, what are you any better? Each of his words is like a knife, plunging deep into Shiyun's heart. If you play this kind of bottom-tier baseball, once again, his whole body is petrified on the spot. Think about whether it is fun or not. Tae-o still questions non-stop. Playing this kind of mediocre baseball, do you think it is fun? Shiyun's anger has reached its peak, he roars, what are you saying? Tae-o immediately rushes forward to interrupt. An Shiyun, I am okay, stop. Tae-o, on the contrary, still has no intention of stopping. You pitch as badly as children playing catch. His words make Tae-o jump, and the whole game is led by a mediocre catcher. Shiyun grinds his teeth resentfully at Tae-o's words, are you any different from those lazy cheap batteries? Suddenly, he pauses slightly. He explodes in anger at Tae. Oh, what do you know about how hard he has worked? The umpire immediately stops him. Stop arguing immediately. The match will continue. However, Shiyun still questions non-stop. Is this how students from a famous school talk? Tae. Oh, shakes his head and turns away. He says coldly, the important thing in baseball is victory. No matter how hard you try, just look at the results of the match. A moment later, Dae-yoon pats Shiyun on the shoulder to encourage him. Shiyun, do not cause trouble with this guy anymore. Just pitch. If you make a big deal out of it, the commander will tell you off. He gently advises him, do not let the excitement interfere with the match. Shiyun, on the contrary, becomes even more angry. He dared to slander you right in front of me. Should we be careful? Dae-yoon on the side still tries to encourage him. We are in the middle of a match. Are you going to let your emotions take over when your team is losing if it continues like this? His words become heavier than ever. Then this will be our last match in junior high, Shiyun thinks to himself. I was too angry. He slowly adjusts his emotions. The fact that this will be the last match, I understand. It is even worse than the whole team losing. Shiyun slowly adjusts his hat, while his heart is still in turmoil. Even when my teammates are insulted by others, I can't do anything else. Suddenly, he glances at the teammates behind him. Everyone gets into position. The umpire shouts, continue the match. Kang's old commander has seen the discord of the match. It seems like there was a little argument just now. The players are all teenagers. At this age, blood rushes to the brain very quickly. Kang nods beside him. I think so too. Kang's old commander still babbles. In the end, the time when he has his own calculations in his heart. The pitching stance does not seem solid. But he delivered pretty well just now. That pitcher innovated with the batter on the other side. Kang sets his sights on Shiyun. He must be very shocked. At this time, he gradually enters a state of blur. What is this empty feeling? They keep coming back one after another. Shiyun recalls Taeo's question just now. Are you having fun? His eyes start to blur. The hand holding the ball also trembles. I am just enjoying the feeling of being on the field. For me, playing baseball is priceless. That is why I kept that promise. While Shiyun is still in a daze, Tae has gotten into position. Even when standing in front of a batter who wants to face everything with all the strength he has, I still can't do it. He prepares to throw the next pitch the ball. Shiyun is still immersed in self-blame. It is not as fun as before. On the opposite side, Dae-yoon has caught the ball. The umpire's voice shouts, ball. Dae-yoon catches the ball and is extremely surprised. His straight ball has not been like this recently. Tae. Oh! Standing behind is also bewildered. What is this? How can you not get a strike with a ball like that? Suddenly he moves closer to Dae-yoon and says softly, I take back the criticism I made about your catcher just now. With the pitcher in that state, no matter how you lead him, you can't change the result. In Dae-yoon's heart, worry has reached its peak. Come on, do not listen to this bastard. He looks at Shiyun in front of him, and also sighs silently, even if he says that I should check Shiyun's condition first. Suddenly, his vision goes dark. Dae-yoon opens his eyes wide. On Shiyun. Jun-soo, standing outside the baseball field, also notices, do you think Shiyun is acting a bit strange? Chonji looks up at him and replies, is there a problem? I think it is good. He hesitates for a moment, and then continues. Thinking about it, the guy who pitches well in the middle of the game is strange. He asks suspiciously, is it because of him that I saw them arguing over there just now? Having said that, Chonji decisively leaves, leaving Jun-soo behind. Let me go to the mound again. Go Dae-yoon, we'll go over there. Suddenly, another member comes to approach us. Chun Soo-young. I am quite curious. Jun-soo is a bit bewildered. Why? He slowly takes off his hat. Using the instigation trick on Jun-soo, On Shiyun is in his third year, so why would you take the field when our team is losing, instead of playing from the beginning? Jun-soo replies silently, what does being in what year have to do with it? It is all about skill. The teammate on the side still keeps instigating. Last time I watched you practice pitching was not a joke, right? However, Jun-soo still calmly considers, damn it, whatever you say, his ball has real potential. The two look toward Shiyun, who is standing silently. The catcher can't catch the ball, but what if he can? He breathes out a few breaths, asking himself in his heart, is this the baseball I want to play? Shiyun glances at the people around him, who have gradually become impatient. No, we're in the middle of the match. I need to focus on pitching. The defense is good, but the pitcher is terrible. They gave up, kid. He gradually becomes confused by those words. Damn it, why am I so confused by this situation? Suddenly, a pair of large hands covers Shiyun's face. On Shiyun. His cheeks are squeezed out of shape, but he is still bewildered. Everyone is silently observing the situation. Dae-in leans close to Shiyun and asks softly, what are you doing? His cheeks become redder and redder. Shiyun complains to him, why are you hitting me suddenly? Dae-yoon replies indifferently, you are losing focus, so you are out of time. How creepy are you two looking at each other? Suddenly his tone becomes soft. Why are you acting so strange? Is it because you argued just now? Shiyun pulls his hat low. he calls coldly, Dae-yoon. He asks him a question out of the blue. Was not pitching fun in the past? Dae-yoon is still surprised looking at Shi-yoon. Why are you saying this in the middle of the match? Shi-yoon's voice gradually becomes smaller. I want to catch that batter off guard. The team is losing, but I can only throw the ball like this. He unconsciously clenches his pitching hand. I am not enjoying it at all. In Dae-yoon's heart, it is tangled for a long time. Then he decides. There will always be days when the unwavering also needs comfort. I can complete the work of being a catcher today. He covers his mouth and whispers to Shi-yoon, then should we start with that vile batter? He immediately replies, that guy cursed at me. In Shi-yoon's imagination, Tae-o becomes extremely hateful, you lousy batter. Having said that, he nods in agreement with Dae-yoon. Well then, I think it is not that bad, right? I am just kidding. He immediately says softly, are you feeling better? Dae-yoon puts his hand on Shi-yoon's chest and instructs, you are the one who enjoys the feeling of pitching more than all the players here. Suddenly, he emphasizes each word. I know that better than anyone else. Dae-yoon's eyes shine with trust for Shi-yoon. And you can't pitch, can you? Should we go in that direction? He is bewildered by these words. What? Dae-yoon points to Tae-o, who is standing, and signals, let us aim at the person who ignored us. However, Shi-yoon is still a bit afraid, but seeing this, he still patiently reassures him. In the past time, the number of times you have successfully pitched has gradually increased through practice, as I said before. If we lose, then this will be our last match. The belief in the depths of Dae-yoon's eyes becomes deeper and deeper. Instead of doing nothing and giving up like this, let us do something for the team. Unconsciously, Shi-yoon gives a mysterious smile. He waves his hand at him. I will catch it, so do not miss it. In Shi-yoon's heart, he has gradually realized he always does his best. His silence at this time makes Dae-yoon wonder, but I have followed some conditions as promised. The people outside the baseball field are also following Shi-yoon, just some selfish thoughts. Suddenly, he shouts at Dae-yoon, okay, help me. His eyes light up. Dae-yoon returns the ball to Shi-yoon. Just pitch with all your strength. He returns, and is immediately scolded by the umpire. It is almost time, sorry sir. Tae-o, standing next to observes and realizes, it really is time-consuming, but they still do not give up. He pulls up his sleeves, and asks Dae-yoon, do you have an ace? On the contrary, he ignores that question. Do not be so nosy. Hearing Dae-yoon's words, Tae-o unconsciously glances at him. Now it is really starting. Dae-yoon sits down. The pain in his waist immediately rushes in. He tries to remember the collision just now. Dae-yoon slowly rubs his sore waist. He reassures himself, it will be okay. His eyes focus again on Shi-yoon in front of him. Quickly focus every cell in your body to catch the ball. He at this time gently breathes out a breath, as if relieved of a burden. Immediately after, Shi-yoon turns to prepare to pitch the ball. White clouds drift leisurely on the blue sky. The people in the field are gaping in astonishment. On this side, Dae-yoon is sitting slumped on the ground next to the ball that he did not have time to catch. One person exclaims in surprise, really? In the joy of delight, everyone immediately rushes to Shi-yoon to praise him. What deity possessed you? How did you pitch the ball like that? I just held the ball and threw it towards Dae-yoon as you instructed? Words are coming and going everywhere. Has not Shi-yoon confirmed that he will be the ace next year? The sound of laughter rings out. Awesome, teach me that trick. Junsu's hand grips the baseball in his hand, as if he wants to crush it. The voice from inside the baseball club echoes. With the most gratitude, a stack of thick money is brought out. Junsu's father respectfully bows his head. Thank you very much, sir, Commander. Chunji waves his hand to take the bag of money, of course. Junsu's father. He counts the money while trying to please. I will be responsible and guide him. Junsu's father immediately stands up and leaves. Then, I will go first. I have an appointment. Remember to listen to the commander. Chunji nods. Yes, please. He sees Junsu's father to the door. Please be careful on your way back. Having said that, Chunji steps forward to flatter him. Junsu, remember to send my thanks to your father. Junsu replies perfunctorily. Yes, sir. He pretends to be solicitous and says, is there anything you want? Just say it. I will listen to every request. Before he finishes speaking, Junsu hesitates. Do not let. His eyes suddenly shine brightly. Junsu leans back on the chair behind him and considers, then, can you make Shi-yoon leave the baseball club, that unlucky guy? Chunji immediately chimes in. Him, that. He immediately threatens, if you can't do anything then forget it. Too bad. I guess I have to transfer to another school. Chunji becomes flustered. No, we can't lose an excellent person like you. Junsu sits up, his tone indifferent. Then you will listen to me. He scratches his chin and considers what to do. Being suddenly kicked out of the club is a bit strange. I do not want to lose this golden goose either. Suddenly, he suggests something to Chunji. A kid who loses the pitcher position is also quite suspicious. Make him believe that he is talented with that weird pitching style. His eyes light up. Then do not kick him out of the club. I have an idea. At this time, Shi-yoon has gradually prepared to leave the baseball field. Okay, huh? Chanji steps forward to set a trap for him. Your ball needs to be adjusted a bit in the future. Fastball is a ball pulled straight, right? But your ball is too twisted. Shiyun immediately understands the hidden meaning in those words. Are you telling me to eliminate the movement of the ball and just throw it? But Chanji continues to lead. Of course, it is all because of the way you have always pitched before. If you deliberately do that, then the arc of the ball will be reduced. He tries to persuade Shiyun, but if you learn how to deliver the ball correctly, you will definitely catch back the change even when you go to high school or compete professionally, right? Speaking of this, Chanji raises his voice, seemingly angry, but recently you learned how to deliver the ball that even the catcher can't catch. He nods slightly and replies, that is why I am wanting to practice with Tae-o. However, Chanji indifferently says cruel words to him. When competing officially, then do not throw the ball like that. Throwing a ball that others can't catch will only increase the risk for the team. Shiyun looks at him in confusion. Commander, what are you trying to say? However, he ignores his question. Focus on the correct way to throw the fastball. The more he says, Shiyun bows his head deeper. Shiyun, each person on the team has a different role. I want you to sacrifice a little for the team. Having said that, Chanji grabs his shoulder and comforts him. It will be very meaningless if we continue to play a losing match. I hope you can handle such situations. Seeing that it is still not enough, he quickly sets another condition. Instead, if you do this role well in junior high, then I will write a letter of recommendation so that you can be admitted to a baseball club in high school. Chanji's hand is like a heavy block of iron pressing on Shiyun's shoulder. Can I really be admitted with just a letter of recommendation when I can't even perform well in the tournament? If so, then should I sacrifice for the whole team rather than for my own performance? Is this a important role for the baseball team, of course, but this is just a matter between us? Okay. Shiyun takes the old baseball, I promise. He looks at the ball and calculates in his heart, why did Junsu give me this ball? Suddenly, Tae-o calls out his name, loudly, Shiyun. He approaches and asks curiously, what did the commander tell you? Shiyun gives a social smile. Ah, Tae-o, you are still here. His eyes shine looking at him. I should focus on improving the straightness of the fastball. Tae-o jumps slightly. Huh, did the commander really say that? He says with a pitying voice, I think your ball is very great. The commander must have said that because he has some ideas. Shiyun ignores his gaze and replies, besides, that straight ball will not be thrown when we participate in the official match. Tae-o asks suspiciously, what? But why? He rubs his hands trying to explain. Throwing a ball that the catcher can't catch is very risky. Oh, and I am not blaming you or anything. I just want to focus on straightening it in the future. Hearing this, Tae-o also shows understanding. I understand what you are trying to say. That ball will definitely take effect when you go to high school, right? He still tries to persuade Shiyun to reconsider. Then even if you do not dare to say it in the official match, then just keep practicing as usual. You will never know what will happen when we need that ball. He just hums and haws, right? Tae-o makes an invitation. Do you want to try throwing a bit? Shiyun's eyes widen, looking at him. Huh. In his hand he is still holding the baseball tightly. He looks at it intently and thinks to himself, I have realized that my ball is curved. Tae-o calls out loudly, let us start. Shiyun loses a beat. My friend was unable to catch the ball, but his whole body exudes an aura and says, now throw it. He says that this may be my strength. He slowly raises the ball. Shiyun's hand still does not stop, and then he swings his hand and throws straight forward. When I throw the two-stitch ball, the ball rushes swiftly towards Tae-o. I realize that I can maximize the trajectory of the ball. Everyone in the field is gaping in astonishment. Chanji is stunned by the scene in front of him. Suddenly, two mysterious people suddenly stop by. Mapungkang sees the pitch just now, and feels like he has found his true love. The umpire's shout rings out, ball. Tae-o shouts in panic and worry. What is wrong with the ball? On this side, Shiyun still maintains the posture he had when he pitched just now. Everyone, this ball. Shiyun's whole body exudes an aura that makes everyone stunned. Is called two-seam fastball. The ball is still rushing towards them at breakneck speed. Tae-o is bewildered by his hit just now. The greedy do not deserve to play baseball. What is wrong with the ball? He runs and thinks, only the diligent can play on the field, because they can stay longer. Tae-o grinds his teeth and shouts in his head, that is what I used to think. Shiyun takes a deep breath, ready for the game, before I was too lazy to consider recognizing the talents of others, until I met him. The people outside do not seem to believe their eyes. Hey, that just now. Shouts ring out everywhere. What was wrong with that ball just now? It was bent and rushed straight to the batter. Amazing. Junsu pushes him up to observe, stammering, Commander, he just... Chanji looks displeased and thinks, now you dare to break your promise. Tae-o at this time has become highly alert on Shiyun. He rushes forward to hit the ball. In his heart, Tae-o admires. It is crazy. This is not luck. Nearby, Tae-o is also happy in his heart. Great, it is working. We can handle this batter. Mapungkang's old commander immediately cheers non-stop. Is not that a completely different pitcher? Mapungkang sweats profusely and analyzes in his head. The 3x4 stance allows the ball to be thrown with as much force as possible just glancing at it. I already understand that perfect posture, and he gives a look of expectation and anticipation to him I will never forget. 2 balls, 1 strike. The super wide trajectory of that ball. Ma Peng looks at Tae-o, puzzled. Is this guy deliberately hiding the ball? Another type of straight ball? I've never seen this pitching method before. At this time, Shiyun becomes more focused than ever. I have to carefully follow the trajectory of the ball. Another ball is passed to Dae-yoon, successfully. Tae-o is secretly evaluating. Then suddenly an idea pops up. This time, they only threw a straight ball. Strike. Shiyun smiles contemptuously, looking at him. With this direct confrontation, what the hell can I do now, before the full count? Dae-yoon's eyes are also full of determination. Let us end the game right here. In another development, Junsu is pushing Chonji to the brink. Are you gonna just leave it like that? Do something, Commander. One person can't help but speak. Junsu, what are you talking about? The two of them quickly have a conflict. Shiyun is doing very well. If Dae-yoon can catch the ball, we will have a chance. That is not what I'm trying to say. Chonji is like a cunning fox calculating. I understand what you mean. But if we substitute a player right now, then the coach will be suspicious. He turns his eyes to Shiyun and thinks, I have no choice but to follow this situation for a while longer. At that time, he has become happier and more excited than before. I have never felt like this. Facing the batter directly is really fun. Very quickly, another pitch has been thrown out by Shiyun quickly. No matter what the result is, it does not matter anymore. This is my last time. His hand holds the ball firmly. A perfect curve is thrown out. Catch it. My best pitch. As if strengthened, the ball rushes forward. Tae-o grinds his teeth waiting for the chance to ambush. The ball immediately collides with the baseball bat. It is here. Meanwhile, Dae-yoon has seen the opportunity of a lifetime. No way. Right now. Suddenly, the pain from his waist spreads to his whole body. He swung the bat clumsily. Dae-yoon is knocked away by Shiyun's ball. Emotions explode. Tears well up. Dae-yoon looks at the ball blankly. The people outside are immediately stunned. The crowd of Chonji who are noisy also suddenly stop. Even Shiyun is no less shocked. The whole field seems to fall into a silent space. Not out. Taeo's runner lies down, celebrating the victory. Oh yeah. Shiyun rushes, like flying to Dae. His face gradually hardens, as if not accepting any result. Home runner for the 3rd time. The score is 5-1. Dae-yoon still tries to encourage. You did well. He hugs one side of his waist. His head is lowered. His heart is full of dissatisfaction. It hurts too much. And it is right at the important moment. Damn it, now I can't look on Shiyun in the face. Suddenly Shiyun's voice rings out. Go Dae-yoon. He gently pats his shoulder. It is okay. Shiyun gives a strained smile. There is still one more turn. No. Suddenly, Chonji shouts loudly. Come down, on Shiyun. His eyes gently glance at the others. Chonji's voice rings out urgently. Change pitcher. Voices of protest ring out non-stop. Commander, I am the one who missed the ball. Shiyun does not even. Shiyun tries to reassure him. It is okay, Dae-yoon. He slowly replies, I am just returning the favor. You stupid brat. If he had kept his promise in this match, then. Shiyun silently retreats inside and reminds the others. Remember to do well out there, huh? Ah, yeah. His path to high school has become much easier. Ma Peng-kang's old commander asks bluntly. It is the catcher's fault, right? Suddenly Ma Peng-kang seems to remember something. That is right. I do not. Ma Peng-kang is confused by this, can't understand this way of changing pitchers. Tae-o is grinding his teeth, cursing inwardly. What the hell? Looking at the baseball bat in front of him, he becomes even more determined. I need to deal with that pitcher, Tae-o wonders. And they do not even let him on the field. Contrary to Tae-o's tension, Chonji is comfortably shaking hands with the opponent. We did very well, haha, we also learned a lot. His other teammates with the opposing team also shake hands and smile. Thank you for the match. And Shiyun is confusedly observing Tae. Oh, he is looking at me too much. Suddenly Tae-o opens his mouth. What the hell was that? Just now, Shiyun is surprised. What? Tae-o gets straight to the point to ask, you could have gone all out from the beginning. Why did you have to hide your skills like that? Are you injured? Or are you looking down on us? Shiyun panics at the series of questions, then replies, do not misunderstand. There is a valid reason why I had to do that. He turns away and leaves a message. Anyway, thank you for the match. It was an honor to play with you. Keep winning and win the championship. After taking a few steps, Shiyun sees Dae-yoon coming with an unhappy face. He rubs his hair, calling his name, An Shiyun. Shiyun waves his hand at him, smiling brightly and encouraging. Let us go back. It is okay. We did not lose because of you. Suddenly another shout comes. Hey! Tae-o brings with him full of determination and confidence to shout. Next time if I meet you, and you dare to throw that kind of dog-shit ball like today, I will find a way to ruin you. Shiyun looks back, with a face that invites a beating. Yeah, Yeah, he reminds. Next time fix your character first. Tae-o is tired and breathes out. Haha. Dae-yun advises Shi-yun. Do not cause trouble anymore. Let us go quickly. And you too. You are a catcher, but you look like a pirate. Tae-o grinds his teeth crazy. That amateur brat. Damn it. I need to practice harder. And Shi-yun smiles to curl the corners of his lips. He carries anticipation. Now is the real beginning. From today I will seriously start playing baseball. Scene changes to a baseball field with green grass. The National Youth Baseball Tournament U15. Baek Middle School versus Wonseok Middle School. The score of the match 8-1. As a result, Wonseok Middle School has lost. Mapunkang's old commander stretches on the stands. Well, there are many decent players this year. Mapunkang looks at his watch, then replies, Haha, you are right. He turns his face, curious. But commander, do you know who the pitcher who pitched in the 7th inning is? Mapunkang's old commander asks again. Are you talking about the kid who went on the field and eliminated one person, then retreated? Then, he hums and haws. Well then, I was also a little surprised. But he does not seem to be a famous player. Mapunkang hears this and wonders. If he can pitch the ball like that, then his name must be quite famous. Tae-o at this time is looking for something. Hey, look over here. Mapunkang decisively stands up and walks away. Do you want to go drink beer or something? Then you drive. All right. A Langtu hairstyle appears. A melodious tune is played from the wireless headphones in his ear. He remembers that excellent ball of Shi-yun. His lips slightly curve up, evaluating. There was a pretty unique guy pitching on this field just now. Kang-in tells himself, if one day I get to meet him, I want to hit that ball. The sun gradually sets behind the school building. Chunji is sullen, his hands supporting his chin. He slowly opens his mouth. About that promise. Then he tears the piece of paper in half. Before Shi-yun's bewildered face, I will cancel your letter of recommendation. The scene changes again to the following days. The coach praises. Well done everyone. After the training day. After training, everyone is happy. Hey, let us go play games at the internet cafe. I will pass. I am going home to watch baseball. Only Dae-yun notices. When everyone goes home to rest, Shi-yun's figure is still standing at the practice place. He is still the last person to stay to pitch, even though it is the end of practice. More than anyone, he loves baseball the most here. He directly calls, Shi-yun, you are not home yet? Shi-yun tells him not to mind. Just go ahead, I want to pitch a little more. Dae-yun sighs uncomfortably. That is why. Every time I think about that, it is because of me that you could not pitch the ball in the right spin area. He makes a suggestion. I will help you catch the ball. Shi-yun asks back, slightly surprised. Oh, really? Dae-yun thinks that. I always feel guilty. Dae-yun opens his phone, looking at the text message between him and Shi-yun. Where are you? The bus is about to leave. I am in the locker room, Shi-yun. You are not home yet. Just go ahead. I want to practice hard today. Then Dae-yun puts on the doubts. The meeting ended a long time ago. Or did the commander call him back alone? Suddenly, Dae-yun's face changes color. A dull pain in his hip rises up. He turns to check. Damn it, I probably have to go to the hospital first. On the wall is a picture frame carrying Warmth Baseball Team Building, Mountain Climbing Club. Chonji has torn the letter of recommendation into small pieces. He promised to keep his word. Shi-yun is a bit unconvinced, but I only did that for the team. He just shouts. Then what about the promise, you brat? Are you not listening? Shi-yun's eyes darken. He asks himself, just because of today's match. Shi-yun panics. Commander, I only did that for the sake of the whole team. What will our team do if we lose this last match? He strongly condemns. Could it be that the team will continue in this situation? The other person is not easy to discuss with at all. Now you are arguing with me. He angrily shouts at his face. You are a man, but you talk too much. It is best to shut your mouth. Then Chonji reminds him, the special physical education entrance exam will take place next week. Let us talk about this issue. Shi-yun is sullen. He feels uncomfortable. So, like everyone else, I have to take that test? Ironically, the important thing is that I must have competition results to have the opportunity to enter high schools specializing in sports, if there is no letter of recommendation. Shi-yun seems to be falling into a crisis all this time. I have always done well in losing, so I have terrible competition results. He just stands there silently. His mind is immersed in thoughts. Shi-yun drops his hand to his side, clenching his fist. I have done everything I should have done. What now? He asks himself, is this a good choice? Then says weakly, then I will go now, sir. Once again Shi-yun calls out, Commander. He silently slowly turns around. Shi-yun bows at a 90-degree angle, politely. Thank you, sir, for your contributions today. Chonji frowns and blames him. Why did he suddenly break his promise? Damn it, I lost face. Shi-yun at this time has come outside the hallway. He meets Jun-soo. He seems to have a guilty conscience. What are you looking at? Shi-yun just walks past him, along with a compliment. You did well today. Junsu feels strange. He curses him, "You stupid bastard." After that, Shiyun suddenly calls his name. "Hey, Nam Junsu." A baseball is quickly thrown straight to where Junsu is standing, holding the ball in his hand, and a huge question mark on his head. Shiyun instructs, "I still do not understand why you gave me this ball, but now I am returning this pile of garbage to you." Shiyun says goodbye, see you tomorrow. Shiyun seems to wake up, that is right, who cares about performing badly or not. He opens up a new perspective for himself. I will start from the beginning, meaning, I can play baseball at any school, that is enough for me. Junsu is still blankly looking at Shiyun's leaving back. He is silent, and can't say anything. Junsu glances down at the baseball in his hand. He remembers the old story. Why did you suddenly give me the ball? Nothing. Did you and the commander talk it over? What are you talking about? How do you know? I do not know anything. Anyway, good luck. He fixes his eyes on the baseball in his hand, and uses force to squeeze it. Junsu runs quickly to the baseball club. He pushes the door open strongly. What the hell? Junsu questions directly to Chonji. Why did he suddenly say that? Do not tell me you canceled his letter of recommendation. Chonji helplessly stops him. You idiot. What if someone hears us now? Junsu does not listen. He starts to reason. I do not care if anyone hears us. Did not. You see, today's match, Ahn Shiyun is the only one who stood out among the crowd. Chonji denies that. Just for a moment, then everything ended terribly. I do not think anyone stood out more than you today. Junsu is puzzled. That stupid guy. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Chonji advises Chonji. Start explaining to him, Junsu. Do not get too excited. Think about Ahn Shiyun's performance. Over the past 3 years, there is always the presence of matches in the past. Just today's match does not help that kid attract more attention. Junsu does not seem to care about those things. Even so, you promised to make him a failed pitcher. My family has given you a lot of money. Chonji sighs. I do not think they will reject my recommendation. Junsu walks and curses. Damn it. Chonji has made another plan. I have to send this guy away soon. He is really cheeky. Junsu leaves with a grudge in his heart. As soon as he steps out of the door, he runs into Dae-yoon. Chonji runs out and calls, Go Dae-yoon. Junsu wonders, what? Go Dae-yoon, why are you here? Dae-yoon scratches his head, shyly replies, I came to ask the coach about the hospital. The team doctor is not here. Chonji shouts loudly, the doctor is gone, that damn guy. Dae-yoon tries to explain, my phone ran out of battery so I had to come here to ask. Junsu is still extremely annoyed, damn it. Suddenly, Dae-yoon's hand pulls Junsu's shoulder. Hey, Nam Junsu. He asks directly, what did you just say? Why did I faintly hear Ahn Shiyun's name? Junsu at this moment is very uncomfortable. He shakes off Dae-yoon's hand. Get out. Go ask the commander. Chonji has also stepped up. He speaks. Dae-yoon, I think you are misunderstanding. Dae-yoon is still immersed in those words. What is this? Dozens of questions are asked by him. What the hell is going on? Nam Junsu. Money. Letter of recommendation. Failed pitcher. Chonji puts his hand on his shoulder. Come in. I will explain to you. He denies Junsu's words. Junsu is just talking nonsense. Dae-yoon is still immersed in contemplation, thinking about it. There are some things I do not understand until now. Dae-yoon slowly strings the events together. Ahn Shiyun suddenly appeared when the whole team was losing. Change pitcher, change pitcher, change pitcher. If there was no need to substitute today, then that would be his responsibility. At this time, Chonji makes another offer. Dae-yoon, I am planning to write you a letter of recommendation to high school because you have done very well. Dae-yoon's face gradually changes color. Should we talk a little bit? He remembers the days before that. Sorry, if I could have caught the ball, then the commander could have let us throw the two-scene pitch in the official match. Dae-yoon blames himself. I have felt guilty all these years. Shiyun's smiling face. It is not your fault, Dae-yoon thinks. Shiyun's 3rd year in junior high. Dae-yoon's face is sullen. Anger has gradually flared up. What the hell is going on? In the past 3 years, he aims for the bat behind him. Dae-yoon calls out, Coach? Pulling out the baseball bat, he asks, Ahn Shiyun, do you know anything about this? Chonji's face turns a little pale. Hesitatingly replies, this is for Ahn Shiyun. What are you doing with the bat? Dae-yoon holds the bat in a baseball batting stance and rushes over. He needs to practice throwing straight balls. On the other side, Shiyun is listening to a mechanical voice in the phone ringing. The subscriber you have called is currently unavailable or out of coverage. He breathes out. The voice continues. Leave a message after the beep, and he does not know that the events are taking place in that room. Chonji falls to the ground, looking at the boy in front of him. Dae-yoon is almost going crazy. He smashes everything in the room. At the most intense moment, a voice rings out again. You went home already. The baseball field becomes deserted. The team commander has restricted the participation of members due to bribery and corruption. In that terrible incident, Wonsak Middle School was completely overturned. Sitting on a swivel chair, a middle-aged man with a beer belly is constantly scolding. I can't even lift my head up because I am too humiliated by what you have done. The man next to him constantly bows. Please forgive me, principal. Please be generous this time. But, regardless of that plea, The coach has been dismissed by the principal. The back of the teenager with the number 8 shirt appears, and for Dae-yoon, who reported this matter, the damage he caused to school property, as well as the act of assault, have been recorded during the investigation. Standing before those changes, everyone becomes worried. He has been sentenced to 1 year of community service for the school, and suspended from participating in competitions for 1 year. The public has learned that the coach used bribery to exchange for the players' achievements. The remaining members have also been banned from competing in matches. The people on the team are talking to each other. It is really crazy now. I know that the commander has banned An Si-yoon from playing baseball. Another person quickly adds, then he is the only one who has to suffer. Both the coach and Nam Junsu are cheap people. Those whispers are like knife wounds, constantly piercing the hearts of the listeners. This time the commander even said himself that Junsu had bought that position. Right, well, his family is rich, and there is also the story that if you know someone there, then the association will be responsible for taking care of you. Some rumors have started to be created around us. Some people with the mindset of outsiders unhesitatingly bring it out to joke about. The commander said that. What else? One person sees Junsu's smug face and steps forward to ask, so, are you saying you are a victim? He puts on an indifferent expression, of course. Junsu interlocks his hands. I am a victim because I spent too much money. I simply gave money to increase the chances of myself getting on the field. Other than that, I do not know anything about the story between the commander and An Si-yoon, and I do not evaluate anything. The person next to him hears this and can't help but admire. Wow, that old commander's really trash. I thought you were a rich guy trying to approach him because you had a purpose. I am tired of the rumors. In a moment that no one notices, Junsu avoids everyone's eyes, his expression a little guilty. You idiots. At the career counseling room, the coach sits on the chair, bowing his head deeply. I am really very ashamed. He looks up at the person in front of him. I have noticed for a long time that his constant changing of pitchers is very strange. If I had paid attention sooner, then I could have prevented this from happening. An Si-yoon smiles awkwardly to let it go. It is okay. It is not your fault, coach. He hears this and puts his thin hands together, thoughtfully thinks, Si-yoon, I will. His voice sounds like he is gasping in despair. I will find a way for you to have a letter of recommendation. Do not worry about that. Before that offer, he hesitates a bit. Inside Si-yoon is constantly struggling. Dae-yoon was disciplined because of me. I am not even sure if he can continue playing baseball. Thinking so, he refuses the coach's offer. It is okay. I will still register as a professional player. However, his mind is calculating about another path. Also, with this degree, can I participate in the entrance exam myself? Si-yoon stands up, politely says goodbye. If you do not see anything else to say, then I will go now, sir. The coach sees this, then calls out loudly, Si-yoon. He follows him, constantly trying to persuade. The only thing I can do for you is to take responsibility for the person who is a victim of the schemes from adults. Si-yoon replies softly, from adults. His voice has a hint of tiredness. The fact that I still have to continue playing even though I know about this is enough to make me confused. He turns around, looking deeply into his eyes, like playing baseball, that is all. The coach does not continue to chase, but still calls, Si-yoon. Something else immediately attracts his attention. Yes, baseball manager, yes. The coach puts the phone close to his ear. A moment later, he asks in surprise, you want Si-yoon's home address? On this side, An Si-yoon is walking alone in the hallway. He has met Nam Junsu. Si-yoon looks at the person who is calmly. Inside must have been a storm. Junsu leans against the vending machine, calmly drinking the milk box in his hand. He quickly walks past him, but Junsu does not bother to control his mouth. Sorry, but I am just a victim, so do not be upset with me. Hearing such words, An Si-yoon immediately turns around, his teeth grinding. His hand grips his shirt tightly. Si-yoon shouts, have I ever done anything to you? The milk box during the scuffle has fallen to the floor. Junsu still is not afraid, looks at him and says calmly, are you deaf? I am also a victim. You believe those rumors, he replies. You think? I do not know. Blue veins pop out all over his forehead, Si-yoon says loudly. I am the guy who had to do that for the past 3 years. But not letting him finish his sentence, he interrupts. Then, Junsu looks at the person going crazy in front of him. That tone is clearly challenging. Just hit me, just this once. He has clearly grasped his weakness. If you dare to touch even one hair on my head, you will definitely be kicked out of the club and be disciplined. Would not you be suspended if you dare to assault me? Si-yoon's hand grips tightly in the air, trembling slightly. He raises his fist high. He clearly understands. If my fist really lands, what will happen? Junsu yells, do it, you dog. In the end, Si-yoon does not really strike. His hand gradually loosens. He turns his face and leaves. Junsu adjusts his tie, saying in a perverted way, go, Dae-yoon dared to strike because of you, and you did not dare to do anything because you were afraid of being disciplined. He glances at him, cursing, you dog. Suddenly, Shinyu speaks up to ask, hey, Nam Junsu, do you like playing baseball like this? He was about to leave, then stops. He glances at Junsu. Whether the rumor is true or false, You will still need money to help increase your career options, instead of using your skills, right? Shi-yoon says to him, playing this kind of baseball must be very fun. As if stepped on his tail, Junsu yells, do not act righteous, I never liked it like that. He is so angry that he raises his neck to argue. His face is also almost distorted. What is with your attitude when trying to act straight? I do not care if you do it for the team or the members. But in the end, you are still a guy who was blinded by the letter of recommendation. So you promised that. Junsu curses, you hypocritical dog. Ignoring his anger, Shi-yoon is still calm. He leaves, leaving behind a sentence with no clear beginning or end. Just live your life like that. A fist aims straight for the vending machine. Junsu almost collapses, having to lean on the vending machine. He grinds his teeth, staring at his leaving back. Junsu thinks to himself, on Shi-yoon. Shi-yoon opens the classroom door, looking inside. Dae-yoon at the same time is also stepping outside. Seeing this, he excitedly steps forward. Dae-yoon, are you going home? But before he can finish speaking, Dae-yoon speaks. Sorry. Ignoring his disappointment, he says, you go ahead, I still have to stay at school doing work. Shi-yoon turns back in surprise. What? He looks at Dae-yoon's leaving back. I have done everything up to here for the love of baseball. Dusk gradually covers the city with soft sunlight. Shi-yoon enters his family's restaurant. He speaks to greet, I am home. His mother sees that he has returned, then replies, oh, you are back. She quickly comes forward to ask, this morning I called the coach. The coach said that he was not careful, so he hindered your progress. Did he say anything else to you? Shi-yoon does not dare to turn back to look at his mother, only replies yes. The coach said that he would help me write a letter of recommendation, but I refused. His mother is surprised. What? Why did you refuse? She keeps persuading. If you go to high school and decide to pursue a career, then about the money issue, your parents will find a way to help you, so do not worry about that. Just play baseball. He interrupts, Mom. He asks his mother, but also questions himself, what about our shop? Shi-yoon tries to comfort, also, you do not need to worry about that. She does not know what to say. Only calls softly, son. He tries to regain his composure. I was too angry. I can't imagine how my parents would feel if they knew the truth. I do not have the courage to say it. Shi-yoon's mother does not fully understand the meaning in her son's words, asks again, what do you mean? His father at this time also comes in. He does not ask anything, only affirms their support. Even if we can't come to see you compete because we are busy with the shop, we will still support you. He turns to look at him, his eyes as if he has seen through Shi-yoon's hesitation. Or, do you want to bear this burden for the family? He avoids his father's gaze, hesitating. I do not know. Shi-yoon's father asks gently, is not that too much for you? He takes the cigarette box on the table. Perhaps because he feels stifled, Shi-yoon's father decides to go outside. He walks past him. Just think about it. He goes out of his shop's door. The lighter in his hand shines, and a small flame appears. He brings the cigarette on his mouth closer. Shi-yoon's father leans against the glass door, silently looking down at the ground under his feet. Suddenly, someone comes forward. Excuse me. The man wearing a vest asks, is this the house of student An Shi-yoon? Shi-yoon's father is a bit bewildered. Yes. Did our son do anything? Ma Pong-kang smiles and greets. Hello, I am from Mir High. My name is Ma Pong-kang. More than 15 seasons with 171 wins in the Korean Professional Baseball League, ERA321, with 22,394 strikeouts in 2,236 matches. The ruler of an era, the best ace, when he was in his prime. Winning pitcher Ma Pong-kang? Shi-yoon opens his mouth wide, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, the ace of the professional team. Shi-yoon's mother amiably brings out a cup of coffee. Would you like some coffee? His surprise can't be hidden. Is he in his shop? On the contrary, Ma Pong-kang is very natural, thank you. Shi-yoon's father rests his hand on the table, speaking, oh, so you are the coach for the baseball team at high school. You came here to meet our son. He takes a sip of coffee while answering, ah, yes, that is right. His father is calm, speaking seriously. If you did not come here for a meal but to talk, then what is it? Ma Pong-kang holds the cup of coffee in his hand, frankly praising, I was impressed by Shi-yoon's pitching ability in the tournament last week, so I will get straight to the point. He does not hesitate to make an offer. We are from Mir High, and the school highly values your son's potential, so today I came here to recruit him. Shi-yoon asks in surprise, really? His mother is also very happy. Shi-yoon. Ma Pong-kang explains in more detail. Specifically, there will be an entrance exam. The coach needs to specifically check the player's skills. Maybe this week they will do a summary test with the physical education students. Shi-yoon's mother excitedly hugs her son. Oh my god, Ma Pong-kang himself came here to recruit you. His father turns to ask, Shi-yoon, what do you think? Shi-yoon grabs his mother's arm, saying softly, thank you for telling me, I will think about it. His mother is slightly surprised. Shi-yoon. She asks loudly, why are you acting like that? Are you really giving up baseball? Ma Pong-kang also did not expect this result. What? This is not the reaction I thought it would be. He looks at the young man hesitating in front of him. What is wrong with this kid? It seems like for some reason, he has lost all motivation. The mother beside him also keeps persuading. Son, this is a good opportunity. He thinks Shiyun is worried about his club, then speaks up to explain, Shiyun, although my school's baseball club has not been established for long, but thanks to the positive support base, the facilities and strengths here are quite good. Not letting him finish speaking, he interrupts, it is not like that. Shiyun bows his head. Recently I have been a bit doubtful about playing baseball. His tone is full of worries and hesitation. I am a bit worried about my career. Mapungkang looks at him, smiling. Really, if my intuition is right, then you seem very interested in baseball. He asks gently, what is holding you back? Shiyun stares at his hand. I wonder if that is really baseball. He slowly opens his heart, as if hoping to find someone who really understands his thoughts. I feel that it won't be simple if I play baseball because I like it. I think that these painful experiences will continue to come to me, and the people around me. He looks like a person full of fear, and does not dare to step forward because of his own fear. Then suddenly, I am afraid that I won't like baseball like I used to. I am feeling hesitant. Shiyun's mother silently listens to her son's confidences, worry clearly on her face. His father also turns his face away. Mapungkang looks at the person in front of him, silently calculating in his heart, even if he has a good physique, it is also very difficult to throw the ball like that. According to what I found out, this kid's junior high record is not very good. I do not know the specific reason, but it seems like this is related to the newly dismissed coach. He looks at the people avoiding in front of him, decisively. There is something wrong here. Shiyun's father speaks up to ask, what do you think, coach? He interlocks his hands, questioning, Mapungkang, you came here yourself personally? So that proves that this kid is talented, right? So he can become a professional player. Mapungkang replies seriously, to be honest, in sports, the issue of expenses as well as innate talent plays a very big role. Would you dare to take a risk with a child like this? In other words, is it worth investing in? He glares, that is a very arrogant statement. But I do not think we are teaching children like pets. Shiyun's father still maintains his usual calm. I am just giving an example. Mapungkang sighs, sir, have you gone to see any of Shiyun's matches? His father replies indifferently, as if it is not a big deal. I used to see a few times, but recently I have not because I am too busy. Mapung takes a sip of coffee, continuing, to be honest. He remembers his old students. There are many students out there who are better than Shiyun. He has searched and met many. I have met many players that I can recruit. However, they are not ordinary people. Around them are monsters called geniuses. Having said that, he puts down the coffee cup, but I am the first person to come to meet you. Mapungkang asks him, do you know why? Seeing that Shiyun can't answer, he explains, even when they are in crisis, they are willing to put in all their strength. Mapungkang remembers his excited eyes when he was playing baseball. When I saw Shiyun throwing the ball that day, more than anyone, he was the only one enjoying baseball on the field. He affirms, there will be no gemstone more brilliant than that kid at that time. Mapung remembers himself when he caught his eye. Even a middle-aged man like me had a heart beating fast. At that time, he was like an old gold digger finding a precious gold, standing there blankly, when he saw someone who could throw the ball so excitedly. Mapungkang promises, we can show the audience in the future, with a pitcher like that. He smiles, his eyes shining with hope. I hope that he can play baseball for a long time. That is my wish. But standing before that excitement, Shiyun is still just sitting there like a statue. Seeing this, Mapungkang speaks up to call, Shiyun. He answers startled, yes. He crosses his arms, asking him, have you ever heard the phrase, winning shot, before? Shiyun is also familiar with that term. Do you mean predicting? He nods. That is right, you seem to know it well. Mapungkang remembers the match that day, the ball you threw at the end of that day. They could not catch it, and led to a situation of not being eliminated. However, he repeats, the ball made the batter out. Mapungkang's words are not speculation but affirmation. If you had led that hit, then it could have become third strike. He is excited, laughing loudly, to reveal his full teeth. If your winning shot had led to a strikeout. Mapungkang asks Shiyun, but those words are like awakening him, then would not just thinking about it be very exciting? In his eyes it seems like that light that had just gone out is suddenly lit up again, once again when you step on that mound. The smile when you hold the ball in your hand. Do not. You want to feel that excitement yourself again. Mapungkang stands up, rummaging in his vest for contact information. If you need time, then you do not have to answer right away. I will leave my business card here, so feel free to contact me at any time. He steps outside, looking at the sunset before him. Thank you for the coffee, I am leaving. His parents also follow. Ah yes, please be careful on your way back. The sunlight shines out from behind the door, shining straight on the three people, standing in silence in the shop. Shiyun calls softly, Mom, Dad. He is like a prisoner, confessing his crime. What happened at school is the coach's fault. In the end, my greed may have made things worse. Shiyun's mother can't bear to see her son having such negative thoughts, then interrupts, "What are you talking about?" But he still continues, "This is a complicated matter, so I can't tell you anymore." He is a bit hesitant. "Friends were hurt because of me. I tried to run away from that responsibility." Having said that, Shiyun turns around, the sunlight shines on his face. "Yet, I still want to continue playing baseball." In his voice, people can see a new hope being lit. "I want to attend Mir High. His mother is happy, Shiyun." Shiyun's father coughs softly. "Customers are coming soon. Let us go prepare, wife." His mother sees this, then smiles. You do not have anything to say to your beloved son." Shiyun's father hesitates for a moment before speaking. "If your school has a leader like that," he gives advice. "Then I think you should go." Shiyun replies happily, "Dad?" Then suddenly, as if remembering something, Shiyun sounds. He quickly grabs his jacket, then runs quickly out the door, not forgetting to tell his mother, "Mom, I need to do this. I am going to my friend's house." Shiyun's mother puts her hands on her hips. "At this hour?" He does not answer, only promises, "I will be back soon." His mother sees this, then sighs. That kid did not even eat dinner. Suddenly remembering, she turns back to look at her husband. "But hey, now you are fully supporting your son." Shiyun's father replies hesitatingly, "Well, just..." He looks at the phone screen in his hand. Shiyun is still young. If we leave it too long, then he won't have a chance. His mother still does not understand. Asks again, "What?" In Shiyun's father's voice there is a hint of nostalgia. Reminiscing over the past few years, he realizes. He looks at the phone, showing an image of Shiyun when he was a child. Next to his Shiyun's father, we only have a short youth, right? On this side, Shiyun is running non-stop on the concrete road, to experience life, to hone his talents. He keeps running, as if he does not know fatigue, does not need to know what his passion is. On Shiyun's face, the long, unseen smile has returned. We can all have the opportunity to try the things we like. Tae-yun is striding alone under the dim yellow light. He remembers just a few minutes ago, when he received Shiyun's call. "Yes, sir, Tae-yun. Can you come to the playground in front of the house for a bit?" He is sitting on a bench in the park, falling into contemplation. "I have something to say." Shiyun rests his chin on his hand, looking very serious. "I have caused big trouble. It is about athlete Mapung Kang. But in fact the problem is only, I forgot to ask for an autograph." Tae-yun speaks up to call on Shiyun. "I am here." Suddenly, he yells, "I still have a chance to meet him. Next time I will definitely ask for an autograph." He sees him like this, then retreats unconsciously. "Wow, you are scaring me. What are you talking about, you old fart?" He puts his hands in his pockets. "Oh, it is Tae-yun. I am a bit shocked. You called me here just to hear you shout like this." Shiyun sees this, then explains, "It is not like that." He does not speak hastily, but asks, "How is your injury?" Tae-yun touches his side. "Well, it is also..." He looks at Shiyun again. "So what is the matter at this hour? Have you eaten anything?" He rests his hands and answers, "Not yet. I rushed here because I thought there was something to say." Tae-yun does not beat around the bush, asks directly, "So what is it?" After a few seconds of silence, Shiyun finally takes enough courage. "I am sorry." He is surprised. "Why are you suddenly saying that here?" He avoids that gaze, looking down at his shoes. "It is also very difficult for me to express, when I always see you seem to be avoiding me these days. I also want to tell you that..." Tae-yun's tone is a bit uncomfortable. "What? What are you apologizing for?" Shiyun immediately replies, "For everything. You had to be disciplined because of me." He looks like he is avoiding the truth. "To be honest, from the beginning I did not resist. All because of the promise of the letter of recommendation." Tae-yun hears this, then also turns his face away. "Even though he is my friend, but he is too complacent." He speaks the truth, like a punch straight in Shiyun's face. "That is why you were taken advantage of." He does not argue, only stammers, "Sorry." Tae-yun angrily ruffles his hair. "Damn it. You say sorry too much." He almost yells, "What are you apologizing for?" Shiyun is surprised. Tae-yun turns his back. "Do you know when you need to apologize?" He looks down at the ground, frankly saying his thoughts. "What makes me most annoyed is being disciplined, and Nam Junsu's, and the coach's corruption scheme. I did not expect you to throw the ball like that, just for a letter recommendation." Looking from behind, his back is a bit lonely. "If you had such a wish, then you should have told me. We would have found a way together." Tae-yun keeps questioning Shiyun. "Why? Do you think I would abandon you? No way." He closes his eyes, saying loudly, "Because I am your friend." After expressing everything, Tae-yun turns back to look at his friend. "I thought that I was a terrible friend when friends could not even rely on. This is what makes me most uncomfortable." He comes closer to Shiyun, but he is still silent. Tae-yun continues to ruffle his shaggy hair. "Ha! I have blurted out all my thoughts. I really feel quite relieved." He looks at the person in front of him, asking his next plan. "So what are you planning to do now? You also rejected the coach's letter of recommendation." Shiyun avoids his gaze. "Actually, today I was recruited by Mir High." Tae-yun is surprised. "What?" He calmly recounts. "The coach there directly came to meet me, and he is Mapung Kang." Tae-yun asks more. "Are you planning to go there to study? No wonder you mentioned the autograph just now." This time, he decides to tell the truth about his thoughts. Not sure yet. I still have to do some tests. After all, I still really want to continue playing baseball. Shi-yoon bows his head, seeming to be extremely disappointed with himself. Just like you said, I was too complacent, even a bit selfish. That makes me feel even more guilty. Dae-yoon also falls into contemplation for a moment. He sits down on the chair right next to him, move over a bit. Shi-yoon hears this, then obediently does, as he says okay. Dae-yoon looks elsewhere, then turns to look at him, and Shi-yoon from just now has only been staring at the ground. He closes his eyes. Dae-yoon speaks, silently removing the knots in his heart. If in the official match just now, you did not perform the two-seam just for a letter of recommendation, then in the end, you would feel even more disappointed, yet in the match just now you also threw that two-seam. He asks, but maybe he already has the answer for himself, so listen to me. You rejected the letter of recommendation because you believed me, right? Dae-yoon comfortably rests his hand behind him, coming closer to Shi-yoon. You should give me a chance. Go to Mir High to study. He mentions the people who have appeared in his life, the people who have succumbed to evil and corruption, or the excellent students arrogant before the ordinary because of their ability. Dae-yoon's tone is urging, but also comforting. Conquer baseball when you go to high school. Finally, he points directly at Shi-yoon, and become a professional. He is stunned. What? Dae-yoon tells him about his life. I think it will be quite difficult to get into a good baseball club, because I have been suspended from the industry for a year. He affirms, surely, I will not give up baseball like this. Instead, I will go to a school with a baseball club. I will find a way myself. Dae-yoon looks at Shi-yoon and smiles, so you have to be like that too. Perhaps because he is surprised, he does not know what to say. Dae-yoon stands up, comfortably stretching, following what you like, and heading towards the dream for so long. He invites, now then, we have discussed the future plan. You said you have not eaten anything. Let us go find something to eat. Sometimes reality is very cruel. Dae-yoon looks at the person who is still silent, teasing, are you crying? Do you really feel remorse? On Shi-yoon he immediately denies, no way. He reaches out his hand, there are people around me. Dae-yoon looks at him, smiling kindly, thank you. The two shake hands, their fingers gripping tightly. Thank you for trusting me, and throwing that two-seam ball. Some of them will always wholeheartedly support how strong they are. Shi-yoon uses his other hand to wipe away the tears that are falling, and how much they are the motivation for me to move forward. This time I have realized. Dae-yoon looks at him and says, if one day you become a professional, then remember to give me the honor of catching that ball again. Shi-yoon laughs like a fool, affirming, I remember, I promise, I feel so happy. The next morning, Shi-yoon grips his shirt tightly, crystal ball. He looks at the phone screen, starting to calculate. The pitch of a pitcher made the batter out. You said that the powerful third strike was a winning shot. Shi-yoon runs faster forward, if that is the case. He looks up, telling himself, then this will be my third opportunity, all right? Shi-yoon is excited, can't help but speak, let us go, I will dedicate everything. In an instant, he stops, uttering in surprise, wow. The people around turn back to look at him. Shi-yoon scratches his face shyly. There are so many people, as expected. I am not the only one who came here. A voice rings out, what again? A young man comes over, puts his hand on his shoulder. I have never seen you before. Nice to meet you. Are you new? Shi-yoon wonders, who is this guy? Another person also comes over, eyes shining with stars. The other person sees this, and quickly runs up to pull him away. Hey, stop it. Are you going to cause trouble before the test? Hey, how long does it take you to run 100 meters? Na Dong-jae stands with his hands on his hips, his expression a bit angry. We had to go through countless difficulties, even have to do a physical test. But there are a total of 3 faces I have never seen before when being recruited. I even asked, I do not even like school, because they have nothing special. Shi-yoon immediately grasps the information in his sentence. Those 2 people were also recruited. Someone else speaks. Do not ask random questions. A hand puts on his shoulder from behind. Why do you want to ask them when they are already exhausted? Hyun Kang-in appears. You have defeated everyone and done your best. The 2 look at each other, falling into silence for a moment. Kang-in speaks up to ask, you look very familiar. Have we ever met? Shi-yoon immediately replies, no, you startled me. What is in there? He looks at Dong-jae, dissing. Anyway, I do not know how the test will go, so I do not have time to care about people like you. Dong-jae angrily questions, trying to start something so mean. Kang-in does not care about Dong-jae, but looks behind him. Do not you see? Catching sight of a familiar person, Shi-yoon's eyes can't help but widen. Kang-in looks at the person behind, asking him, Lone General. In the hallway, a group of people walk together. Ma Peng-kang walks in front, turning back to say to everyone had a lot of difficulty getting in here. Our baseball field is still under construction, so we had to rent this field temporarily for a while. This is a test, so everyone go warm up a bit. His voice is gentle. I will explain the testing method later. The person in front of Shi-yoon says quietly, Sokon, is this real? They follow the figure of the boy wearing a red shirt. Is that Hyun Kang-in from Haegok Junior High? He is not only famous in Gyeonggi province but the whole country knows him, right? Of course, there is more than one talent. Besides the people who were recruited, I also saw a few other outstanding individuals. The school's main baseball field was just opened. Suddenly, they lower their voices. The most questionable thing is, the two glance at Tae-o, that Baek, Tae-o, from Baek Junior High, who just won the runner-up position in the national junior high school competition, is here. They admire, Mir High is really something. Shiyun follows the eyes of the two people. This is what I am also wondering. He remembers his old match. The two of us used to play on the same field, but I did not expect to meet again, so soon. I mean, why would someone who is studying at a prestigious school ignore that ambition and come here? He secretly blames himself. Do not tell me he does not remember me. On this side, Tae-o also turns to look at Shiyun. A group of people have been waiting in front. Oh, Seong-do carries the bat on his shoulder, smiling happily. They are here. Mir High's base coach, Myang Gyunchul defense, stands up. Everyone is finished warming up, right? Jae-young turns around, revealing a hole in his pants. Sorry, but the school uniform you lent me has a tear. He laughs loudly. Bad luck before the match today. We should be thanking you for lending you the clothes. Gyungchul points. You there, go move the bats with the coach behind you. Junwoo replies politely. Yes, sir. He catches the bat in the coach's hand. Are we checking batting today? This wooden bat. Mir High's practice coach, Byun Ji-hoon batting, does not answer but asks back, do you have any complaints? He quickly speaks, no sir. Gyungchul looks towards the middle-aged man. Commander, I think the kids have rested enough. Let us start. He speaks, okay? That is Mir High's commander Choi Wonku. He crosses his arms, just starts slowly. Wonko stands in the middle, saying loudly, thank you everyone for gathering here to apply to our school. We will start explaining the testing process. A hand is raised. Dongjae asks timidly, it seems like there are people here who did not participate in the physical test just now. I just want to ask. His question is probably the fear of many people. Will anyone be dropped from this test? Wonku replies. That is right. He seriously announces, as the recruitment announcement said, there are 13 candidates with special talents who were selected, and 3 more were added. In total, we have 16 promising first-year students. Some are nervous, and some smile confidently. All of you may or may not be accepted into the school. He shouts loudly, starting from now, we will divide into 2 teams, we will play a 5-inning match, everyone is surprised, with everyone here, no way. Contrary to the new people, the old students seem very excited, the remaining members to fill the positions. They step forward, looking majestic, will be students from our school. The new students seem overwhelmed by this amount of information, students of the school. Kangin is calm, oh it is Senior Baek. The players return to their team positions. Team A, the return to the team, as well as the batting order, are only temporary, and they will be arranged according to this drawing. Each will also be placed in their own position. The commander announces loudly Team B, the match will take place without a fixed hitter. The players and positions will be changed depending on the decision of the coaching staff in the middle of the match. Baek Ho looks at Kang Yin's figure, surprised, huh? He calls out the name in his head, Hyun Kangin. Minyo, in the back calls, Baeko, hurry, let us go. When Tae-o walks past Mapong Kang, he calls his name, Student Baek, Tae-o. Mapong turns back, smiling, the commander has high expectations for you, good luck. Tae-o does not pay attention to his words, steps forward to ask a young man, hey, pitcher A, is he a good person? He looks at the person in front of him, what kind of ball do you usually pitch? Taeo's eyes harden, these recruited people. He affirms to himself, I will prove that they are all wrong. Start. First match, Team A attacks in the first inning. Jung-woo adjusts his hat. Please take care of me, he wonders. Is the commander the umpire too? Tae-o secretly hopes. I hope he. Shuyan starts to pitch. Will not ignore me. The ball rushes straight to Taeo's glove. The commander shouts loudly, strike. It is very strange for a rookie to compete without separate guidance from the bench. Jung-woo silently observes. In a situation where I have to actively think in a match like this will show me how strong everyone's abilities are, but also how well they harmonize. I have seen it once. Should I wait until it changes? The ball rushes again. The ball is caught by Tae-o. Again, ball. Jung-woo glances at the ball. Right, it is really a monotonous, formulaic hit one more time. This time he hit the ball. Should I take a risk? Someone shouts loudly, out, in front of the center fielder. Jung-woo exerts himself to run. This is a wooden bat, so the impact force is not transmitted properly. The ball rushes swiftly in the air, but at least it has been caught perfectly. The people standing outside watching also have to exclaim in surprise, batter out, crazy, really crazy. From that far, the ball is thrown high, whoosh. Mir High's center fielder team, B1 Minyo, smiles. I am not the best, but I play until the end, so please just throw the ball with all your strength. Shi-yoon follows, secretly admiring. The defense is great. Another ball is passed. The commander's voice is loud. Strike, batter 2 out. The guy with the bat curses inwardly. Damn, what a shame. Tae-o pulls his hat off. Okay, the ball is terrible, but at least it is worth signaling. He glances. If we do this. Sung-do slams the bat into his hand. Won Minyo, are you serious? Mir High shortstop Kwon Seong-do laughs loudly. Just prepare yourself. I will crush that ball for you to see. He secretly calculates in his heart. The batter on that side is a student of the school. Being careful is never too much. A hit is made. Let us change the style. The announcement rings out. Swing out, strike. Seong-do seems extremely excited. That is what you call hitting. It would be great if we won. Tae-o thinks, what kind of crazy batting is this? His forehead has started to sweat. Let us try again. Shuyan starts to pitch. Seong-do says softly too. He swings his bat. This is bad. Dong-jae in front does not have time to react. Oh. The ball grazes his face playfully. It bounces far away. He follows the path of the ball. What? Tae-o also suddenly freezes. What is this? Kang, in the rest area follows. Huh? They wonder, what kind of ghostly batting speed is that? Seong-do worriedly runs over. Hey newbie, are you okay? The commander shouts loudly. Shortstop, strike, safe. He waves his hand. Does it hurt? Sorry, what you hit was like a shot, crazy. Dong-jae grinds his teeth. I was very confident about my defensive ability. Is this the difference between us and high school students? He looks towards him. Damn, is that pitcher okay with that crazy catcher? Tae-o points his thumb to a corner. They will select students, so the optimal plan is to win this match. Shuyan looks at his signal. Is not he too calm? He calmly orders, quickly review the defensive posture. Do not panic, calmly think about the next step. This seems to be just a familiar situation. Tae-o glances. Who will the next batter be? He predicts, a tall and stocky hitter will need to be very careful when swinging the bat. His finger points straight to the ground. I give up on the runner. Let us start with a straight ball. Shuyan looks at his signal again, surprised. He asks himself, because he is a pitcher. Tae-o is angry. His anger seems to be able to burn everyone around. Do not piss me off. Ma Peng-kang has always been following the match. This will be fun. The commander is still watching. He wonders, what kind of game are you planning to play, kid? Tae-o remembers the previous match, about where the problem lies. I thought I had led well, but why? He at that time always asked himself, angry about losing. I could not win. His teammate indifferently walks past. Sheesh, you are too stubborn. Tae-o speaks up to call, hey. He almost yells, why are you suddenly angry? Is this the time to complain? He looks at him, acting innocently. I only pitched as you wanted. You brought it on yourself. Now you want to share the responsibility. His words are like stabbing. Tae-o, he really is a psychopath. Having said that, that student leaves. Also, I feel more relieved when I do not have to pair up with you. In junior high, I almost suffocated from being dragged around the school. Each word is replayed. Is it fun? With that kind of baseball played alone. Tae-o suddenly becomes angry. What did he say? When playing baseball, there is no need to have fun when competing is the most important thing. His rough fingers grip the brim of his hat tightly. Who plays baseball alone? Lead the team to victory? Do not misunderstand my efforts like that. Ignoring everyone around, he shouts, final of the National Youth Baseball Tournament, U15, final score, 4-3. Tears silently fall on his face. Kwang Baek Middle School has lost. At Tae-o school, he turns around, asking, is it now? Another student nods. Yes, bro, he replies politely. I understand. Thank you. His group of friends ask with an unfriendly attitude, what is it? Is it Baek? Tae-o again, yeah, so what? They follow his lonely back. I am just jealous. How old is he? Those whispers follow Tae-o all the way to the counseling room. That is right. But why were you staring at him so intently? Ma Peng-kang inside turns back, raising his hand to greet. It is nice to meet you, Baek. Tae-o. Tae-o, of course, knows the character in front of him, athlete Ma Peng-kang. The teacher also introduces, this is Mir High's coach. He came here today to recruit you. He thinks Mir High is not this a new school. He does not beat around the bush. Let us get to the point. Our school needs talented people like you, however. Tae-o refuses bluntly. I am sorry, sir, huh? He says calmly, I am very grateful for the invitation, but I want to be on a team that can win the championship. The teacher sees this, then advises, Tae-o, just refusing is enough. It is okay. No need to be so polite. Ma Peng-kang is not annoyed at all by his words. According to what you said, you have also been invited by countless strong teams many times to aim for the championship. He asks, why did not you choose them? He bows, not answering about that. But Ma Peng-kang already has the answer for himself. Is it that other schools set conditions? His eyes seem to be able to see everything clearly. That expression of yours, so the rumors surrounding the recruitment are true. Each word is stripping the truth under Taeo's cover. Compared to his outstanding skills and good defense, his communication skills as a catcher are very poor. It is not a question, but an affirmation. In order to make the most of those skills, those schools that contacted you, recruited you for positions other than catcher, right? Ma Pung Kang reaches out his hand. Try coming and seeing how the test is. I guarantee you that his words are full of promise. If you can prove your strength, we will definitely train you to become the best high school catcher. Taeo's eyes waver, who said I would easily admit it. He says to himself, I am here to prove that your assumptions are all wrong. His whole hand points to the ground. If you are worried about my straight ball, then just leave it to me. Seung-do smirks. He rushes very quickly. Runner base 1, start. The ball in Soo-yeon's hand is also thrown. It has been caught. Tae-o continues to pitch. The ball flies past the person trying to run. Dong-jae grabs the ball. He also runs to the place, almost at the same time. The umpire raises both hands. Safe? Seung-do smiles excitedly. Crazy. Is not that guy still in junior high? If the set position was a little faster, he would be done for. The commander looks at the young man in front of him. The pop time is okay. Teask. Tae-o glances, not counting the issue of pride. He is doing pretty well. Soo-yeon is also looking back at him. This is a battle between me and the others. Another ball is caught. Tae-o carefully looks at the person in front. The commander's voice is loud. Ball, he wonders, is he going to make things more difficult? The commander also calculates secretly. He switched from ball to framing, however. Even a good movement when practicing is enough to strike. Another ball has been passed. The announcement echoes throughout the baseball field. Batter out. Switch positions. Another ball has been passed. Seung-do takes off his hat. Ha ha, that batter is also something. Kang In puts his hands on his hips. There is only you at base, so it's not difficult for the team to attack. Tae. Oh, with a dark face calls, hey, Soo-yeon in the back replies, what? He turns back, his eyes looking like he is glaring. Have you heard clearly? Seen clearly enough? Next time listen to my instructions. His voice is a bit cold. I know very well that we are just lucky to be stopped before they score more points. He bows his head, not saying anything. The others also quickly go on the field. Well, the signal is the same as before. We have to make up for the shortcomings. I want to hit the ball so much. Yes, sir. Shiyun looks extremely excited. This will be fun. From now on, this will be a new page in my life. Mir High, catching Team A. Cheon Ho-chan is starting to put on protective gear. He turns to ask, you only throw straight balls? Shiyun is a bit shy, scratching his face lightly. Yes, well then there won't be a change ball. Ha, the other person replies comfortably. Yeah, there won't be. He puts on protective gear on his legs. Comforting, just throw with all your speed, with all your ability. That is the catcher's job. Cheon Ho-chan looks at him and smiles, his expression trusting. When I asked Coach Ma, he said that your two-seam is great, asking like, this is just to confirm your skills. He affirms once again, all you do not need to do is try your best, understand? Shiyun hears this then, is somewhat relieved. Yes sir, thank heavens, I think I will have a good relationship with this person. The umpire's voice rings out again. Number 3 out, switch rolls. The ball rolls loosely on the grass. Baek, Tae-o, and the others admire the scene in front of them. They ask each other, hey, what just happened? Tae-o thinks in his heart, I get to see this scene again. It really is a brutal move. Minyo carries the bat on his shoulder, bowing to ask, are you okay, Ho-chan? He replies, yeah, I am okay. Minyo reaches out his hand to support him. I was a bit shocked. Keeping it in is normal. Ho-chan also grabs him to stand up. Yeah, we both seem to have been strengthened. Minyo glances towards Shiyun. If you are a genius batter or a strange catcher, then it does not matter. In the distance, he just finished his pitch, his whole body still maintaining the old posture, the person we need to pay the most attention to. Minno's voice sounds a bit serious. It has to be him. Shiyun looks at the people on the opposite side, wondering, did I use too much force? Why did not he catch it? He looks at the ball in his hand again. What is the point of doing this? Should I throw it with less force? But in an instant, Shiyun remembers the meeting between him and Daeun. I promised you. He sighs inwardly. What kind of random thoughts am I having again? Shiyun gets into position, taking momentum to prepare to pitch. I will throw it with all my strength. I am here. The ball in his hand rushes like wind to reach the peak. Shiyun is stunned, looking at the ball flying away. The ball once again lies silently in the glove. The umpire is a bit thoughtful. 2 balls. Shiyun excitedly looks towards the front. The two-seam ball that Daeun has worked so hard to practice all this time. He seems extremely excited. Being caught in just 2 pitches, Seung-do takes off his hat and looks closely, saying excitedly, what is up with our pitcher? He is pretty good. Do not have random thoughts. Focus on pitching. In the distance, someone speaks up to call. Kang In excitedly speaks up. What is this? I have been looking forward to the day I would meet you again. From Haegak Junior High team of fielder, Hyun Kang-in. He looks at Seung-do, excitedly continuing. But I did not expect us to be so close. Kang-in invites, pitch your ball for me to play with later. Seung-do looks towards him, dissing, geez, he really is a weird guy. Jae-young leans forward, wow, that recruited kid is really something. On the contrary, Dong-jae seems displeased. What is wrong with him? Tae-o also carefully observes the match. His eyes harden. Being able to hit it is also a problem. But from the catcher's perspective, it is not that difficult. He imagines the scene from just now. We can think that this is simply a very strong straight ball. However, when it reaches home base, it suddenly bends, it twists on its own, as if it has life. Tae-o sits on the chair, his eyes thoughtful, looking towards the baseball field. Even if we gradually become familiar with the ball's trajectory through frequent practice, the reflexes must also be quick to keep up with the ball's speed. He looks at Ho-chan's back, that guy under the catcher mask. At this time, Ho-chan is breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, caught that ball. He secretly thanks in his heart. In some cases, this ball will be worth much more than a pitcher who only knows how to throw a straight ball. I should thank the people at the new school. After a while, Ho-chan returns to his old position. Anyway, if there is anything strange about that ball, I do not understand this part very well. Minyo glances towards the ball, thinking. Shi-yoon gets into position. Throw the ball. The ball rushes in the air, forming a long streak. The commander in the back speaks up. 3 balls. The two of them look at each other. No way. Oh-chan points down to the ground. Should I check a bit? Shi-yoon looks at his hand signal, surprised. He grips the ball tightly in his hand. His movements are being followed closely. Minyo follows the path of the ball. Error. He leans towards the ball. The ball touches the bat, being knocked far away. The umpire's voice rings out again. Foul. Minyo is secretly happy. Heavens, I was able to hit it. I thought about the trajectory of the ball first. Ho-chan is also happy. His pitching posture has changed significantly. It feels like he deliberately puts the ball in the middle because he can't control it. He looks towards Shi-yoon, wiping sweat. His face can't hide his happiness. Maybe that is it. Or maybe his posture is just bad. Being new means there is no pressure. In the distance, Mapungkang is also following the match. Yet Shin-yu does not know, cheering happily. So much fun. He rests his chin, evaluating the person in front of him. The kid can throw a strike, but the 4-seam is too weak. The 2-seam has a wide trajectory, but he can't control it. Mapungkang remembers his pitching posture. When I first met Shi-yoon, his appearance seemed funny. But the more I looked, the stranger it became. Both the 2-seam and 4-seam are a type of straight ball. Normally when delivering the ball there won't be any change in the pitching posture, so why is it like that? Baek pushes Taeo's shoulder, asking, walk on the base. What is, with all the racket? He looks towards Shi-yoon. It is that guy again. Baek still does not know anything. Constantly evaluating. He can't strike. Train your muscles more, kid. Tae-o can't help but TSK. The ball Shi-yoon just threw once again lies silently in Ho-chan's glove. The commander in the back shouts loudly, strike. Ho-chan also can't predict Shi-yoon's next move. If he wants to create value with a 4-seam. Wonbin's eyes widen. The ball Shi-yoon threw is still not hit. The umpire's voice is loud. Ball. Wonbin adjusts his hat. It is really fun to watch from home base. On the side, runner base 1, base 2 have been occupied. The people there excitedly discuss with each other. What do you think of that ball? It is crazy. If that kid can make a strike, then he will be a formidable opponent. The commander also looks at him carefully. On Shi-yoon, it is a pity that the coaches are interfering in this match, but the ball this time has been blocked. The commander is certain. I am sure you will become a good player if you get better. The loud shout rings out. Bunt hit. Someone quickly points. Throw towards base 1. On that side, another person also quickly runs towards the base. Batter out. The viewers do not spare words of praise. The bunt succeeded in eliminating one person, but at base 3 there is a runner already. Nice bunt. Shi-yoon is a bit tense. I take a deep breath, and then Dong-jae steps out. I will be the one to hit that weird ball. He grinds his teeth, his attitude contemptuous. Tae-o also steps out. Baek starts to put on his hat. Numbers 3, 4, and 5 of Team B are concentrated in the middle row. Seung-do punches his glove. Let us show them how we defend. He stretches, shouting to Shi-yoon, who is on the side. Let me back you up, he replies tensely. Yes, sir. According to the match diagram, one person has been out. The runner is at base 3. Minyo comfortably asks Shi-yoon, what school are you from, kid? Dong-jae is uncomfortable, cursing inwardly. Damn it. He grips the bat tightly in his hand. From the beginning, that shortstop has been too noisy. However, he is also very clear about his current situation. But I am pushing myself to death. I do not know what kind of ball is about to be thrown. Dong-jae secretly hopes. Do not throw like before. A pitch is thrown. Dong-jae follows the direction of the ball, cursing, dog. Ho-chan looks up towards the front. His 2-seam is gradually weakening. If he wants to strike, then it is still completely possible. Shi-yoon is leaning forward, preparing to get into position. but if he intends to throw a four-seam to strike, then it will be easy to get hit. Finally, he realizes he is believing in. The ball is thrown, the defensive line in the back. Dongjae's bat has hit the ball. The ball flies straight towards the defense. Shion looks back in surprise. The ball yet is lying still in Seung-do's hat. He picks up the ball in his hand, puts the hat on his head. Nice hit. Dongjae is helpless, damn you. The commander speaks up. Batter out. 2 people out. Following him leaving, Baek speaks up to ask, "What is wrong with your face, kid, eh?" Ho-chan follows the person who is stepping in. Number 4 is him. Shion blows on his hand. Whoosh! His eyes stop on the person opposite. Finally, I meet you again. Baek Middle School. Catcher Team B. Baek Tae-o, 16 years old. The commander is also following Tae-o. He has proven his defensive ability, so what about his batting skills? Tae-o raises the bat forward. Shion also gets into a pitching stance. Above the stands, the girl casually yawns deeply. I intended to come early, but I overslept. Choi-ji looks towards the baseball field. Thankfully, they are still fighting. Suddenly, her eyes stop. Her tone is a bit surprised. He is personally standing out as the umpire. Ji takes out her phone, looking very excited. All right, then, let us get the machine rolling. The ball is settled in Ho-chan's glove. The commander speaks. Strike for the second time. Ho-chan glances at Tae. Oh, what? He has already thrown 2 balls? Tae-o silently observes the ball in Ho-chan's hand. Why is not he reacting? He bows his head, his face becoming dark in an instant, even when having to hear the shocking news at that time. Tae-o raises the bat forward, beckoning his hand. You still sometimes throw that right ball, right? One more time. Kang-in happily looks at the 2 of them. Wow, taunting. I can see the 2 of you clearly. Seung-do also sees that signal, extremely excited. What is this? Jun-woo looks at his arrogant appearance. He is confident he will hit it. Shin-yu adjusts his hat. About the ball he wants me to throw, I know. He strides, starting to get into his posture, wanting to rematch with my 2-seam. Ho-chan is also looking at Shion, calling in his heart he has an advantage in terms of score, so use the 2-seam. He swings his hand, anyway. The ball rushes swiftly in the air. That is what I am thinking too. The ball collides strongly with the bat in Tae-o's hand. Ho-chan follows the ball. Foul. The ball is ruined. Could it be that the weak point is the pioneering vision? Shion swings the ball in his hand strongly. I will continue. Tae-o's bat has hit the ball. Foul. Shion throws another ball. Ho-chan is clearly not keeping up with the pace. Wait a minute. Foul. The ball flies and continues to be hit. Foul. Ho-chan glances at Shion. His vision is not the problem. He is gradually reducing the ball's movement. He looks at his figure. The time was just a coincidence. How can he persist like that? The ball rushes straight and is caught by Ho-chan. The commander in the back shouts loudly. Ball, sweat is flowing down Tae-o's face. He sighs. Phew. Ji-young in the back speaks up indignantly. Another foul. How evil can he be? It is the 8th ball. Dongjae is also watching the match intently. It seems like he is having difficulty throwing the 2-seam. The ball continues to be missed by Tae. Oh, and that catcher too. Could it be that his batting skills are great? The commander announces, ball. He secretly thinks, I have a feeling this is a bad omen. He looks at Tae. Standing proudly on the baseball field. He is deliberately hitting the 2-seam that is gradually falling lower. He raises the bat high. Not one day has passed that I have forgotten this trajectory. Tae remembers his past hard work. After that day, how many times have I imagined the ball's trajectory? He points the bat forward. Come here. With the 2-seam that you are always proud of. Around the 2 of them at this time, an invisible storm is gradually forming. The undeniable truth that your 4-seam is currently below average. You must have felt that too. Shion excitedly punches his glove. This is really great. Playing baseball is really too fun. He grips the ball tightly in his hand. I was worried about the talented people in playing baseball. He sees himself as a small human, standing before a towering monument, feeling like he is being blocked by a towering wall. He thinks, yet, I still want to reach further than the current fear. Ho-chan in front is a bit surprised. Oh, with that. Shion laughs secretly. There must be many players out there who are better than him, right? He remembers Dae-yoon's encouragement. Create your own path. Shion's rough fingers grip the ball. This is the milestone ending the days I was acting, upright, in the wrong way. He swings the ball in his hand. No longer afraid, let us fly. The ball flies with an amazing speed. Catch this 4-seam. Ho-chan is a bit stunned. He threw a 2-seam towards the opponent. This is the 3/4 posture. Tae strides to take a stance. He leans with the ball. His eyes widen. Tae seems to hold his breath in the moment the ball is about to touch the bat. He calculates in his heart, swinging the bat along the direction of the 2-seam's trajectory. At a late moment, his intuition tells him that the ball will follow that path. His brain seems to have calculated at full power. Even thinking a little takes time. However, Taeo's hand still does not let go of the bat. However, his body reacts first. He grinds his teeth, looking very determined. He has improved significantly after practicing swinging the bat. The bat in his hand has truly blocked the ball. A feeling from instinct arises. The ball flies far away. The others also follow the ball. They did not catch the ball continues to roll. Minyo high-fives another person. Baek does not spare words of praise. Well done, one Minyo. He is also not at all modest, yeah? Minyo takes off his hat, looking towards Tae-o, including this hit. Tae-o is rotating his knuckles. He was not randomly recruited. The umpire's voice rings out again. Runner base 3 home, the first point. He looks towards Shiyun. I thought he would throw the 2-seam without failing. It turns out he decided to use all his strength to throw the 4-seam. Tae-o can't help but admire. He really can't be predicted. At the same time, Shiyun is seriously reviewing himself. My posture may have been wrong, but only throwing the ball with the wrist then. He adjusts his hat, smiling, and admitting defeat. I lost completely. Well done. Another hit completely blocks Shiyun's ball. He follows the direction. The ball flies. There is a voice exclaiming, what a powerful hit, will it fly past them? Shiyun probably did not expect this move. Home run. The ball rushes swiftly in the air, but it is caught by another person. Kang-in jumps up, looking at the ball in his hand, caught it. Baek angrily grinds his teeth. Fielder wing fly out. 3 people are eliminated. Switch people. Hyun Kang-in, you are still here until the end. He holds his hat tightly, sighing, a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I chose the position in the back early. The people watching constantly cheer, go for it, go for it. In the stands, Ji-woo is still holding the camera, carefully observing. It is really tense. The more it gets to the second half of the match, the more outstanding players appear. She looks at Junwoo. Shim Junwoo used to be a pitcher with a fairly balanced ball. Overall, he is a player balanced in all aspects. First, I need to hold the end of the bat and focus on the contact point. To get familiar with the wooden bat, I must first increase the force. Next is Jae-young. This boy has only just started playing baseball, so he still lacks the basic elements. Lee Jae-young, a player who can run 100 meters in 11 seconds. 2 people on the field hit. I am getting lucky, just like what the hawk-smelling coach Min said. After that, she looks towards Dong Jae. This guy can play any position on the field. Na Dae-young, stable and quick defensive ability. It is so embarrassing with this kind of defense. She looks over the baseball field. Besides that, some promising prospects are not much different from the data that my father has collected anyway. Finally, she follows Kang-in. That chosen one, the angel, who I chose as the most anticipated star, has not revealed his innate talent. At this time, he is still casually resting. The wind is so cool. Ji-woo wonders, or is it because he is in an unsuitable position, so he seems relaxed? Even so, she thinks, that kind of non-recruiting opposition. On the edge of the field, Mapunkong asks in surprise, what? Shiyun is standing in front of him, calmly explaining, fastball is a ball that is stretched straight forward, and 4-seam means, quote, direct ball right, but if I throw the 4-seam with the original posture, then it won't fly along a straight trajectory, but will return to the 2-seam. He asks again, so have you paid attention to throwing the ball along a straight trajectory? Who told you that? He does not hide anything and tells the truth. Was this your idea? The commander in junior high said that. Seeing Mapunkang rubbing his forehead helplessly, he calls softly, Coach. He does not reply immediately but asks himself, this kid is the one who can make the cottontail spin. There are still people fixing players, postures, with this old-fashioned method. He does not directly vomit out his thoughts, calmly giving advice, next time just try throwing the 4-seam with the old posture. Even if the 4-seam is twisted, then just try combining it with the original posture like when throwing the 2-seam. According to Mapunkang's words, one imagines 2 almost parallel lines. Because these 2 balls are quite similar in detail, so they will be easier to create the illusion of a straight line and can confuse the opponent. He explains in an easier to understand way. It is like when we play stickball and the ball head dies right there. Everything will also become meaningless if you overexert yourself. But Shiyun is a bit self-blaming. Also, today he also threw in the wrong way. Mapunkang looks at him, not intending to blame at all. This is a different opinion anyway. You did well today. He does not spare words of praise. With 44 deliveries, 2 hits, and 1 run in 2 innings, and the control of the ball is quite difficult, but only made 1 walk error. You have performed exceptionally well, compared to the other pitching players. Suddenly, Mapunkang switches to a teasing tone, but you do not practice hitting? Ha ha ha, see you later. There is a voice, shouting loudly, hey, Mapunkang. The person on the other side grumbles, can't you see what the field is like? He runs quickly towards them, yes, I am sorry. Shiyun follows his figure, smiling. The commander's voice rings out again now, Team A attacks. for the last time in the 5th inning. This time the batter is Ho-chan. He hits the ball easily. The young man in front clumsily catches the ball. The umpire shouts loudly, "Fielder wing fly out. 2 people out." Ho-chan adjusts his hat, breathing out. I could not swing the bat with all my strength. The commander secretly calculates in his head, teammate is winning, with a score of 7-4. If Team A's last attack ends, then we won't have to extend the match to the end of the 5th inning. He glances. This is their last chance? Tae-o is also excitedly following the match. Oh, will he show something? Following her eyes is Hyun Kang-in. Let us see. He looks up at the sky. The wind is, according to the announcement board, current stats, 2 bats, bat 2 walks, batter number 8. Kang-in glances towards the opponent. Baek is doing stretching exercises. He also looks towards Kang-in. How are you doing, Hyun Kang-in? His face does not have a hint of fear. On the contrary, looks somewhat satisfied. Even though I was blocked by you in the first hit. But today I am in the best condition. Team B's guarding player 1, Baek Woo, 18, 3 ATS. Bat, 2 hits and 3 runs. Back. Is that enough to make you think that this place does not contain people like you? Kang-in puts the bat forward. Tae-o follows him, predicting. Focus. This is a habit from before. The pitcher in front is also calculating pros and cons. My team is leading by 3 points. The pressure is too great, so the ball keeps slipping from my hand. He puts all his strength into the ball in his hand. In a case where there is no runner like this, then I have nothing to fear from you. The ball is blocked by Kang-in perfectly. The bat in his hand swings in a large circle. Baek is stunned for a moment. The ball flies up into the air. Minyo follows the ball. The final score 7-5. The viewers are also very surprised. In the 5th inning to the very end, even though Team A's attack only scored 1 point. Shiyun is stunned. But that hit. Tae-o opens his eyes wide, not thinking of anything else. Yet Kang-in still maintains his composure. Calmly running to the base has become a signal for them to return. He smiles. The smile of a winner. The overwhelming birth of the strongest rookie batter in high school. Ji-yu in the stands silently puts her mask back on. She looks towards the baseball field. This is just a short 5-inning match, and I only saw half of it. But it is really worth it. She points out the faces in her memory. I have only witnessed a small part of the students of Mir High. If I make a new effort with these future first-year students now, Ji-yu asks herself, then surely a team worth looking forward to will be formed next year. Right in the smoking area, the experienced people are standing talking to each other. Gyeongchul holds the cigarette in his hand. It has been a long time since I saw such a unique two-seam. Mapung-kong crosses his arms and smiles. I was also very surprised at first. He looks towards the commander. What do you think, Hyung, Nim? Wonku is smoking a half-finished cigarette. Remembering Shiyun's posture just now, that reverse movement, that kind of player is likely to become stronger later if he meets a catcher good at framing. Mapung-kong, of course, does not object. It still depends on whether our catcher can develop. I will also immediately make a decision on whether Shiyun is a good resource. Wonku is not sure. Well, that will be decided later. Someone suddenly remembers. What about that kid Tae-o? At this time, Tae-o is pulling the zipper up high, grinding his teeth. That damn home run. The commander stubs his cigarette into the trash. He is good, but the match just now showed that the players blindly trusted the catcher's leadership. If we just think that the ball that is thrown is the catcher's decision, then other positions will be better. Mapung-kong speaks up to mediate. Everyone is still young and still has room to grow. Sindo and the old students are preparing to leave. Everyone did very well. See you later. The newcomers also politely bow. Thank you for the match. Jae-young in front complains, I am so tired. Dong-jae on the contrary looks calm. Where do you live? Tae-o, who is walking in front, is suddenly called back. Hey. Shiyun reaches out his hand. If you see an acquaintance, then you should greet them. You played well in the match today. Tae-o does not take his hand. We are not close. So why would I greet you? Shiyun secretly complains. Geez, this guy's temper is terrible. However, he does not say it out loud, only smiles. We might be studying at the same school. Is not it better to know each other beforehand? Haha. Suddenly, Tae-o interrupts. What did you just say? He looks at him, his eyes sharp. Who told you that I would be studying at Mir High? Shiyun is surprised. Are not you here to do the entrance exam as a recruited candidate? Tae-o still does not turn back. Coach Mapung-kong personally invited me, so I just politely participated. He puts his hands in his pockets, silently walking. I will be studying at another better school. You just stay here and participate with them. Shiyun is not disappointed at all by Tae-o's attitude, picks up his bag. Did not you say that the only important thing in baseball is victory? I lost today. See you later. Tae-o at this time turns back. Shiyun is a bit surprised. Oh, is there anything else? Do you have anything to say? Tae-o comes closer to him, his face like a living llama. He says seriously, it is one-on-one. Tae-o only says that one sentence out of the blue, then turns away, goodbye. Meanwhile, Shiyun behind breathes a sigh of relief. Geez, I thought this guy was going to beat me. On the other side, Tae-o is still walking. At this time, he accidentally walks past Kang-in. He speaks up to call, Baek, Tae-o. Kang-in holds his phone, looking at him and smiling, right? Tae-o glances at the person sitting above. You are, Kang-in does not rush to answer. He, can I just call your name? He smiles, until his eyes are squinted. Today was very fun. I hope we can get into the same school and meet again as a team. Tae-o does not understand his decision. Many other schools might have contacted you already. Why did you still come to this school, Kang? In answers, frankly, I do not care about that. He looks at Tae-o very calmly. I also do not need a school degree or anything, and Mir High is close, so it is easy to get around. I do not like the dorm very much. Faces flash in his head. More importantly, this school seems to have all kinds of interesting factors. Tae-o still keeps his hands in his pockets, saying arrogantly, if I play baseball, then my goal is to become a professional. What can a newly established team like Mir High do? Kang-in suddenly interrupts. What are you talking about? He stands up and walks away. Whether it is college or a professional team, then they all need me. I am more curious about many things than that. Kang-in's face in an instant is close to Tae-o. Although it is slightly exaggerated by the world, you are still truly a genius, right? Tae-o is stunned for a moment. What, he affirms. No player plays defense well. Kang-in replies frankly. Hitting the ball is also okay, however, when reviewing. Tae-o's actions before are like being rewound. There are many people, they do not count at all. It seems like you are a reckless person who only knows how to think about winning. Being said, right to the heart, he grinds his teeth angrily. Blue veins fill his forehead. Tae-o almost yells, are you short-circuited or something? Mocking me for being insensitive is very good. What a trick for children. Kang-in covers his mouth and laughs. Sorry, do not misunderstand. I did not mean to cause trouble with you. He praises. Anyway, that crossbody swing skill is worth watching. Having said that, Kang-in turns to leave. How much did you have to practice to do that? Tae-o can't control his anger, cursing. Damn it, listen up. He raises his eyebrows, his face darkening. Today I won your team. 7-5. What else do I have to prove besides this? Tae-o asks, challenging. What are you thinking that you still look down on me, Kang? In hearing this turns back. No way. He asks Tae-o, his tone like a teacher. With the batting order chosen by the drawing like today, do not you think your team could have done better? Kang-in shrugs. What I want to say is, like this, I will be brief. His words are as if trying to explain to Tae-o, the name of the school does not matter. Precious gems will still shine even at the bottom of the sea. It is rare to see Kang-in really serious like that. The goal is to win, or become a professional, or attend a better high school. Then is not. The wind is rustling, messing up his hair. Are you using the surrounding environment as an excuse? Each word is like stabbing throughout Tae-o's body. Is not it very contradictory if you want to become a professional with real effort? Having said that, he starts to walk. I will still overcome it. You are not planning to enter Mir High. Kang-in's words are still echoing. See you later. Looking at his disappearing figure, Tae-o tells himself, Brother Taejun, one day I will definitely. His back looks very lonely. Become the best battery. There is a figure turning back. Taejun smiles, reaching out his hand. Good job. That shadow has always clung to him like a ghost. Become a professional, otherwise everything is meaningless. Tae-o raises his face to the sky, cursing in a very crude way. Damn it, damn all those geniuses out there. On this side, Shiyun excitedly pushes the door and steps in. Mom, Dad, I am home, his mother happily asks. You are back, son. Those boys will write their own story. Shiyun takes out the paper in his hand. Dad, this is the autograph from Coach Ma. His father gives a thumbs up, not forgetting to remind, we are having chicken tonight. Shiyun is a bit bored, again. 3 people, with 3 different intentions, the wheel of their dreams will start to turn. After 4 months, the banner is hung on the pillar, flying. Congratulations to Wonseok Junior High's 31st graduation class. Thankfully I passed. Shiyun breathes a sigh. Anyway, the English teacher helped me a lot. Luckily I got a score increase, because I am not good at studying. Dae-yoon on the side scolds. Shut up. Looking at the 3 people coming, 2 people say to each other, he is here. The blonde guy in the back shouts after them, hey, remember to buy us something good next time. Junsu is still engrossed with the phone in his hand. I know. He is on the phone. It is me. Graduation. And the end. Where are you guys? He is so focused on the phone that he does not see the 2 people stalking him right after the gate. When he notices, it seems everything is too late. I am at. Eggs fly straight to Junsu. Flour is also poured straight down by Shiyun. Congratulations. He jumps up. Who the hell is playing this dirty trick? Shiyun and Daeyoon see this, then immediately run away. See you later? Junsu grinds his teeth. On Shiyun, go Daeyoon. He stands right at the gate, shouting loudly, "You dogs!" Junsu is so angry that tears are flowing. These crazy people making trouble at school. If I see your faces show up at high school, I will take you both out. Shiyun laughs mockingly. We will wait at Taeo's house. His father stands behind, asking his son, do you think that school is okay? Tae-o has taken his suitcase to the door, turning back to reply, yes, it is okay, just call me anytime you want. He reassures everyone, do not worry too much. Suddenly his younger sister speaks, hey, Baek, Tae-o. She says, brother Taejun called for you, asking why I did not answer him, ouch. Suddenly she cries out in pain. At the same time, Taeo's mother also comes out, hitting her on the back. This girl, why do you always call your brother by his name? She turns to Tae-o, then encourages son, the most precious thing for an athlete is his body. Remember to eat well and be careful of injuries. Tae-o hears this then, also replies politely, yes, hey, do not get bullied, remember to take care of yourself carefully. His younger sister waves her hand, do not go around causing trouble with the seniors, I will be using your room. Hearing this, Tae-o warns, if you touch anything I will beat you to death. He steps out of the door, then, I am leaving. The train runs steadily on the rails. The phone screen shows 2 words, game over. There is a voice, cursing loudly, damn it. That person keeps complaining, living in this terrible country is really dogshit. Shiyun follows the direction the voice is coming from, he has been cursing all this time. Someone comes to stop him, sir, please be quiet. He sees this, then raises his middle finger. Get out, you shithead, am I not allowed to drink in broad daylight? He shouts loudly, you are too noisy, please leave. Shiyun admires, geez, he is really kicking up a fuss. Just one more stop, I am almost there. The man who was shouting loudly suddenly becomes silent. He comes to stand in front of the boy wearing a hat. Are you a member of the Manhwa High baseball team? Looking at the young man in front of him, he bluntly criticizes, I remember the old days. Is not that a prestigious school? There are still students attending. Damn, the uniform is still black, so ugly. Ignoring the others ignoring him, he still continues to say, wait, looking closely, you are a foreigner, did you fly over here from across the ocean or something? Another person sees this, then steps forward. Hey, stop it, did not you just slander the country, you are really a drunk? Hearing this, he punches that person in the face. You dog, let go of me. That man yells, I used to play baseball too, are you ignoring me? Because you are a student of a top 2 school. At this time Shiyun pulls his suitcase and leaves. I can't stand it anymore, I have to get to the next stop. His words become more and more harsh. When you meet favorable times, then think about playing baseball. The seniors always help me. Those words are like hitting Shiyun. If you manage well, then you will have a smooth start, that is all. He is getting more and more excited. Manhwa High is a prestigious school with a long tradition, but it seems like they now even agree for. Shiyun suddenly speaks up to interrupt. Excuse me. He looks at the drunk in front of him. Can you stop? The announcement rings out. This is Station X. He points towards him. Who are you? An acquaintance of this guy? The man does not care at all. Anyway, this guy does not even budge. The announcement continues. The exit is on the side. It rings out coldly. On the left. At the same time, the boy just now stands up right behind him. His voice is full of coldness. Move aside, sir. Oh. He bows slightly, looking at the man, his tone carrying a warning. Step aside. Facing that gaze, he does not dare to say anything, but lets him pass. Shiyun is startled to remember his purpose, then rushes to follow. I have to get off too. The door has been opened. The people around the train cart start talking. What is going on? That guy got scared. He is scared. He looks pitiful. It is because that student is too big. Unable to endure that humiliation, he shouts loudly, shut your fucking mouths. Suddenly, a hand puts on his shoulder. Excuse me. The security officer smiles. Please come with me. You have been reported. Leaving the train car, Shiyun is still following that friend. He looks at the person in front with an admiring gaze. Manhwa High. This used to be the best sports club in the area. Mir High also satisfies me, but this is a different level. Suddenly, his voice rings out. Hey, do you have... Haechan turns back. What is the problem with me? Why are you following me? Shiyun hears this, then waves his hand. No. He speaks timidly. Just a misunderstanding. Sir, I am on my way to catch the bus in front of the station. Ah. Seeing that he is misunderstood, he speaks up. Sorry, Shiyun grips the bag on his shoulder, asking, are you on the baseball team of Manhwa High? After that, he tries to strike up a conversation with him. Me too. I'm a member of the Mir High baseball team. I just entered 3rd grade this year. Shiyun does not spare words of praise. Manhwa High is a prestigious school. The entrance exam is also very harsh. But suddenly, Haechan interrupts his words. Not really. He turns back to look at him, replying calmly, I just got in. After that, he adds, also, I am also a first-year student. Hearing this, Shiyun is surprised. Oh really? Leaving him surprised, he can still walk steadily forward. He calls after him, hey wait. Haikon turns back wondering, what is it? Shiyun is panting but still tries to speak. If the starting point is the same, then maybe we will meet again at a tournament. After that, he reaches out his hand. Shiyun's tone is very happy. I hope to get along with the first-year students. Haikon is stunned for a moment. But he does not reply to him, but raises 2 fingers, pull. After that, Haikon retracts his hand and smiles. Anyway, my name is Haikon. Shiyun is a bit disappointed. Ah, that is nice. I am An Shiyun. Until then, this connection, he secretly wonders in his heart, but is he a foreigner? He speaks Korean fluently. Will be the beginning of the hardship. Mir High's baseball team manager, Hong Dong-seok, is leading Shiyun to the dorm, saying, now the 2nd and 3rd years are at the training field. He instructs seriously, there are only 3 days left, right? The commander and coach will also be staying here during this time. Do not cause trouble with the other first-year students and quickly get along. He replies obediently, yes sir. Dong-seok leads Shiyun to the front of a room. This is room 201. He adds, at the end of each hallway there will be a toilet and a bathroom. The laundry room is on the 3rd floor, remember. Shiyun smiles happily, yes sir. After instructing, Dong-seok turns to walk away, not forgetting to remind, come down to the dining hall downstairs for dinner. Shiyun bows, I thank you sir. He grips the doorknob preparing to enter the room. After that, Shiyun pushes the door and enters. His roommates have arrived here fully before. Mir High's Shim Junwoo is the first to speak. Oh, with you coming, our room is full. Next, Mir High's Chian Youngjae also greets him friendly. It is nice to meet you. Beside him, Mir High's Guntae only nods slightly. Junwoo suddenly remembers. Ah, that is right, now that you mention it. Were not we all on the same team in the test? Haha, what a coincidence. Shiyun steps in. That is right, you are Junwoo, right. In the room next door, another boy is cocking his ear, listening. He lies on his back, playfully eavesdropping. Guess who is coming to the room next door? It is Mir High's Lee Jae-young. He invites the other person. Hey, I am so bored, there is only the 2 of us. Why do not we try going to the room next door to play? Hearing this, Tae-o speaks immediately. Make friends. He is still focused on the phone screen, his voice very stern. Go do it yourself. The claw machine has grabbed a bear. But just a moment later, the bear falls down. Dong-jae curses inwardly. Damn it again. He rummages in his pocket. I have run out of change. The person next to him cheers excitedly. Oh yeah. Kang-in excitedly looks inside. Too good. It is here. He keeps cheering. I have been waiting all week to get you, baby. Dong-jae looks at him. What are you doing here? Kang-in squeezes the bear in his hand. Who is there? Dong-jae is so angry that he almost yells, we participated in the first-year test together a few months ago, you idiot. He replies, as if just to say it. Ah, really? Dong-jae regains his composure, asking, but did you get into Mir High, Kang-in asks back, why would not I? He curses rudely. What the hell? Is this the only thing you will do after pretending to be pretending? On the contrary, Kang-in is still always smiling. So pessimistic. You are still stuck somewhere anyway. I was planning to go, but Dong-jae turns his face. I thought he would have to study somewhere else like Manhwa High or something. Baseball is so difficult, I have to go back to the dorm now. But I do not have a registration. Yet Kang-in does not care at all, swinging the bear in his hand. Dong-jae is a bit angry, you idiot. Where are you going? Do not run when someone is talking to you. He turns back, smiling brightly. Well then, I will see you at school later. His voice is full of confidence. People do not seem to expect much from Mir High. Kang-in carries the bear on his shoulder, walking out arrogantly. But rest assured, wherever I am, winning the national championship is no longer a pipe dream. Dong-jae follows his figure, cursing secretly in his heart. Is that guy crazy? Terribly stupid? Junwoo holds the chopsticks in his hand. It seems he is starting his meal. A foreigner player. Shin-yu sitting opposite speaks. Yeah, he is on the baseball team of Manhwa High. But the 2 of them happen to meet. Junwoo agrees, maybe that is it. In the past, there were a few Korean players with Chinese roots. Oh, there is a voice from the side. Hey, you over there. Jae-young appears, admiring. You are eating so well. He casually pulls out a chair next to him. Sitting down is not our baseball team's dorm area, completely separate from the other teams. The storage area is also separate. Shiyun also naturally starts a conversation. Initially I saw them say this place is smaller than a normal school dorm. It seems they also invested a lot of money. Junwoo looks at his tray. Jae-young, are you on a diet? Jae-young puffs out his cheeks, replying, no, I am full because I just ate Woobin's macarons. Mir High's Jan Woobin also comes. When you are hungry, then just come to our room. I bought a lot of snacks. Shiyun's eyes sparkle. Really? What kind of snacks? Cake and macarons. Cake. Jae-young looks towards another corner. But why are not Tae-o and Shiyun joining this group? He wonders, what are those 2 doing over there? Why are they eating separately? At this time, Shiyun is biting his chopsticks tightly. It seems he is also not eating very well. Mir High's Gu Su-yen, 17 years old. Tae. Oh, probably has no intention of letting him go. Do you think you need to throw the ball a little lower, change the style? For example, I do not think that kind of baseball pitching is suitable for the high school level of baseball. You need to hone your straight ball so that it has a certain curve, or raise it up. I think this is a psychological problem for you. Are you listening? He says normally, but it is probably a nightmare for Shuyan. I will give you advice and take care of you for the next 3 years, so remember to listen. He coughs non-stop. Cough, cough, Tae. Oh, hands him a glass of water. Drink some water. Jae-young secretly gives a thumbs up to encourage. Try your best. Shuyan, the others ask each other. Why was he dragged out there? In the evening, the dim yellow lights illuminate the baseball field. There is a voice speaking loudly. The baseball field opened, so it must have been built. The facilities are super great. The cold weather causes Shiyun's breath to form a thin mist. Your application card was rated low because of my competition results, right? Jun-woo scratches his nose shyly. Yeah, it is a bit embarrassing to say, but I think I am quite good when practicing for matches. He remembers his match at that time, however. When the match started, my skills could not be shown as much as I thought, especially at times like that. Jun-woo looks up at the sky, smiling awkwardly. I am often rated as somewhat weak when competing in big matches. I am also quite tense, so I can't do anything else. Young Jae hears this, then comforts, but I think you are great. He shyly says his thoughts. I like baseball, but I do not aspire to become a professional that much. To be honest, I am somewhat lucky that I can still stay on the baseball team. Jun-woo puts his arm around him, pulling him closer. If I do not enjoy it now, then I will regret it later, so I tried to go so far. He admires. Oh, Young Jae, you are more mature than I thought. Jun-woo pulls him. Shiyun, have you ever seen a kid like this play with all his strength in a match? Shiyun laughs comfortably. That is right. Young Jae defends well, so I guarantee it. Shiyun looks up. Everyone has gathered here with different stories. Jae-young at this time also comes over, waving. Hey Baek, Tae-o. He shouts loudly. How long are you planning to run? Jun-woo is a bit surprised. Why is he suddenly exercising? Jae-young explains. We just debuted for a while, so he is probably calculating how long he has to play. Shiyun stands watching Tae-o's figure. There is no way I would not go to school when I am on vacation, and it might be better if the seniors rest when they come here. Why did you come here? He throws off his jacket. It is not like he was recruited for no reason. He said he was aiming for... Whoosh! He also joins Tae-o's path, another better school. Tae-o, who is jogging, suddenly sees someone appear next to him. Shiyun blinks and already catches up. Hey, the weather is nice tonight. Tae-o is surprised, trying to run faster. What the hell? Why are you suddenly chasing me? Shiyun shouts. Run together. Are not you bored of being alone? Shiyun runs past him. You are so rude, yet you are still here. He starts talking as if they have been friends for a long time. What do you think? The facilities here are top-notch. Very worth seeing, right? Suddenly, Tae-o stops. Shiyun is concerned. Are you tired? Do you want to go inside yet? He stops. By what means? Shiyun becomes alert. What am I doing? The ability to control where the ball will go according to my will. Tae-o still does not turn back, even if you do not have a straight ball to throw with innate physical ability. He remembers the old match. That curve has already been considered a talent. Too talented for a pitcher. Tae-o asked if he was born that way. He turned to look at him, breathing heavily, or if he had to train hard. Shiyun thought seriously. Maybe both. Tae-o seemed surprised by the answer. Huh, both. He confirmed. Yeah, both. Shiyun recalled his past efforts. I started practicing pitching when I was little, and the kids in the neighborhood had trouble catching the ball because the path was too curved. He admired that, but thinking back, no matter how good the movement was when he was little, if it was not applied to the ball, how much longer would it take? Shiyun rolled up his sleeves. Not long, I think. I think I was born with it. He raised his hand and smiled confidently. The ability to grip. Imagining a hand and a baseball right in front of him, the movement was good from the start, and thanks to the force every time I gripped it, the ball could spin even more. Normally, I would throw the ball with the top of the ball in the middle equally. Shiyun's past suddenly came back, like an old film. When I started playing baseball seriously, I joined a little league team. I was no different from those kids. They all admired those who were considered geniuses, because kids who worked hard grew bigger and stronger than their peers, and my special feature became normal. He himself had been training non-stop. After that, I practiced running more than others, doing more than anything, throwing more than them. Shiyun also worked on his arm muscles. I also worked on increasing my grip strength, and the results came. At a certain point, the reaction from the body that had been trained for so long suddenly appeared. His hand seemed to have magic. I was able to control the power of the ball reasonably. Shiyun stared at his hand. From then on, it felt like the ball clearly curved as it flew towards the hitter's left hand. Later, I heard from a friend. He said casually, as if it was just a normal skill, they said my pitching form had the ability to increase the ball's movement. Shiyun hunched over in the night cold, because my friend saw that as a strength. Ah, it is so cold. Later I was able to throw 2 seam balls and then it would naturally curve in the middle. Tae-o bowed his head, his face hidden by the darkness starting tomorrow. He seemed to be declaring, I am going to catch your ball. A new day begins with everyone gathering at the baseball field. Countless students complained uncomfortably. Hey, Mir High School is really good, damn it, who knows? I do not care about anyone except that guy with the magpie hair. I heard their Winter League performance was even better than ours. Crazy, really. They looked at the students who were considered the main players of the school. Are not you taking on a big responsibility this year? Why so hasty? Why do you care? Ho-chan folded his arms, clearly reprimanding, but his tone was a little gentle. Catcher mixing up signs, like this, is not okay, sorry. Minyo slung his bag over his shoulder and walked over. Dong-yoon. Ki-hyuk will catch all the balls from now on. Dong-hun did not complain at all about that. I will try harder. Ho-chan leaned in close, his face magnified. The only thing I care about is the basics of what you guys think is catching. Do not forget the simplest thing. Dong-hun was scared. Yes, ha ha ha, Ho-chan. You act like a military commander, huh? Ho-chan turned to Minyo. Instead of blaming you, I am more worried. This year is one of the first years. He completely agreed. I know, I think exactly like you. He turned around. As the representative, you are sure to experience a new world. Cheering for the pitching team is the right thing to do. On this side, one person laughed at their conversation. Ki-hyuk mocked, comparing us to something like young dragons. Do not worry too much, Min-hyo. Another person came to mediate. Ki-hyuk, I am worried about you. I really want to go back home and find a successor. Choi Ki-hyuk, after year 5, still delaying here. Even in winter, the sky was still blue, with clear streaks of clouds. Jun-woo huddled in his thick padded jacket. Hey Shiyun, are not you cold? Shiyun excitedly swung his arms. It is okay, it is warmer during the day, but he is still worried. The weather's not that stable. What if you throw the ball the wrong way and hurt yourself? He tightened his glove anyway. If the coach and commander were here, they would train us to death anyway. So why? Is it boring to just sit and wait quietly? In the distance, Tae-o was watching them. Shiyun looked at him, and he also said he would catch my ball. Tae-o shouted back from the front, reminding him in advance. He almost yelled to say it louder. I do not know if you know, but there is a difference in stance between you throwing a 4-seam and a 2-seam. Is not there? He repeated. Like the last time you threw the ball in the rematch with me. Shiyun smiled. Ah, what should I say now? He waved his hand. Do not worry about that. During the past vacation I practiced how to eliminate the difference between the 2 stances. Tae-o squatted down. Throw a 4-seam. Shiyun started swinging his arm. The ball in his hand was thrown. It was caught cleanly by Tae-o. He looked at the ball in his hand. Now I can feel the force of the 4-seam. Tae-o threw the ball back. You are holding back. Are not you? Shiyun admitted. The last one seemed to be around 120 kilometers. Tae-o said loudly. Kwangbaek Middle School's ace throws 130 kilometers. Focus? Shiyun was surprised. Really? Actually, I only used half my strength. Jun-woo looked at the two of them, thinking to himself, it is cold and he has not reached his top speed yet, but that ball really has power. Or does his speed limit increase over time? Another ball was thrown. Tae-o was a little pensive. He threw the ball back. Show me. The words were very clear. Are you really confident with your ball? Shiyun asked with concern, are you okay without protective gear? But Tae-o clearly did not need that concern. Do not babble, just throw. Shiyun picked up the ball. Last time it only took 2 pitches for Mir High School's catcher to catch the ball. He stepped back to gain momentum. And Tae-o was also a famous catcher in middle school. The ball was thrown hard. It will be okay. Tae-o's eyes flickered. That ball rushed in like a whirlwind. It went straight past him. Jun-woo and Shiyun were also stunned. What? The ball rolled wildly on the grass. They wondered. He missed it. Jun-woo pondered. He could not catch the ball. The ball's trajectory is really strange, but Tae-o clicked his tongue softly. He loosened his jacket. This is a variation of the fastball. Hey, how long have you been learning sinker? Shiyun corrected. That is a 2-seam. Tae-o was surprised, huh? He could not believe it. Asked. 2-seam. Not sinker. Sinker. In baseball, aka sinking fastball. This is a type of pitch with 2 seams similar to a 2-seam. Both have a basic spin, similar to backspin. Gently twist your wrist inward to hold the ball, or throw the ball rotating in the opposite direction to your fingers. Its movement is similar to a 2-seam, although we often can't distinguish between the two and get confused. Simply put, the lower the ball path, the more it is called a sinker. To make it easier to distinguish from a 2-seam, Tae-o sank into his own thoughts. Well, no coach in their right mind would teach sinker to students our age unless the student wanted to get hurt. Is the Y-seam maximized? Because its movement is good. A hand brought the ball over. Is not the movement on top of this ball a bit strange? Junwoo smiled. But still, if it were you, you could quickly catch it. It is not that simple. Tae-o took off his glove. The two-seam ball path is a chaotic collection. Furthermore, they have differences in movement, up and down, left and right over time. He breathed heavily. Yeah, it is the opposite of playing with the home plate. He is definitely a very strict person when it comes to catching. Tae-o thought again. He could not keep up the pace throughout the whole game, so why could it be easy? Thinking that, he called Shiyun. Hey, Shiyun seemed a little scared of him. What? Tae-o hesitated. That two-seam ball. He held out the ball. I plan to completely catch it. Are you keeping up? Shiyun excitedly punched his glove. Are you that confident in your stamina, you? He asked. Are 3 days enough? Tae-o tilted his head. Angrily, I will make you regret daring to say that. Wow. Kang, in the distance, leaned against the railing. They have started practicing. What? Diligent friends. Junwoo turned around. You are... Shiyun recognized the acquaintance and spoke. Kangin. Tae-o secretly despised in his heart. It is this guy, again. Kangin rested his chin on his hand, smiling. Is not it great that you guys are motivated to practice? Tae-o responded without hesitation. This is none of your business. What are you talking about, Kang? Soothed, I did not come here to see you. Calm down. He slammed his bat box down. Today. Kang-in laughed. He seemed extremely excited. He continued. I am not here for Tae-o. You are the one I want to see, Shiyun. Shiyun was stunned, this guy, on Shiyun. Suddenly, Kang-in firmly gripped the baseball bat and shouted, Just that ball. Throw it to me again. He excitedly said, I am wondering. Your terrifying ball. Shiyun looked at Kang-in in surprise. Tae-o's expression suddenly darkened. Kang-in continued his unfinished words. What would happen if it collided with my bat? Drops of sweat dotted Shiyun's forehead. Tae-o suddenly spoke up. Are you going to fight him right away? Standing opposite him, Kang-in responded without any hesitation. Yeah, so step aside first. Tae-o tilted his head and questioned him. What kind of ball are you planning to play without a catcher, Kang? In heard that and retorted. Oh, did I say too much? Then he pointed directly at Shiyun. Shiyun, listen carefully. Kang-in was still cheerful, his voice with a hint of laughter. Here are some things I suggest. Then suddenly, his eyes closed tightly, showing goodwill. I think your pitching style is suitable for high school level. I just want to verify whether I am right or not. Kang-in slowly raised his hand, and his words slowed down accordingly. Let me tell you one thing. He said each word in a deep voice. Throw with all your might. On this side, Shiyun was still silently listening to Kang-in's every word. It does not matter the type of pitch or the direction of the ball, you can only throw straight, right? The atmosphere was a bit heavy, Kang-in continued. What I want you to observe is, re-examine yourself, and ask yourself what kind of ball you will throw when I hit back. Tae-o's heart was full of dissatisfaction. I am sure I will hit it. Kang-in's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Even if you calculate in advance the ball path that makes it impossible for me to hit, I will still admit defeat. Junwoo could not help but think to himself, what does he mean? Kang-in leaned on the baseball bat for support. He made a condition. If I lose, everyone is free to judge. Even if it is an out or a foul, I still lose. What do you think? Shiyun on this side rubbed his chin and calculated in his heart. Tae-o's anger had reached a climax. He interrupted the two of them. That is a stupid statement. Tae-o angrily scolded loudly. What kind of challenge is that? I am the one playing with him now. On the contrary, Kang-in responded with an indifferent attitude. Do not bother us. Get out of here. Sorry, Tae-o. I am not talking to you. Having said that, he turned to Shiyun to probe. What do you think, Shiyun? Seeing that he was still hesitant, Kang-in immediately made an attractive offer. Do you want to bet? The loser will have to buy steamed buns. Shiyun's eyes lit up, and he replied immediately. Deal. I like vegetable filling. Tae-o stammered, unable to speak. You said you would play with me. However, Shiyun ignored. Tae-o jumping around, so happy. Kang-in immediately celebrated his victory. Oh yeah. He waved his hand and said in an excited voice, It is just a ball. The enemy's ball. The enemy's ball. Kang-in turned to Tae-o and promised, Do not complain if I also bet with you. Tae-o immediately interrupted. Shut up. Do you have a problem with food? He still insisted on competing to the end. Hey, I just want to catch that ball. I am betting it out and playing properly, Kang-in flatly refused. No, you do not have protective gear now. What if I hit the ball wrong? He casually warned. The athlete's body is the most precious treasure. Get injured and you are doomed. Maybe unemployed and homeless. Do you want that? At this time, Tae-o remembered his mother's instructions. Son, the athlete's body is a precious treasure. Seeing that he was losing the argument, Tae-o immediately retorted. You are not wearing a helmet either. Kang In said proudly. It is okay. I will dodge right away. It is only 150 kilometers. Tae-o looked back and hesitated for a moment. Finally he relented, hurry up and practice throwing the ball. Shiyun took in this scene and wondered, is he angry? A moment later, Shiyun and Kang In were ready. Junwoo and Tae-o retreated inside to observe. Junwoo said slowly. He said that he would hit it no matter what. Then would not Shiyun win if he threw the ball from afar? Shiyun's innocent words echoed from inside the field. I just want to eat steamed buns. Taeo's response surprised Junwoo. You think things will end that simply? Tae-o, his eyes not leaving the field, continued his unfinished words. Like the competition in middle school in the past, or like last year's test. I felt that when I had to face that guy twice. He looked at Shiyun and could not help but think. He is just enjoying the baseball field. He does not have any desire to win in pitching, with such a pitcher lacking fighting spirit. Tae-o asked himself, strength or disadvantage? Shiyun looked at the person in front of him, Hyun, Kang In. He gradually grasped a rough outline of Kang In's background, the best hitter among the freshmen. Just by hearing the content of last year's game as well as the reputation people spread, I can understand that his level is completely different. Shiyun widened his eyes to observe him. How will such a hitter react to my two-seam? I have thought about it. In his heart were still a jumble of fragmented thoughts, because currently the two-seam is not fully controlled, so it is very likely that it will become a bad ball. But I am also curious to know what level my four-seam is at. Shiyun told himself, I only have one chance, so the four-seam will be the closest to the strike zone. Tae-o inside was constantly reassuring him. Hey, do not worry too much. He shouted loudly to encourage him. Just throw it, Kang. In standing on one side was completely helpless. Hey, no matter how hard I try, I can't avoid deliberately hitting the ball, Shiyun said loudly. Tae-o, I am going to die. On the contrary, Tae-o completely ignored his words. Just do it. Shiyun wondered in his heart, why is he so rude? It will probably be okay. Suddenly, his eyes widened to observe. I guessed right. Shiyun looked at Kang In warming up and thought, he is a left-handed hitter. He quietly felt the wind direction, northwest wind, towards the left side of the field. His whole body tensed, his heart constantly curious. Is it right? Shiyun's left leg swung strongly to the side. His right leg pushed forward to gain momentum. Well, it is better to throw than to hesitate about right and wrong. Very quickly, Shiyun found the ideal position, the closest to the person above the home plate. Immediately a powerful pitch was released. I will aim for that. The ball immediately rushed to Kang In's position. His eyes did not leave the ball's movement path for half a step. Kang In took the opportunity to swing the bat hard. Shiyun on this side was immediately happy. Great, it is a strike. However, the ball was hit high by Kang In. Immediately after that, the ball immediately hit the edge of the field and bounced far away. Kang In sighed wearily before Shiyun's bewilderment. Phew! Hit it. Junwoo saw it and seemed to understand. Hitting alone, I think he could have been caught by the left fielder, Tae-o standing next to him said irritably, it is really hitting from a distance. At this time Shiyun scratched his face uneasily, I think. I lost. Suddenly Kang In ran over with bright eyes looking at him, so cool. Shiyun was immediately surprised, huh? His excited voice rang out non-stop. It looks so different just from the plate. The ball's movement is extremely intense, and it feels very heavy too. My hand is still numb here. Kang In kept talking. It is even better than I expected. I hope you succeed in the future. Shiyun stood next to him and was stunned. What is this? Tae-o stepped forward and interrupted the two of them. Stop flirting. He pointed to the ball while speaking. Go pick up the ball over there. On the contrary, Kang In ignored Tae-o's words. Hey, why do not we go out and eat steamed buns? When will your equipment arrive? I will buy buns for both of you. Shiyun heard that and was startled and asked, oh, even if I lost? Kang In rushed to put his arm around Tae-o's shoulder. It is okay. I just want to buy buns. Let us go. Tae-o became annoyed and wanted to push him away. Do not get close. Junwoo heard that and immediately said excitedly, are you guys going to the convenience store? Let me go with you. Kang In turned back to look at him suspiciously. Who are you? How long have you been here? Without any hesitation, Kang In quickly drew a line with Junwoo. I just want to get to know these two. Do not bother. Go play somewhere else. Suddenly, someone spoke up to stop him. Kang In. Shiyun awkwardly explained to Kang In, Junwoo is also on our baseball team. We are on the same team. Remember, he replied in an indifferent voice. Oh, is that so? Sorry, my fault. Having said that, Kang In turned to Junwoo and asked, then you pay for your own buns. Junwoo's heart was filled with helplessness, the feeling. He watched Kang In drag the other two away and abandon him. What is with the closeness? The sky was blue. White clouds floated gently in the wind. Kang In and the others had entered the convenience store. Hello? The conversation of the three people kept ringing out. Shion wants vegetable filling. What about Tae? Oh, me, vegetable filling too. Okay boss, 1 red bean bun and 2 vegetable buns please. Regardless of the external movements, Jiu seemed to remember something. Hey, if you buy steamed buns you get a discount on drinks. Should we buy drinks too? Baek? Tae? Oh, looked like he did not want to eat it. Kang In and the others were still noisy. Do not miss the promotion. Everyone's throats are dry. Over here. Jiu sighed softly in her heart. Forgot my wallet. Dong Seok looked at the documents in his hand and said to Jiu, thank you for coming here, Commander Choi. Did not forget to complete this before going to the training field. It would be better if you had told me earlier. She secretly smiled. It is okay. Jiu excitedly asked again. The jersey number for uniform production and personal information, right? Dong Seok nodded slowly. Yeah, if there were only 1 or 2 pieces of information to be transferred, I would have asked the students already. Unconsciously, Dong Seok sighed, and his words slowed down. But some of them did not stay in the dormitory, and the staff on the coaching staff all went to Okinawa. Dong Seok smiled kindly and praised. I only heard about it from the commander, but I did not think you would have such a beautiful daughter. Are you also a student of Mir High School this year? Jiu politely replied, yes, I look forward to working with you. After speaking, Dong Seok turned to leave. Haha, that is good. Anyway, thank you. Be careful on your way home. She bowed deeply to see the other person off. Yes, goodbye. However, Jiu had other plans in her heart. Dad, you only have 1 daughter. Could someone so meticulous make a mistake? Then, she strode out of the teaching building. I also like to walk around and see the school's facilities. Should I buy something to eat on the way? Suddenly, Jiu picked up the milk box from earlier. Her expression darkened. Because of the money, I forgot. Jiu recalled the previous time. She was still in the convenience store. Highs. Nothing can be done. I should probably go back. Kang In stood at the checkout counter taunting Tae. Oh, you always act like you are stopping me. He immediately frowned and retorted. If you have already paid, do not complain. Jiu cut in at the checkout counter. She smiled. Ah, add this too please. Jiu turned to say hello to Tae. Oh, hello. Seeing Jiu, Kang In's eyes immediately lit up. Tae has a girlfriend. Before he could finish his sentence, Tae rushed over and grabbed his shirt and shouted, what the hell are you saying? Shion came forward to talk to her. Who are you? Jiu quickly rubbed her hands. I am sorry, but I will pay you back later, so can you add this to everyone's part? I also study at Mir. Tae. Oh, impatiently asked again. So who are you, Kang? In and Shiyun were talking non-stop, bullying seniors. Oh my, this is the first time I have seen such a brazen girl. Suddenly, Jiu interrupted them. My dad is the commander of Mir High School's baseball team. Seeing that it was not enough, she smiled and added, I saw you at the entrance exam for freshmen just now. I am very sorry, it is just that I forgot my wallet. Kang In and Shiyun rushed forward in unison. The commander's daughter. A moment later, Jiu was holding a piece of bread and eating it deliciously. At this time, Kang In turned to ask, your name is Choi Jiu. Shiyun continued his words and introduced his name. I am Ahin Shiyun. Jiu looked up. I know all your names. Shiyun. She listed each of their names. Baek, Tae. Oh, and Hyun Kangin, right? Shiyun was still chewing food, but could not help but be curious. How do you know so well? Jiu replied comfortably, anyway, having an excuse to borrow money like this is also an opportunity for me to learn more about everyone, with a hint of expectation. You guys are the most anticipated rookies among this year's students. Shiyun put the rest of the bread in his mouth, and asked, are you also interested in baseball? Because your dad is the commander. Jiu became excited when she heard about baseball. A lot, actually. She confidently shared. My dream is to become a professional baseball agent in the future. Shiyun heard it and asked strangely, an agent? Jiu started spreading knowledge. It is, like systematizing the allocation of labor and training of pitchers. Is not it, that players' training is systematized in many fields? Jaku explained. They are not able to worry about things like contracts, laws, or health-related issues. This is the job that helps to take care of everything, so the players can focus on playing baseball. She went deeper into the field, especially with sabermetrics becoming popular recently. I object. When signing a contract with a professional baseball team, they will pay special attention to the player's performance specifically. They need professional staff who can increase their value. True to her strengths, she did not hesitate to ramble on. That job allows us to immerse ourselves in baseball as deeply as players or coaches. Is not it exciting just to think about it? Listening to countless words, Kang In looked at Tae-o and commented, she is quite special. Tae-o seemed annoyed and replied, you too. After listening to Jiu's great ideals, Shiyun wondered, if you like baseball so much, would not it be more fun to play it yourself? Jiu immediately explained, because I am a serious athlete. She asked, is the data on high school baseball players still clear? My dad is quite fond of using sabermetrics. Tae-o is a little contemptuous. It is meaningless. He slammed his hand on the table, shouting loudly, "Do you know the difference in the number of games per season between professional teams and high school baseball teams? In order for sabermetrics to be applied and practical, we must consider many examples to test feasibility and ensure objectivity." Based on that data, Tae-o asked Ji-yu, "Is this reliable enough to apply to high school baseball teams, where the number of games is so small that there are only a few examples?" Ji-yu replied calmly, "Of course it can't be compared to professional teams." She slowly recounted the information she had collected. However, recently many schools have been able to collect relatively objective data. Do you know why that is possible? According to Ji-yu's observations, an unprecedented golden generation, talented players have shown us many useful statistics for reference. She realized the aces of the teams recently are also very active in international matches. Their energy and skills are on full display. Tae-o heard that and turned his face in another direction with a sigh. Big data, huh? Ji-yu then mentioned his name, the reason Taeo's batting average has been increasing in recent years. Hearing his name, Tae-o was surprised. Ji-yu was analyzing his batting style. His batting skills are average, so the hit rate is not highly rated. This is because his physical skills have developed rapidly, and the hit rate is also increasing. Ji-yu explained more clearly about the strengths and weaknesses. Initially the contact rate was quite good, however, many of those balls went off target, but thanks to the improved physical strength, this problem has also been solved. Then she analyzed Kangin as well, and the reason Kangin is highly rated in batting. She was very knowledgeable. Strikes are evenly distributed in both the pull and push areas. This is because the batting distance ranges from medium to long. And Kangin also has weaknesses, but compared to a team strong in defense, his weakness is that he often makes mistakes in ordinary outfield fly balls. Kangin bowed his head as if he had been caught. He laughed a few times. "Haha, it feels like I have just been exposed." Just like that, Ji-yu mentioned the last person, Shiyun. Surprisingly, even with someone lacking data like Shiyun, the recent test showed quite a lot. He did not hesitate to throw straight balls with good movement. However, he thinks he is not strong enough yet. What do you guys think? Shiyun was fascinated listening to her very accurate analysis. He was excited. So cool. Like a professional spy. Shiyun could not help but exclaim, "Ji-yu, you are amazing." Ji-yu seemed to be flattered by the praise. Thank you. Suddenly, at this moment, Tae-o hesitated to speak. So based on that pile of data, he asked a decisive question. "What is the probability that Mir High School will win the 5 major tournaments this time? What is your percentage?" Ji-yu started calculating. Well, she hesitated a bit. "I do not know if the goal is to reach the quarterfinals or not, but if we calculate the probability of winning," then came an uncertain conclusion. "Less than 1%. Maybe." Hearing that answer made Tae-o not hesitate. "Let us go." He left with discomfort and anger. "We do not have time to delay." Seeing Tae-o leave, Shiyun did not linger. "You are going to catch my ball. I will go first." "Ji-yu, see you at school later," Ji-yu called out. "Everyone." She wondered, why did everyone leave suddenly? Kang-in, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Your data seems to be useful too, however." He reminded Ji-yu, "But it would be better if you reconsidered the win rate. And you can pay me back later." Then Kang-in quickly followed his brothers. "Let us go." The three of them left one after another, leaving only Ji-yu. She was silent for a moment. In her head was a jumble of thoughts. What is this feeling? This world is still vast. I hope you guys can develop more." She put her hand into her inner pocket and took something out. Ji-yu realized. "My wallet." Her little wallet cried out, "Master." It turned out that the wallet was in the inner pocket. It has been here all along. At the same time, the sounds of hitting balls were also resounding at the training field. Tae-o was serious. He quickly caught the ball that was thrown hard. Shiyun, on the opposite side, was panting. "Is that enough for today?" Tae-o, at this time, was immersed in his own analysis. He threw 10 balls, and all 10 had different feelings. "I am gradually catching them little by little, but I still can't grasp it completely." Then he replied to Shiyun, "Throw 10 more." Shiyun heard that and was struck by lightning. "Hey." He was exhausted, and stopped him. "Let us rest for a bit." In contrast to that lively scene, Junwoo was lying peacefully in the dormitory. He was lying down and speculating. Shiyun is still practicing pitching. Junwoo thought back. "I was going to go to the convenience store with him, but I did not feel very happy, so I did not go." At that time he said, "Everyone go first." "I do not feel very well," Shiyun still asked again. "You are not coming along, Junwoo." Thinking for a while, Junwoo decided to get out of bed. "I will go out for a bit. I will be back later." These two are still sleeping like corpses. Looking at the door being closed in front of him, he wondered, what are these guys doing in the room? Junwoo opened the door, asking the person inside, "I am going to the convenience store for a bit." "Who is going?" He stopped talking. Weakly uttered the last 2 words. Along "no" inside was the image of Kang. In laughing, "You are so hilarious." Ji-young was angrily cursing. "Damn it, I almost died while playing the game just now, Kang In asked him. Are not you tired, bro? Kang In wiped the tears from his face. Hey, anyway, according to me. Junwoo interrupted him. Among the students participating in the special talent selection, you will be the first player, right? Except for Tae-o and Shion. Kang In confidently pointed his finger towards Junwoo, confirming, of course I am participating too. I will surpass you. Kang In was full of sarcasm. You are fast, so you will be a candidate too. Junwoo was annoyed. What a dweeb. He scratched his head and asked, hey, do you know? Junwoo seemed extremely angry. What am I saying? Jae-young was outside, in a panic. Oh no. Wonbin, who was sleeping, also hunched over and crawled up to eavesdrop. What the hell is going on? Kang In sighed. Doubtful. What are you suddenly getting angry about? Junwoo was still tense, speaking smoothly like oil. But your mouth seems to be going a bit too far. Kang In turned to speak to Jae-young. Sorry, but do you feel offended? Jae-young hesitated. Oh, that. Junwoo did not care and continued to express his opinion. We came here to play baseball with one final goal. Would not it be unfair if we were in the same class as someone who is already good? But Kang In sighed, taking this lightly. Well, it is a bit like we are comparing children with different starting points on the same path. Hearing that, Junwoo immediately exclaimed, what? Jae-young quickly ran to the rescue, you guys. He was powerless. I am fine. Do not fight. Kang In was still smiling brightly. Really? At the same time, a voice chimed in from the door. What is wrong? Jae-young caught the lifeline. Shion. Shion wondered. Why is the atmosphere so tense? Kang In explained with sarcasm. I came to the dormitory to see you guys. Do not you think you are pretending when you are clearly a roadblock here? Junwoo was clenching his fist. Pretending what? Are not you? Shion observed the situation and was concerned. Kang In and Junwoo, they are not like this. Tae-o also spoke up to remind him. Arguing is extremely useless. Do not waste strength on things that have no purpose. Go for a run. Kang In was now slowly standing up. I will take on everything later, so do not hate me too much. I am leaving. He seemed to be deliberately saying it for Junwoo to hear. The seniors will be here the day after tomorrow. Right? I will come again to play. Shion spoke up to see him off. Be careful on your way home, Kang In. And Junwoo had a very long sigh. He wondered. Why am I acting like that too? Junwoo finally went outside. He sat alone on the spectator seats. He was looking at his phone intently when he heard someone call his name. Junwoo. Shion came with a flushed face and heavy breathing. You are here alone. Junwoo asked him. You are going out for a run again today. Shion happily pointed in another direction. Yeah, look on the other side. Shion was pointing towards the two people who were running enthusiastically below. Soo-hyun is also running. Baek Tae-o caught him. But I think he is going to manage all the pitchers like this. He commented objectively. Just like a coach or something. Junwoo, you said you were a pitcher too. I do not know what will happen. But let us just run together. While rambling on, Junwoo called his name. Shion? He paused a bit, then asked, do you think baseball is fun? Shion was a little confused by that question. Why? Junwoo found himself ridiculous. Haha, what am I talking about? He confirmed one thing, because everyone is interested in baseball, he also participates here, because it is interesting. He was recruited because he is better than the others. He slowly thought about his dream. As I said, I once dreamed of becoming a pitcher and started playing baseball. But what he hesitated about was, I know the skill the team needs from me is batting, not pitching. Junwoo worked very hard, so that he would not fall behind when participating in official matches. I practiced almost crazily, he realized. At some point, I was playing baseball to survive, not for fun anymore. But after everything, Junwoo knew that, even so, this is the path I chose. Because I have come this far, I thought I had to show everyone something. He remembered those words of Kang In. I know Kang In did not say that with any insulting meaning. Junwoo blamed himself, but before I could realize it, I was angry. Maybe, when standing in front of you, I felt like I was really lacking. Shion gently called his name, Junwoo. But, Junwoo interrupted him. Sorry, I am just a little jealous. You must be uncomfortable too. Just consider it as me complaining. After he finished speaking, Shion slowly continued. Not long ago, I also wondered if it was okay to keep playing baseball like this. Junwoo looked at Shion, standing in front of a difficult question. Then, Shion happily answered that question. But in the end, being on the mound throwing the ball is the happiest and most joyful moment of my life, he said with enthusiasm. Although everyone has different circumstances and reasons for wanting to play baseball. Shion asked, but it was like a confirmation. But the important thing is, you are still playing it to the fullest, right? Shion continued to speak. He commented on himself. I am still lacking a lot, but I will stick around until the end. You will see. At this time, the corners of Junwoo's mouth relaxed. He smiled. Junwoo sighed. He bumped hands with Shion. I won't lose. In the baseball world, hundreds of thousands of competitions are held every year. The competition rate is significant, but even if less than 10% of them can survive. Tae-o was giving water to his teammates. Drink some water. Junwoo and Shiyun ran over and shouted, "Let us run together." The beautiful night gradually passed. We did not have time to worry about those things. At the airport, where there is a bigger dream, because this world is much bigger than we thought. Wonku started calling the roll again. "Is everyone here?" The kids clamored in response. Yes. The kids on the plane were making a ruckus. It was extremely noisy. It is bigger. The left hand is holding each belt here. "Hey, it is taking off. Do not rush." Youngchul could not stand it anymore, and shouted loudly, "Can't you guys be quiet? Sit down." The image of Tae-o training frantically reappeared. This time, it was when he was leaning over to catch the ball. Tae-o was training while calculating. Tomorrow will be the third day here. Then he wondered and asked Shiyun, "Why does your two-seam look like this?" Shiyun did not understand what he meant. "What do you want me to do?" Shiyun pondered for a while. "It seems like I have found the answer, however. Aiming the ball is not easy. Without anyone hitting the ball, I can only think about the left side." At this time, in Shiyun's ear was a question. Should I stand at the plate? Kang In, while enjoying skewers in his hand, commented, "You guys practice hard every day, it is troublesome." Seeing Kang In, Shiyun curiously asked him, "You do not use the dormitory, and come here every day?" Kang In, while chewing food, asked, "Right, are you guys just going to stand there and watch, or what?" Suddenly a call rang out. "Everyone?" Wanbin came over to announce, "The manager wants everyone to gather." Tae-o was a little surprised. "What is up?" Wanbin immediately stated his guess. "I think the seniors have arrived." The afternoon sunset gradually dyed the sky pink. Wonku praised as he walked over. "Well done," the other person politely replied. "You did not have to come and pick us up, but thank you." Youngchul looked in the direction of Shiyun and the others who were walking over. He introduced, "Those are the freshmen." Youngchul ordered, "Sorry to bother you guys, but can you help me bring the luggage in?" Shiyun's group obediently obeyed. "Yes." Suddenly, the other person called, "Coach." He made a suggestion. "Can we move the luggage later?" "Very considerate. I am worried everyone will be tired." Youngchul was still not understanding. "So what are you planning to do?" The other person explained again. "Most of us are meeting these kids for the first time." Looking at the juniors standing on the other side, he hesitated. "I want everyone have to." Then shouted loudly, "Get to know each other." The group on Shiyun's side were all stunned. In contrast, the seniors were very aggressive. As the representative of the student council president, the young men stood and smiled calmly. "The new students have joined." Some people stood and watched with cold faces. "We welcome you very much." While others exuded danger, but all share a big goal. "Let us move forward." He bowed his head, his mouth baring his teeth in a smile. A satisfied smile was released. "We are looking forward to you guys." He stood steadily in the wind, looking at the juniors. Over there, Wanbin and Ji-young seemed to be in culture shock. And that group, only 14 people. Those kids, Mapungkang, felt that excitement. They are excited because they have juniors. The seniors group was still a small group, even though there were only a few more members needed to fill the gap to 20 people. Jungchul spoke up to remind them, "You guys, the seniors are introducing themselves. Why are you just standing there, stunned?" Shiyun hesitated when commenting, "They are all." Finally he smiled, impressed in just a few short months. Shiyun bowed his head and shouted loudly, "Please take care of us," as if geniuses were standing in front of them. It was completely dark at the dormitory. Youngchul came out after showering with a complaint. It is much better in Korea," while Mapungkang was chattering on the phone. "Yeah, Dad loves you too." Seeing that, Youngchul asked him, "Your son, if I can't go home, is Jesu SSI okay?" Mapungkang happily replied, "It is okay. I can still see them on the weekends." Then he made a suggestion. "You should get married too. At this age there is no energy like family." "I won't do it." But Genchul did not care much. "What do you expect from someone like me?" He said casually, "My girlfriend now does not seem to want to get married much, so it is okay." At the same time, Jihoon walked in. "Coach, the kids want to use the gym. Where's the key?" Mapungkang threw the key to where Jihoon was just sighing. "Those kids are really full of youthful energy. Here, take it." As Jihoon turned to leave, Gyeongchul called out, "Hey, Jihoon." He started instructing, "Know how those kids are feeling. Please remind them not to cause any trouble with their juniors." Jihoon said that Seongdo is there, so I think it will be okay. Gyeongchul was just reminding him, "Anyway, if they get caught, they are in big trouble." At the gym, everyone was greeting each other. "I know everyone. We met you last year, but I am Seongdo, this year's captain." He excitedly connected everyone. "Let us introduce each person. This is just the beginning of this training series." Starting from Woobin, crumbs were still sticking to his mouth as he introduced himself. "I am Yoon Woobin. I like snacks like macarons." Seongdo guessed, "You were just eating, huh?" Then Suhoon enthusiastically said, "I am pitcher Koo Soohyun. I look forward to your help." Suhoon-do praised. "Oh, good spirit." Next was, "I am Cheon Youngjun. My main position is second baseman." He was worried, so scared. Sung-do joked happily. "Four Eyes has appeared." After that was a big kid. I am, Jian Tae. Sung-do was a little embarrassed. Too close. Then asked him, how tall are you? Jun Tae honestly replied, 186 centimeters. Sung-do was a little surprised. Oh? He stroked his chin a bit and continued, alright, next. At this time the person introducing was Tae. Oh, he stood up, catcher position, right-handed. He seriously introduced himself, Baek, Tae-o, from Kwang Baek Middle School. After that the two sides looked at each other and fell into silence. Tae High quietly commented, just the rumored kid. Jianil was watching with his chin in his hand. You can tell just by looking. Only Seung-do seemed excited by this junior, the skills for the prospect that he showed in the first match. I am really looking forward to it. He mentioned a name. Commander Dean also mentioned him a lot. Then, based on the rumors, Seung-do wondered, so you are the lone general? The young man with the red tuft suddenly jumped up. That is a mediocre nickname. I am the team's ace. He introduced himself. My name is Choi Ki-hyuk. I am the Dragon General. Then mumbled a lot. I admit you are my teammate. Just trust me in the future. Tae. Oh, looked at him blankly. Who is this guy? Is this Mir High School's ace? He blurted out a bitter question. You are a pitcher. Oh. Then Tae stated his strategy. I will make the best choice possible during the game and automatically exchange balls if you want to win. He made an announcement. I want all the pitchers here to follow my signals. Shion looked at the scene with his mouth open, facing the seniors. He is really crazy. But Sung-do praised this straightforward personality of his. It is good to be so passionate. His personality has been somewhat like that from the beginning, so the pitchers understand. He was about to say something next, but this time he was interrupted by Tae. Oh, no problem, Mr. Seung-do. Ki-hyuk rushed over wanting to attack. I need to teach this kid how to behave right now. But fortunately Ho-chan managed to stop him in time, pulling him out. Calm down, calm down. He spoke softly. Let us go, Ho-chan Sunbae. Sung-do was still full of energy. Next, Ho-chan Minyo next to him reminded him, remember to tie him up tightly. In another corner of the gym was Baek Ho training. He was lifting weights. Each lift up and down was accompanied by gasps. It was Kang In's turn to introduce himself. Hyun Kang In here. He clearly stated about himself. I come from Haegok Middle School. The position is anything. Hearing that Jeonyeol paid a little attention. Same school as Baeko. Kang In continued. I usually stand outside the field and watch. He was engrossed in introducing himself. Aita paused for a moment, and then as an affirmation. We'll make this school the national champion. The seniors who heard these words all looked at Kang In, but he laughed loudly. Ha ha, with me here, that won't be as impossible as you think. A pair of big feet came with a question. You are still too proud of yourself. It was Baekho, from the corner, who came over. Are you happy playing baseball? Kang In still laughed comfortably. Senior Baekho, you look so bulky. Sorry for not greeting you properly this time. The more he listened to him, the darker his face became, but you still need to be careful with your strength. Baekho did not say anything, and just raised his hand to attack. As the hand was brought down, another hand held his wrist. And that person was Seung-do. He squeezed Baekho's wrist tightly, asking casually, what are you doing? Baekho was now angry. He ordered, let go, then mocked. Just as Choi Ki-hyuk said, today's children need to be taught. Sung-do did not yield and retorted, but do not use violence to interfere. Have you forgotten our promise? The guy named Baekho also refused to give in. You idiot. Why are not you on our side as captain? Since when has the sports club treated seniors like this? Ki-hyuk, even though he was tied up, his mouth was still working. Showing the dignity of a senior in a place like this is enough. Ho-chan next to him rubbed his head and ordered, shut up you magpie head. Ki-hyuk was dissatisfied. I am a tool for you guys to divide into factions, Ho-chan predicted. Do not worry, they will get tired soon. At this time the person outside reminded them, stop you two, everyone is listening. The two of them were still passionately arguing. Muscular pig, squinty eyes, like an axe blade. Tae High pushed up his glasses and reminded, if Coach Maing Gunchul catches you guys making a fuss like this, tomorrow's Pungo match will be no joke. I do not want things to get messed up like this. Minyo next to him also chimed in, why are you touring the freshmen with a fight? Seung-do and Baekho started thinking about that scary scene and automatically shrank back. Finally they separated. I am going to lift weights, Sung-do cursed. I hope your muscles explode. Sung-do looked over the rookies. We have introduced everyone except the one who did not come to the dormitory. Right now then. He was interrupted by a hand raised. A hesitant voice. It was Shiyun, he spoke slowly. I have not introduced myself yet. Sung-do lost his composure and urged, the atmosphere is gradually becoming tense, so hurry up. Shiyun obediently, yes. He greeted loudly, hello everyone. Shiyun stood with his body closed. He introduced his name. I am Ahun Shiyun from Wonseok Middle School. Then his function, my position is pitcher. I was recommended by Coach Ma Peng Kong. It seems Ho-chan knows him. That kid, Yu-ha next to him, observed the situation. Things seem a little calmer now. Shiyun was still introducing himself. Last year when I played with the seniors, I thought I really wanted to attend this school, Jeon-yul praised, speaking so politely. Do not you think so? Oh, Hwan also agreed. Yeah, Shiyun's voice was still continuing. As a pitcher, I want to learn more from everyone. Shiyun, with a slightly flushed face, with enthusiasm shining in his eyes. I thought I made a mistake when my teammates all wanted to train hard. Everyone loves baseball passionately. Shiyun bowed politely. I look forward to everyone's help. That is great. After the introductions were over, applause rang out. His friends clapped very enthusiastically. Only Sing-do stood there with his face down, with an unreadable expression. It seemed that because Shiyun's introduction was so inspiring, Sung-do became excited, good, welcome, everyone. Everyone started practicing. Inside the gym was the sound of dividing exercises for each team. The pitcher team will start with the core exercise. The beast team will let everyone know about simple weights first. Baek, you looked for me because you needed me. You are an expert when it comes to weight. What else is there to say? The morning gradually dawned on the baseball field. Wang-ku exhaled cold air and ordered quickly run 10 laps around the field. This is a short run after stretching. He instructed. There is a lot to do today, so do not waste time. Sung-do replied on behalf of everyone, yes. Wang-ku shouted loudly, prepare! While the students were gossiping, are you okay? Yuha replied decisively, no. Even so, Wang-ku did not stop. 10 laps run begin. Sung-do took the lead. He shouted loudly, let us go. Shiyun was comfortable, full of energy. We will be back soon. On that mound, athlete profile. Wang-ku shouted a warning, what are you guys doing? Can't you run faster? Then gave a punishment, who wants to run lazily. Anyone who falls behind will automatically add 3 more laps. Kang-in used all his strength to move forward. Huff, huff. Sung-do ran to his side, mocking, hey genius, where did yesterday's confidence go? He passed him, leaving Kang-in with a reminder, forget the days when you played baseball for fun, because from now on, these will be your months of hellish training. Kang-in could not catch his breath. He was dissatisfied. I want to hit balls. Shiyun and Tae-o practiced under Jung-chul. If your butt hurts when you lift it up, crawl on the ground. Then came another exercise, keep your back straight. Can't you guys practice properly? Yu-hai used all his strength, complaining, did not this time come too soon? Is not it, because you do not have members? Young-chul stood in front of the fallen students and spoke, you are already tired after just this. He started to indoctrinate them. Every year more than 100 professional baseball matches are held. Are you guys strong enough to survive with a tight schedule? Almost every day you have to compete during the season, whether at home or away. Then strongly ordered, get up, one more time. Let us try catching the ball, Kang-in. Lay down, muttering, go home. Then everyone started practicing, throwing the ball. Dae-hyup's perfect pitches were performed. Ji-young could only make a sound when he looked at it. Whoa, he exclaimed. He throws the ball far without touching the top of the ball. High school students are different. Yuha was too tired. I am too tired to throw. But with that body, Dae-hyup passed on his experience to the juniors. When throwing the ball far, avoid throwing in a parabola, and get used to throwing as low as possible. He raised his hand to demonstrate. If the distance is unlimited, and we can't throw the ball low and fast, then it is best not to throw. Officially introducing this senior with glasses is Mir High School, Ryu Dae-yup, 19 years old. Jae-young understood. Oh yes, senior with glasses. Dae-hyup was annoyed. Who are you calling senior with glasses? Jae-young wondered, do you usually practice like this without distinguishing between fielder and pitcher? Dae-hyup immediately explained. In the morning, we warm up and practice defensive skills. He talked about himself. Until my second year of high school, I was trained in many different positions, without any distinction. But now when I enter the school, I have a clear desired position. In the afternoon, we will divide into 2 teams, blocking and throwing the ball, to perform in-depth practice. Then Dae-hyup asked back, you guys just mentioned Beast Joe. He bowed his head, revealing a sinister smile, then turned around, carrying the face of an experienced person. You will regret not being chosen as pitchers, but I do not think it is a problem. Jae-young and Wonbin looked with judgmental eyes. Oh my, look at him. The sunlight was shining brightly on the training field. Everyone gathered, in the circle, in the middle of the field. Wang-ku said a professional term, PFP. And he explained, to explain this abbreviation, it refers to the defensive training of the pitcher. Ki-hyuk was excited. It is time to show my holy dragon shield. Wang-ku was still speaking, to emphasize. Fielder is not simply infielder and outfielder. He instructed carefully. Remember that, after throwing the ball, the pitcher will also be the defender. Everyone said in unison, yes. Then he looked to the side and ordered. Then, Beast Joe, continue training the kids. Guide the first-year students who lack basic skills. Jung-chul gave a sinister smile and accepted, understood. KKK. Ma-pong-kang at this time brought coffee. We have a practice match this weekend. On the other side, Gun-chul's voice was energetic. Start practicing. Ma-pong-kang was commenting, if this was a school far away, we would not be able to meet them at the weekend's match, because everyone's houses are in different districts. This will be a good experience to train. Then he was curious, are you planning to bring them in as official members? Wang-ku sipped his coffee and explained, well, even if they are still in their first year, he talked about his plan. Player registration will end at the same time as the enrollment period tomorrow. I am thinking of trying a little bit of everything. He hesitated a bit, because our school has few members, so to emphasize stamina, we need to focus more on the abilities of each player. Ma Peng understood. Really seriously. Another question was asked by Ma Peng. Do you intend to lead this school, this place, that has only been around for 4 years to win the championship? Then he became a little somber. I still remember the first time I heard my younger brother's dream, so... Ma Peng looked towards the students. What about the freshmen you are keeping an eye on? Will they compete right away? On the field, Shiyun was picking up balls. He used all his strength to throw a perfect pitch. The ball was held firmly in the hand of the person opposite. Gyungchul praised. Oh, this kid's ability to follow up is top-notch. Seung-do standing outside muttered, Yo, you are not much better than him. Shiyun politely replied to Gyungchul, Thank you. Wang-ku and Bapeng were still observing and discussing. Wang-ku said in a confident voice, as an affirmation, those who were recruited will be very strong candidates, however. Then he looked at Tae-o, who was bringing out the balls. Wang-ku hesitated a bit. I am still reluctantly letting Tae-o play the catcher position. The balls rolled out one after another on the green grass. Many baskets of balls were used, basket after basket. Yuha tiredly caught each ball that was thrown. Shiyun was planning and thinking, this is the famous, hellish special training. He wondered, of Coach Myung Gunchul. Gyungchul was standing with his hands on his hips, very comfortably. He shouted, loudly, reprimanding, You kids are dropping all the balls, lower your stance and prepare yourselves, everyone said in unison, We are sorry. Gyungchul was still not satisfied. Sorry, I advise you to respond in unison with a thank you. They also obediently listened. Well, thank you, Shiyun told himself, just one more set. Gyungchul changed direction. Kwang Seung-do immediately replied. Yes, Gyungchul ordered. Change it, are you tired or not? Seung-do decisively replied. No, coach, Gyungchul ordered. Repeat what I usually say. Seung-do followed without a single complaint. Baseball is not about sweating on the field. He read it louder and louder to gain momentum, but about sweating before the match. Gyungchul threw the ball up, holding the bat ready, if you understand that. A powerful hit was swung by him. Then give me an example. Shiyun quickly caught the rhythm, leaning out immediately to catch the ball. Then Gyungchul hit the second ball. Next is Yu Dong-ah. Dong-ah also quickly caught the ball. The shouts rang out non-stop as if adding strength. Second baseman, first baseman, Young Jae, wearily exclaimed. They are all monsters. Yuha and Ji-young were exhausted. The two of them fell at Gyungchul's feet. Gyungchul once again used all his internal energy to shout loudly. If you do not want to be pointed at, while having to listen to the truth that you are lazy, then it is best not to regret anything. Put all your strength here. Finally, that training came to an end. Morning break is over. Thank you for your efforts, everyone. At this time, everyone had arrived at the cafeteria. No one had time to shower. Their bodies were still covered in mud. Kang-in went to the seat and pulled out a chair, muttering, Damn it, that is why I hate defensive training. Just as he sat down, a can of tomato juice was placed next to him. Jun-woo's face was cold, but the goodwill in his words was very clear. Forget those difficult times. Kang-in received the can of juice and was a little flustered. Ah, thank you. As Shiyun was carrying a full tray of food on the way, he happened to encounter a sarcastic voice. Ah, here, are not you the pitcher everyone told me to block? It turned out to be Ki-hyuk's voice. Next to him were other team members diligently eating. Ki-hyuk said enthusiastically, Come here, we will be working together starting this afternoon. From now on, we are colleagues. Then everyone went to the field to practice baseball very diligently. Baek tried to perform the hit in a precise and powerful manner. Nearby, Coach Ji-hoon was watching him closely. Then, while Baek had collapsed, unable to catch his breath, Ji-hoon approached him and asked, Baek, is there anything worrying you today? He gave very detailed comments. The lower body needs balance, but it is nowhere to be seen. Today, you are just using strength to hit the ball. Are you worried about not having enough energy through the winter training? Being asked correctly, Baek had to try to stay calm, but still could not hide the awkwardness. In his words, I do not have any problems. I do not want to worry about anything. But his eyes could not help but glance over to where Shiyun was practicing. Jealousy appeared in Baek's eyes, and his lips were pursed tightly. This was all caught in Ji-hoon's sight. However, he did not expose it but explained Baek's mistake slowly. When striding, your center of gravity has moved forward, so you could not swing the bat accurately. Ji-hoon spoke and demonstrated. Follow the swing with just the rotation force, do you understand? Losing in a match with Peter is unavoidable, but as long as you touch the ball, you will continue to swing until the end. Hearing that Baek immediately understood, he nodded strongly, his eyes filled with determination. Baek shouted, Yes! Kang-in was practicing, and also had to peek. Then he complained, hitting the ball is still better than playing defense like this? Seung-do squatted next to him and conveniently commented, good hitting power, but pay more attention to the finishing motion. Your defensive skills are still weak. Are you using your designated hitting position? He also advised Kang In, you like to do things easily, right? To become a good player, it is best not to be picky. Kang In just laughed and replied casually, haha, I will remember what you said today. Suddenly Kang In felt curious. Can I ask you one thing? Sung-do seemed very wary. I can already smell the cunning from you. What is it? Kang In did not hesitate to say his question. Mir High School's ace hitter, who is everyone's number 4 hitter, Sin-do, stood up slowly and answered, number 4, you will see a typical strong guy. His face looked very excited when mentioning this. Our commander likes to put the best players at the top, putting the hitter with long hitting ability in the number 4 position. That is right. If you want to be recognized, I think you should start aiming for the 2nd or 3rd position. While speaking, Sung-do pointed to the distance. The number 4 you mentioned is that quad limb guy, who is training diligently over there. Paused for a moment, then Sung-do continued. But even so, he is strong. He hits the most home runs in the team. Following Sung-do's hand was a muscular young man who was constantly hitting balls. While hitting, he muttered, Hyun Kang In, you are dead to me. At this time, Kang In remembered Jiu. He wondered in his heart, is it because of the sabermetric system from before? I think I just heard swearing. Then Kang In spoke, home runs are also important. This made Sung-do a little confused. Kang In's eyes shone strangely, but let me guess. Saying that, his face suddenly carried a smile. You are the best hitter among the seniors here, right? Hearing that Sung-do replied with a face full of confidence, you noticed, just watch and learn genius. After receiving the answer, Kang In sat down excitedly. Just as expected, you were also recruited. Sung-do was so complacent that his face was lifted to the sky. One of the few people recruited into the school. Kang In tilted his head in wonder. So are there any 2nd and 3rd year students who were recruited? Sung-do also enthusiastically explained. The baseball club was only recently established, so there are only 2 people, including me, and 1 more person. Here he hesitated a bit. He is at the pitching field now. At the same time, on another training field, a hand wearing a glove caught the baseball skillfully. After catching it, Ho-chun praised loudly, good ball. Next to him was a team member, wearing blue protective gear, who was training similarly. Nearby Ma-pung Kang and Tae-o were observing everyone. He spoke. From now on, I will be in charge of all matters related to pitching for our school's pitchers. It is time to shape their throwing styles. At this time a sluggish figure walked over. He called, Coach, immediately attracting Ma-pung Kang's attention. Ki-hyuk wailed with dark circles under his eyes. Why? Are those new dragon kids being separated from senior Hwan? Ma-pung Kang looked at his face and was horrified. Damn it, you startled me. Are you lacking sleep because you stayed up all night reading Manhwa? Look at those dark circles. He started scolding. That is why your head is always in the clouds, Tae. On the side was secretly assessing. He is the ace, it must be. Ma-pung Kang pretended to cough a few times to change the subject. Anyway, back to the main issue. He directed his eyes towards the young man who had just thrown the ball. The one who just had a very sharp pitch to Ho-chan was Young Gyeonyul, a 3rd year student. Ma-pung Kang's eyes were full of seriousness. If it is not a straight ball, then the average speed will be around more than 120 kilometers per hour. However, a skilled pitcher will know how to combine and alternate between straight balls and cutters. He commented that Gyeonyul's advantage is the control that allows the ball to go anywhere we want. At the same time, Gyeonyul had gotten into position to throw the next ball. Moreover, with that incredible stamina. Speaking of which, Gyeonyul's powerful pitch was caught cleanly by Ho-chan again. Ma-pung Kang continued. Of course there are also pitchers who are completely the opposite. These words made Taeo's eyes shine with curiosity. He shifted his attention to another young man, who was also training. Next to him is our tall right-handed pitcher Kim Maru, 2nd year. Maru was also practicing pitching very seriously. The ball that he threw was also caught by a team member, wearing blue protective gear and gloves. The 2 of them were also practicing, like Ho-chan and Gyeonyul next to them. After observing the previous shot, Tae-o stated his feelings. It seems quite heavy. Ma-pung Kang explained that, on match days, his straight ball can reach 140 kilometers. In terms of speed alone, he occupies both 1st and 2nd place. Tae-o was still confused, but the opposite thing here is, Ma-pung Kang heard that and sighed. Just as expected, you are really perceptive. His eyes watched Maru intently, and began to comment. From the external form we can see that Maru is a formidable opponent, right? However, Maru often makes mistakes. Ma-pung Kang shifted his gaze to Gyeonyul. Between the 2 of them, Gyeonyul is on top. While speaking, he put his hand on Taeo's shoulder. The advantage in speed is an excellent advantage for a pitcher, but the only one who can show effective pitching in the official match is the pitcher who has special skill in controlling the ball. Furthermore, Tae-o was also listening very carefully to his instructions. Many times things will go beyond the control of the individual pitcher, so grasping how your teammates are affected is also important. Then Mapung Kang announced to the young men of the team, "Now then change people, Hyung-woong and Ki-hyuk will go up to pitch," while Ki-hyuk excitedly rushed into the field. "Oh yeah, it is finally my turn." Hyo-woong only listened silently, like a machine. Seeing that Mapung Kang worriedly asked, "Hyo-woong, can you handle it? You are having a problem with your physical strength." Hyo-woong replied with a cold face, "Yes, but in reality he was a little excited. Alright, let us go." Mapung Kang continued to assess Hyo-woong with Tae. "Oh, Hyo-woong can throw straight balls, curveballs and sliders. I personally think he is a fairly balanced pitcher. You may see that as normal, but I see it as an advantage." He was planning to switch to Ki-hyuk, and Ki-hyuk, then a familiar voice rang out, "Coach." Ki-hyuk enthusiastically suggested, "I hope that insolent kid will be the one catching the ball. I will let him taste my holy dragon pitch." Mapung Kang turned to ask Tae-o for his opinion. "Is it okay?" Tae-o was a bit petrified. It seemed that he did not refuse. Just a few minutes later, Tae-o was wearing protective gear, gloves and standing in the training field. Tae-o squatted down and shouted, "Let us start," muttering curses in his heart. Damn it. In front of him was Ki-hyuk preparing to pitch, but Tae-o was contemplating. "I need to focus more on An Shi-yoon, but I feel like I am being interrupted." He asked himself, "Can I train with this arrogant pitcher?" At this time Ki-hyuk had gotten into position. His eyes showed a rare cold look, and then the ball was thrown straight towards Tae-o. He reached out with his glove to catch the ball that was flying fast. A few surprised rays flashed in Tae-o's eyes. Sidearm pitching stance. Next to him was Ho-chan, who always had his eyes on them. He smiled and thought to himself, "The pitching stance has changed, but there are similarities. Maybe it will lean a little." Ki-hyuk continued to get into position. He deliberately prolonged it to create curiosity. Next, his voice was gentle, but Ki-hyuk's eyes were sharper and more focused than ever. Sinking ball. He raised one leg into a proper throwing stance. Tae-o was glued to Ki-hyuk and thought, "That is right, now it can be explained." A light of determination shone in his eyes. This is the type of sinking ball with that sidearm stance from before. As soon as the ball left Kika's hand, Tae-o could tell at a glance that this was a sinker. Ki-hyuk's pitch did not go in a straight line, but curved miraculously. Tae-o combined technique and strength, lowering his glove and catching the ball that was rushing like a rocket. Seeing his pitch being blocked so easily made Ki-hyuk gasp in surprise. "No way." He roared, "My holy dragon pitch," while Tae-o was very calm, his whole body exuding the aura of a warrior. He thought to himself, "If that is the case, just one hit will do." On another training field, the blue cloth wrapped on the hand was being waved. Shi-yun's sweat was flowing like a stream. He asked the red-haired person who was instructing someone else nearby, "Senior, how much longer do I have to do shadow pitching?" That red-haired senior coldly requested the guy who was practicing with the bat, 30 more times for me." Not receiving an answer, Shi-yun tried to continue practicing throwing the ball with the cloth wrapped on his hand. As he was practicing hard, a voice rang out, attracting his attention. "Is it difficult?" It turned out that the red-haired senior from before was right next to Shi-yun. He quickly replied, "No, I am okay, I guess." That red-haired senior's name was Oh Hwan, 19 years old, studying at Mir High School. Oh Hwan advised Shi-yun that, "You may find it boring, but try to complete the full number of sessions." Shi-yun also honestly said, "Because this is a new environment, so I find practicing here very fun." Behind him, a member of the team was collapsing and begging, "Save me." Oh Hwan only replied indifferently, "To the left," then continued to talk to Shi-yun. "I heard there is a difference in stance between your 2-seam and 4-seam pitches." Shi-yun was so tired that he could not breathe. "My back." But it seemed that the two of them did not notice, and were still talking back and forth. As usual, Shi-yun explained. About that, the differences were greatly improved during the vacation. Oh Hwan doubted, "I do not believe you can improve it in such a short time." He reminded in a deep voice. The coach said that in the near future, he will focus on basic training and shadow pitching, because all ball paths are only valuable when they are thrown with certain stances. For now, just do what you are told. Shi-yun replied a little awkwardly, "Yes, but if you are supervising us, is your training okay?" He secretly commented, "He seems to be a difficult person, his face does not have any expression." Oh Hwan's eyes suddenly became different. He replied coldly, "It is okay." Then told Shi-yun that, from now on people like you should focus on the basics first. This made both Shi-yun and Shu-yun's faces freeze. At the same time, Tae-o was still practicing catching the ball. He missed the previous pitch. The ball went into the glove but bounced out because he could not hold it in time. Ki-hyuk laughed loudly in satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, can't catch the ball. Is my holy dragon pitch good, Tae-o?" Thought angrily, "Is this guy crazy?" Another voice was full of powerlessness. "This is not the time to like Ki-hyuk." While Mapung Kang was contemplating and watching the kids practice, Wonku came to his side. Mapung Kang then told Wonku, "A young Nim, Look at Tae-o. Tae-o seemed to be grinding his teeth with anger. Ma Peng-kang thought that. Could it be that the kid is having difficulty catching the ball because he is not in the best state with his defensive skills? I expected him to be able to catch Ki-hee-hawk's ball easily. Wonku stated his opinion. The fact that the kid really has good defensive skills makes me quite uncomfortable. This made Ma Peng-kang ask in confusion, why? Wonku explained slowly. There are two main reasons why he occasionally misses the ball, even though everything seems to be going well, or simply the kid is lacking basic skills. Wonku used his sharp eyes to make an assessment. The method of catching the ball is to use the framing method that we are familiar with, but when encountering a pitcher with an unusual throwing method, discord will definitely occur. He concluded that Tae-o is likely to fall into the second case. Ma Peng-kang thought that if he knows framing well, then the pitcher will feel very good. But by this time I see Tae-o has improved. Wonku said thoughtfully, in the match I observed Tae-o framing 1-2 times. It is not just a trick to deceive the eyes. It is not just a normal hand movement, but also a way to time it accurately. When the ball flies in, he moves, then catches the ball. Subtle movement, using the whole body, along with a flexible pelvic area, he has gradually adapted to it through regular practice. Wonku reassured Ma Peng-kang, do not worry, if you encounter such a situation, then you can also overcome it by training every day. And Nida. Speaking of this, Wonku's voice was full of anticipation. When the kid develops, then the throwing ability of our team will also improve a lot. Ma Peng-kang heard that and smiled lightly. That must be related. Wonku wondered to himself, will the kid succeed on the path to becoming a catcher? When will that opportunity come? The two coaches thought in unison, we need to guide the kids very carefully. At this time, Tae-o was still catching the ball very seriously. The next day, at school, Shiyun smiled brightly and said, I may not be able to attend class often because I have to practice sports, but I look forward to everyone's help. The teacher was also very enthusiastic with him. The baseball club is fun. Right. I will go to cheer for you later, Shiyun obediently replied. Thank you. Next, the teacher directed her eyes to the person sitting behind Shiyun. Please sit in the back. Tae-o was still engrossed in studying the baseball playing guide. He was still fiddling with the ball in his hand, so he did not pay attention to being called on. He was immersed in his thoughts. I have not caught balls for 3 days, but that does not mean I have not learned anything. In the previous matches, the undetermined balls seemed not to pass through the strike zone, but in fact they were all predetermined. Right? Is it because the shielding of the helmet makes movement heavier? I will ask the commander about this later. Tae-o did not know that he had become the center of attention of the whole class, and continued to think to himself, I did not realize this when having to deal with him, but now I think it is quite difficult to lead him. When the two are on the same team, the teacher did not receive any response from him, so she was a little flustered. What are you doing down there? Until Shiyun's call rang out, attracting Tae-o's attention. Hey. Shiyun turned down to remind him, it is your turn. At this time, Tae-o casually introduced, I am Baek. Tae-o. His brevity and coldness made everyone in the class freeze. Shiyun was the most helpless. Is that it, old man? He had to stand up to speak on his behalf, teacher? He is also a member of the baseball team. It is just that he does not have many friends. Thanks to Shiyun's rescue, the teacher felt less embarrassed and smiled brightly in response. Really? Then Shiyun, please take care of your friend. The teacher asked, you two must have been close since before the match, right? Ji-yu was also present in the class. She smiled gently, looking at him and Tae-o, and thought, among the three of them, only Kang-in is not here. Is this the fate of the hitter? Then the teacher directed her eyes towards Ji-yu. Next, before the teacher could finish her sentence, Ji-yu took the initiative to stand up. She introduced herself confidently with a friendly smile. My name is Choi Ji-yu. My dream is to become a sports management agent, so good luck. Ji-yu also added, furthermore, I also take on the role of supervisor for these two guys. I have to make sure the two do not fight. While Tae-o did not care at all. Shiyun was surprised with his mouth wide open. Oh, we are in the same class. The teacher also understood. Ah, you mean the two friends on the youth team, huh? Ji-yu politely replied, yes, my dad is the head coach of the school's baseball club. The teacher heard that, and her face revealed excitement. Oh, there are so many coincidences today. A student spoke up. I think she is like the commander's representative. Ju laughed happily and asked back, ha ha, are you praising me? A blonde girl propped her chin and looked at the new transfer. Students boredly. I am so jealous of the sports club. They do not have to study as much as we do. The girl with the side bangs also shared the same thoughts. Me too. I like that. In another classroom, Dongjae was wondering to himself, I heard there are schools where you do not have to study. Is this morning class mandatory? His eyes were glued to Kang-in. As soon as he transferred in, Kang-in was surrounded by many female students. Are you Hyun Kang-in? Do you want to eat something? Kang-in smiled friendly and replied, no thanks. The female students continued to ask, really? Then what do you like to eat, Kang-in? Honestly, probably Sunday soup, huh? The group of girls laughed. Haha, what is it? Sounds like an old man. Dong Jae could only follow with envious eyes. Why is this guy in the same class as me? He is so clueless. Sitting above him was Junwoo. Junwoo seemed to have noticed these strange expressions. Today is really beautiful. From the baseball field you can see the blue sky, with clouds floating. Shiyun and Tae-o were on the way to the field. Shiyun took the initiative to start a conversation. The principal's speech today was so long, but Tae-o flatly refused. Do not talk anymore. I find it annoying. Shiyun was a little helpless. If that is the case, then I do not know what else to say. But he was still concerned about him. Sometimes I worry about you. Suddenly the two were attracted by the scene on the field. Oh. It was Oh Hwan who was practicing alone. The way he was doing it was similar to Shiyun before, tying a cloth to his hand to practice throwing the ball. Shiyun quickly recognized him. It is senior Oh Hwan. The scene in front of him made Shiyun have a speculation. He came early to practice. Does he not have enough time to train himself? Tae-o on the side was just watching intently. Just then, a call rang out from behind, making both of them turn around. Hey you guys. On one side was a market Seong-do who was cheerfully carrying a box. There are new uniforms. Try them on. On the other side was a Temple Dae Hyup, who was silently carrying a box next to him. Hearing that Shiyun was enthusiastic, uniforms, Tae-o was still cold, as if nothing happened. Suddenly the figure of Ki-hyuk appeared behind Shiyun. Shiyun happily shouted yes, then started putting on the new uniform. The new uniform used black and white as the two main colors. The boys looked very fit and healthy wearing it. Everyone liked it. Only Tae-o was indifferent, as if nothing happened. It really smells like new clothes. Seong-do folded his arms and declared, no matter what you wear, you are still just kids. Minho standing nearby spoke up to taunt him. You are only 2 years older. What is the big deal? A friend asked Shiyun, what does number 31 mean? He also honestly replied, it means I want to keep the same position for 3 years. So it is number 31. Ki-hyuk did not know where he came from and laughed. Smugly, ha ha ha, the number 1 position this year will belong to me. Seeing such an atmosphere, Jeonil also smiled and said to Oh Hwan, who was sweating profusely, it is fun to hear everyone talk about jersey numbers. Then he immediately changed the subject and asked, by the way, can you catch the ball this weekend? Oh Hwan wiped his sweat with a towel and replied, I told the commander about receiving 1 inning. 294. Hearing that Jeonil also felt somewhat relieved. Anyway, I am glad you are participating sooner than I thought. Before he could finish, swearing rang out nearby. Change the jersey number, you idiot. It was Baek shouting at Kang-in, but he was still able to joke, hey, why are you so selfish? That made Baek even angrier. Having the same jersey number as you drives me crazy, you bastard. Kang-in's voice was still very calm. You can change it. Senior Baek. Baek continued to scream, are you crazy? I have liked number 3 for a long time. Kang-in shielded his face with one hand and cheerfully suggested, then how about number 33? It looks similar, because I am already number 3. Baek pointed and cursed, shut up. Seong-do quickly stood up to mediate, hey, stop, we are about to start warming up. Baek was burning with anger and took the opportunity to shout, you shut up too. Before showing how to play it, is best to show me that you are better than me. Kang-in was still nonchalantly thinking, just as expected, he even smiled brightly to tease Baek. Haha, your face looks so funny. Baek was almost going crazy. Huh, did you hear what this brat said? Teach him a lesson, Seong-do muttered helplessly. That is right. Oh Hwan just stood and watched without comment. Jeonil wondered, could it be that their relationship was so bad in middle school? At the baseball field at this time, Wonku shook hands with the guest. Please help us. The other side nodded in confirmation. Yes, my side will also learn a lot. On this side, Seong-do excitedly called out, everyone. He urged the whole team, prepare yourselves. This is the weekend practice match between Mir High School and Wonjung High School. All the players listened to the order and gradually gathered to warm up. Seong-do raised his voice. We are a team that has been established for 4 years. Shiyun on the side was also motivated. But everyone on the field at this time is a true baseball player. Seong-do clenched his fist with determination. Rookies, are you clear about our slogan from yesterday? All the team members said in unison. Yes. Inside the baseball field, the whole team shouted with determination. 2, 3, do not be afraid, let us go, let us fight, win together, glory for Mir High School, advance. Their shouts echoed to the coach. Let us party, brothers. Mapong Kang was delighted. Seong-do has boosted the team's morale a lot. Wonku next to him agreed, that is right. If he can't do that as captain, then that is a big problem. After speaking, he called out loudly, come on, focus everyone. On the side of Wonjung High School, Sang-han smiled with pleasure. Gengchul yawned long. What is the reference point for this relative analysis? Mapong Kang explained, if you understand that there are many pitchers who want to catch up with the number of balls thrown quickly, there is no opponent more annoying than such people. Wonku pondered thoughtfully. The coach must have also considered the ideal batting order for this month and the final season. Ma Pung-kang smiled reassuringly, and replied, although most of those kids were transferred from middle school, a small team like this is also a good thing. On the field at this time the match was very tense. The voice of the referee rang out, the destruction machine on the field, center fielder, Won Min-yo. In a typical first match, he will be the object you are most likely to lose to. It is easy as pie. With his flexible gate-leaving ability and nimble feet, that kid will take on the role of first hitter for our team. Jung Chul was annoyed. I know. Who are you talking to? Anyway, Ma Pung-kang smiled happily, just interacting with the audience, why not? Suddenly, Ki-hyuk stepped up from behind. In short, he said with eyes full of admiration, the wind spirit, it is him. The referee on the field described, a well-rounded player in all 5 skills, with the best defense and scoring ability, number 2001 Sunung-do. Shortstop, providing mental support to the team, is the heart of Mir High School, right? The gaze gradually turned to Yu-ha, number 3, left fielder, is the hitter with the highest ball contact rate on the team. Min, Hyuha, although he is a second-year student, he has shown his presence in the outfield area thanks to his strong stance. I do not like those incomprehensible complaints. He is focusing on thinking, if I wait, the ball won't be irregular. Swinging the bat wide won't be very effective. Each extremely strong hit was continuously thrown by the players. The referee announced, Baek was bitter in his heart. Strikeout, damn it, I could not hold back. Ki-hyuk stood outside the field and sneered. What is wrong, my dear senior Baek? Our team's main pitcher has 3 strikeouts. Baek angrily shouted back, shut up, you damn otaku. Observing the match, Ma Pung-kang analyzed. Baek is still sluggish. Jung Chul continued. If he had hit it would have been a long ball. He also added, but there are only a few hitters as strong as him. He is probably the 4th hitter that the commander has to headache over. On the field, Baek was torturing Ki-hyuk, making him scream loudly, 100% power, coach, save me. Jung Chul wondered, is there anyone balanced enough to replace him? Recently he also has many long balls, so it is probably okay. But even so, that kid is always the first one to watch the ball game. Dae Hyup suddenly felt strange holding the bat. Why does my hitting accuracy get worse the more I look at the ball? Ma Pung-kang's eyes darkened. Number 6 Yu, the batting average has decreased significantly recently, so what can we expect? The current score is already 2, taking 1 and 3 gates. Hitter number 7 Kang-in holding the bat slowly walked onto the field. Baek paused a bit when he saw him. Ki-hyuk was still begging non-stop, let me go. Everyone on the team discussed. He has already become a main member. Ki-hyuk was struggling on Baek's back. Let me go. Jun-woo speculated, it must be because he is good. Dong-jae gasped and denied, it is just because there is no one else. If we only needed to win 1 match all this time, it would be great. Shi-yoon showed an admiring expression. I am quite jealous of him. The coach on Won-young's side was also a little surprised. That kid actually joined the weaker team, Mir High School. Seeing that Dae-yoon was a little confused and wondered what is it? It is just a low batting order for a practice match. He looked at Kang-in in front of him and thought, why does the whole team seem so worried and focused? Seeing Kang-in's appearance, a player on Won-jung's side immediately tensed. They have already scored 2 points in the first inning. He confidently threw the ball straight. Catch this. Kang-in swung the bat to finish. Let us end it. The bat was swung up. The ball followed that blow and flew high as fast as lightning. Kang-in's hit made Sang-han completely unable to react. He hurriedly chased after the ball that had flown to the corner of the field. Sang-han shouted loudly, Hey, catch the ball quickly. After speaking, he turned his body towards the ball to his teammate. At the same time, Kang-in was also rushing to the finish line. Sang-han was stunned. So soon. Kang-in touched the finish line in time before the ball reached Sang-han's hand. The voice of the referee rang out. 2 more points have been scored in Gate 3. Mir High School is leading by 4 points in just 1 inning. Ma Pung-kang praised, oh, that is a beautiful move. Oh, can't believe it was a triple play. After that home run, it was really a spectacular performance. Jung Chul continued. I understand. The 2nd and 3rd year kids should start worrying. Wong-koo stroked his chin thoughtfully. 3 in just 1 match. On the field at this time, Kang-in was very happy. It has been a long time since I had a triple play. Ma Pung-kang realized not only the talent but also the greed and desire to win of that kid. The ball gradually rolled into the glove. Do-na threw the ball to Seung-do, with the combination of the iron wall named Seung-ho and Keystone Donga. Ma Pung-kang stroked his chin, looking confident. These 2 kids are always very quick in the game. Ki-hyuk could only freeze stiffly. He, Lee Donga, uncle really suits that rebellious name. Ma Pung-kang brushed it off and reminded, Ki-hyuk, hurry up and prepare to pitch. Immediately after that, the ball continued to be hit, from Won-jung School. The player who just hit the ball wondered, what the hell? He glanced at the players of Mir School and thought, not only are these guys good at hitting, but their defense and pitching are not bad either. Then he turned to look at the gloomy attitude of his school. I thought it was just a practice match, but I am being cornered by Mir High School like this. His mind fell back. If we meet at the national tournament, then it will be even more dangerous. Ki-hyuk, at the same time had entered the pitching state. Ha ha ha, it is my turn to go on stage. He excitedly threw the ball and shouted, "Let us go, Holy Dragon pitch!" The ball's path was so magical that the player on Wonjung's side could only let it pass by. He could not believe it. Strikeout, sinker. Suddenly the referee's voice rang out. Fifth inning is temporarily suspended. The coach called out loudly, "Baek-o." Wonku came closer and suggested, "Come here and substitute." Baek-o could not believe it and said, "Huh." Wonku then explained, "The swing today is not like you usually are. You should focus more on batting." Minyo on the side could only stand and watch. It is over. The freshman and sophomore are ahead of him. Sung-do also folded his arms helplessly. Can't be saved. What an idiot. Baek-o's face darkened. His hand clenched the bat tightly. Can't show anything. The other team members wondered, "Commander, who are you going to substitute?" Mapung-kang replied frankly, "Baek Tae-o. Let us start." From inside the waiting line, a pair of powerful feet began to take the field. "I still do not intend to put him in the defense, not as a catcher." Mapung-kang instructed, "It is all up to you. Show yourself and seize your opportunity." Tae-o stepped out with determination. "I will show everyone." He raised the bat and told himself the miracle, "I will build my position right here." After thinking that, Taeo's agile hands hit the incoming ball powerfully. The ball flew at lightning speed, making it impossible for the player on the other side to keep up. Tae hurriedly ran to the marker. The ball passed the third baseman. Dae-hyup watched his figure and asked, "Are you as panicked as I am at this moment?" Siwoo nodded in agreement. "Well, the little ones are good." Kang-in also enthusiastically followed, just as expected from him. "If that is the case, then I will keep an eye on you." Standing outside observing, young Jae could not help but be amazed. Even though this is their first high school match, they did not flinch at all. Chi-yun was somewhat worried in his heart and wondered, "Go ahead, will I have a chance?" Suddenly, he glanced to the side, as if realizing something. Oh Hwan's hands were shaking uncontrollably without realizing it. The referee's voice suddenly shouted, "Out! Change pitcher!" The Wonjung players were wary. There was not any gap around him. Facing Kang-in? What beep? To throw the ball now? The catcher on Wonjung's side worried. A left-handed hitter is not bothered by a right-handed pitcher, so why is this guy ranked so low? In just a blink of an eye, Kang-in, with the bat in his hand, flew the ball away. The referee shouted loudly, "Hit again." Immediately, Tae-o quickly ran to the gate. The runner at gate 2 had also reached home plate at the same time as that great hit. That was a precise RBI. He looked annoyed. Why was that guy the one who scored the RBI? The people outside discussed, "Look at that bastard's face frowning when scoring." Mapung-kang was excited. Letting the kids try to be official members seems worth it. As a freshman, it seems he is standing in 7th place on the batting list. The current score, Mir High School versus Wonjung High School, inning 5, scoring 7-2. Mapung-kang speculated, with the talent the kid is showing, there is no reason to be ranked in the bottom batting order anymore. The coach on Wonjung's side worried, "Mir High School is stronger than I thought." The coach next to him smirked in response. There are some rumors between the teams that have faced each other in the Winter League. He lifted his glasses and analyzed. Although the media is silent, the district supervisors have reported that they are watching them closely. However, even if they possess a high-level attack and a unique pitcher lineup. That coach's eyes darted to Dae-hyup. The lack of practical experience of the members will become a knife that stabs them in the back. Just then, the ball flew past his glove. The coach's voice outside shouted in, "Hey Ryu Dae-hyup, there is still time, so calm down." Dae-hyup was startled and hurriedly grabbed the ball, quickly to the first gate. He quickly threw the ball over. The teammate did not guess the direction of the ball, making the coach even more angry. "You are not calm at all." Gyun-chul's face darkened and told himself, "Ryu Dae-hyup, keep him for training." Mapung-kang on the side calmly observed and praised, "Nice home run." The referee's voice continued to commentate. The ball flew in front of the right fielder. The coach shouted in, "All right, home run match. Throw it back home." Yu-ha carefully observed the situation. The score difference is quite good. Seong-do hurriedly shouted loudly, "Hup, home, go home you idiot." He was angry. "Can't we still play? Even if we do not go home, show some spirit." Yu-ha was still calm. "Anyway, we can't stop it." This angered Gyung-chul even more. Two kids, Min Hyuha and Kwon Se-young-do, on the list next. The coaches on the Wonjung side were on pins and needles and said to each other, "There are more problems than we thought." A second later, another ball was thrown from Mir. The ball flew so strongly that it hit the player on Wonjung's side, making him scream loudly. Maru's mouth dropped open in shock. The referee ordered, the ball hit the person, go back to the gate. The other team members then chimed in, "Hey, be careful." The player on Wonjung's side complained in his heart, "It is difficult." Oh my, that was really painful. From behind, Ji-hoon slowly walked over. "Maru, do not be swayed by their defense." Maru nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I should have eaten rice this morning, so I would not be so unlucky. Jin Woo standing outside could not hide his admiration. Senior Maru's ball is very fast, so that just now must have been painful. His butt must be swollen. Suddenly, the coach's voice rose. Junwoo, Daeho, Jaeyoung, prepare. Wangku glanced back. Should not you three be on the field in the second half of the match? The three of them immediately started warming up excitedly. All right, I will crush them, yes? Understood. On the field at this time the ball was still being delivered continuously. Dongjae struggled to hit each ball. He trembled and thought, am I so worried? Just then, a ball flew past with the referee's shout. Sudden swing? Strike out? Sung-do questioned, what are you guys doing? Are you here to do tricks? Baek anxiously stood and fidgeted. Things should not be like this. Not only is he playing actively as an official member, he looked at Kang In next to him. The remaining freshmen are also not playing well. That is why that kid stands out more. Hyun Kangin. Today's statistics, 100% on the gate. 3 hits, 3 RBI, 2 runs and 1 walk. Outside, Mapung Kang patted Oh Hwan on the shoulder and asked quietly, ready, go pitch for 1 inning, you will be on the field in the 8th turn. He nodded coldly, yes. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Oh Hwan. Jian Yul teased, do not be afraid and not throw. Ki Hyuk also chimed in to encourage, Ganbatte, Oh Hwan senpai. Oh Hwan nodded. Thank you. Song-do patted his shoulder and urged, it has been a long time, so do not hesitate. Oh Hwan slowly walked to the pitching mark and thought, from the beginning, I did not feel any decrease. However, he sighed to gain strength. At this time, I am doing against my own will. Oh, Hwan's hand clenched the ball tightly. I won't listen to this body anymore. He got into position, telling himself, nothing has changed today, just like before. In Oh Hwan's heart was full of determination. Once again with the heavy ball in his hand, I will throw straight into the strike zone. The ball flashed in Oh Hwan's eyes. It glided past the bat of the player on Wonjung's side like a breeze. In just a blink of an eye, the ball directly stuck to the catcher's glove behind. The bat-wielding guy trembled non-stop. Ball, he thought in a panic, what the hell so fast? At the same time on Sung-do's side, he was nervously watching the match in front of him. Ball, in his heart he had some doubts. Is it too early? The cries on the field still rang out. Ball! Kang In stood in a corner of the baseball field. His mouth moved slightly, that guy. Ki Hyuk watched the match intently. He yelled and screamed. Fireball advanced. Next to him was Jeonnyeol, who was also seriously observing every move below. Hwan? Suddenly at this moment, Shiyun's eyes widened. The stunned and unbelievable expression on his face could not be hidden. Oh, no way. At this time, Oh Hwan was staring ahead. He used his hand to wipe away the sweat sticking to his face. At this time, he was exhausted. Fatigue was present in the depths of Oh Hwan's eyes. The position is terrible. I can't do it. Oh Hwan looked at the muscular goalkeeper of the opposing team, constantly reminding himself in his heart, do not rush. This is only the 9th hitter. Then, he took a long breath. Drops of sweat fell one after another. Home. The direction he was looking at was where his team's goalkeeper was standing. But that place in Oh Hwan's eyes now only had a small beam of light shining on this place covered in darkness. It looked so far away. But even so, he still revived his spirit and swung the arm, holding the ball back. Even so, dust rose fiercely with his movements. Oh Hwan quickly used all his strength to throw that ball. While performing that series of operations, he was reassuring himself, I still have to throw. The baseball soon flew to Kwang-soo's position. It seemed to stop in the air at that moment. Seeing that scene, both Oh Hwan and his teammates could not help but be shocked. Ho-chan immediately took off the covering of his face and asked with concern, are you okay? While Kwang-soo painfully hugged his injured arm, groaning and cursing, hey, damn it. Immediately the two coaches of that team could not hold back their anger and roared, have not they hit the kid with the ball twice already? Is Mir High School doing this on purpose? The other person only cared about the injury on Kwang-soo? Are you okay, Kwang-soo? The coach on Oh Hwan's team also asked with concern, what is wrong, are you okay? He immediately replied, he is probably okay. While everyone was still surrounding Kwang-soo, at this time, Oh Hwan was bowing his head, blaming himself in his heart. I was wrong, I was afraid to throw the ball. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out attracting his attention. Fortunately, he was not injured. It turned out to be none other than Maru. He approached Oh Hwan and said softly, Hwan, it is still early. You can continue to support next time. On the stands, the worried expression on Jeonnyeol's face was clear. It has only been 2 pitches. Ki Hyuk was no less than Jeonnyeol. He cried out, in fear. It is okay, Senior Oh Hwan. But because the distance was too far, Oh Hwan obviously could not hear those words. He took off the hat he was wearing and left slowly. Before completely disappearing from the baseball field, he hesitated and said to Shiyun, I am sorry. You owe me this time. Shiyun hugged the hat in his arms. I really owe you. Anyway, you are still a pitcher. At the end of the 8th inning, there were still Gate 1 and Gate 2. Mir High School changed pitchers. Shiyun put on his hat, with a smug smile. This is when I share the responsibility. This is the moment when Ah Shi-yoon confronts the battle. Suddenly, a tall and muscular man stepped out. I heard from the commander, you won't be throwing two seams today. At this time, the commander of the Oh-hwan team was folding his arms and instructing Shi-yoon and Ho-chan, now, just focus on your balance by throwing 4 seam balls. It is just a practice match, so do not worry too much. Shi-yoon seriously listened to every word the commander said. If you can accurately determine the path of the 4 seam, then that will also help you control the 2 seam ball in the future. He waited until he had finished speaking, before speaking out the problems in his heart. Coach, recently I feel, when throwing the 2 seam. Shi-yoon remembered the combat method of the opposing team and made a suggestion. If we aim at the body of the left-handed pitcher, then it will be easier to strike. Let us try to see if it is really effective, because this time, we will have to face such a batter. Hearing that, the coach also had to prop his chin and ponder. Ho-chan also did not object at all. Did not you guess correctly? Throwing the ball in the wrong way and controlling it will cause danger. Shi-yoon looked up and replied, I do not think so. After thinking everything through, the coach then looked up and asked, Shi-yoon, what position on the pitcher's plate do you usually put your foot on before throwing? Shi-yoon replied with a soft cry. He immediately stood in that position. Like this. The coach then replied, I bet you have been throwing like that all this time without paying attention. Saying that, he still smiled triumphantly, approving the plan that Shi-yoon proposed. All right, according to the plan, no 2 seam. Instead, let us try something new. The coach looked towards Oh-hwan, who was sitting with Baek. There is one problem that needs to be solved with all the players. At this time, another guy turned to encourage Baek. Baek, do not be discouraged. You are good at defense, so you should focus on their batting. He immediately replied, thank you. Oh-hwan was still silent and did not say a word. At the same time in the distance, Ki-hyuk, along with Jeonyul, were shouting and advising, Oh-hwan, Senior Hwan, it is okay, that is right. There is still time from now until the competition. Even a person who has always been calm like Wonku was worried about the upcoming match. Hit it accurately, throw the ball with all your courage. Even a small opportunity can have a huge impact on your performance in the tournament. He told himself while looking at his teammates on the baseball field. If I can impress the pitching team, like Kang-in. Just then someone shouted loudly, do not be afraid. Shi-yoon quickly replied, yes. He exhaled, his eyes seemed to shine brightly, in broad daylight. I will only throw 4 seam. Then Shi-yoon lifted one of his legs. Forget the old 4 seams, and enhance them properly. He immediately threw the baseball without any hesitation or flinching. The people on the opposing team also quickly ran. According to the speed of the ball, runner of both gate 1 and 2, 1 arrow hits 2 targets. But before the team on the other side could swing the bat, the ball had flown into the hands of the player standing behind. Immediately the referee's voice announced resonantly throughout the baseball field, runner gate 2 and 3 are safe. Another guy ran and thought, I do not care anymore. The atmosphere here is too chaotic. Another guy quietly observed Shi-yoon's every move since then. He could not help but exclaim, that guy's first pitch, the spin is not that fast either. Shi-yoon raised his head high, without any restraint. What do you guys think? Tae-o went to another place. In his heart still stirred each wave of thought. That idiot, we still have a runner. He does not even perform a quick motion. He frowned slightly. Our defense is very stable. What is he going to do when he can't think in simple situations? Shi-yoon leaned over, preparing for the next pitch. He remembered the words that the coach taught him before the match. As a right-handed pitcher, it is better if you step onto the pitcher's plate when there is someone at gate 3. Otherwise, just throw as normal. If the ball spins counterclockwise and you use that as a strength, not the ball spinning clockwise, then it will be much stronger. Before long, the ball followed the direction Shi-yoon threw and flew up high. Do not think about hitting that left-handed hitter. Step onto the plate, spread your legs, and throw. The ball flew straight to the side of the goalkeeper. Dust flew everywhere in the air. A guy on the other team paused. When he saw its direction, what, that ball? He did not have time to hit the ball back, but could only watch it be caught by the goalkeeper. Do you have a head? Ho-chan, after catching the ball, was no less stunned. Strike, the true trajectory of the ball is as good as it sounds. But Shi-yoon still did not stop there. He swung the ball up again. Catch this. The ball flew towards the opponent, then he hit it back. Then it was quickly caught by Shi-yoon. Suddenly a teammate on his team called out, hey, gate 3. In the distance were 2 players trying to avoid contact from the opponent, restrain the runner, and throw to gate 1. Not long after, Tae-o caught the ball flying towards him. Immediately the referee's voice rang out, 1 out. Shi-yoon stood in a corner, observing the situation of the match. He smiled proudly. Good. Everyone understands the intention. At that moment a player on the opposing team took off the hat he was wearing. Disbelief filled the depths of his heart. Is he really straight? My body trembled when hitting the ball straight. Even Ho-chan had to think incessantly about the way the ball was thrown just now. Just changing the throwing stance was not much of a problem, but Thanks to the unique four-seam ball path with the reverse spin, the result obtained was a resounding success. The match only continued again after a few seconds. He caught the ball while thinking, this kid is the pitcher I expect in the future. The player on the other side was having to catch the ball in utter powerlessness. Strike, oh. At the same time, Wanbin was sitting on the stands. Crumbs of bread were stuck all over the corners of his mouth. Was not that just now a two-seam ball, Kang-in? Sitting next to him, he folded his arms and replied, nope, probably just a four-seam. What are you eating? By the way, can I have a bite? Saying that, Kang-in's eyes seemed to light up. He smirked and thought, you decided not to throw the two-seam so that your skills would not be detected. It looks a bit different from the normal two-seam. I would be very happy to hit it. At this time, on the baseball field, Tae-o reached up high and gently caught the ball. Okay, my ball. Shiyun, standing in the distance, saw that and posed, speaking to Tae. Oh, all right. Was not it easy, kid? 2 outs. Outside the field, the two coaches on the other team had become more anxious than ever. Why is it so easy for them to strike when all that kid is doing is throwing straight balls? Another coach did not rush to respond. Instead, he wondered confusedly. Foul. Is not it just a straight ball? On the baseball field, each ball was hit back and forth, along with the referee's shout, foul. The player on the other team looked at the trails of smoke in the air, grinding his teeth unwillingly. Why is it so heavy? Standing on the plate makes it even faster. But Shiyun did not stop. Because of that, he swung the ball up again. What is this? It is like back in middle school, when I only threw 4 seam balls. The ball quickly flew forward. But why is it so fun? This time, the player on the other side could not block it. The ball immediately fell into the hands of the goalkeeper behind. Seeing that, Shiyun excitedly clenched his hands. Strike, out. The baseball field was filled with shouts everywhere. Change sides, wah. Not long after that, when the match had ended, everyone was covered in dirt. They shook hands one by one. Thank you for the match. Shiyun's team enthusiastically shouted, well done, pack your things and get on the bus. Yes. The other team could only leave sadly. The other team glanced at Shiyun's group. Now everyone was wary of them. It was just a practice match, but they were not opponents to be taken lightly. Another player added, no way do I want to lose to Mir High. They watched Shiyun joking around with his friends and objectively assessed, that team is strong this year. Mir High versus Wanjung High. Final score 8-6, Mir High wins. From afar, a girl's voice rang out. Tae-o did not even get to play in the main position. Tae-o retorted, shut up, you can't even defend properly. Other teammates chimed in, they are all our juniors. Just the thought of those kids shining today is enough to worry you. That voice still echoed, standing on this harsh mound. Oh, Juan said nothing. He just listened intently with a blank expression. There is no such thing as fairness. A while later, as it was getting dark, in the dormitory, Ki-hyeok and the others were excitedly cheering. So our guy is like this. Someone came out naked from the waist down and replied, really? Another seeing this yelled, really my ass, give me back my underwear, it is blinding. At this moment, Seongdo approached Kang-in and asked, Kang-in, where are you going? He replied coldly, oh, just to the command room for a bit. He is doing private interviews with the freshmen. Seongdo, hearing this, suddenly remembered. Right, that room is on the first floor. Do you know where it is, Kang-in grinned. Heh, yeah. Suddenly he tilted his head and looked at the person hiding behind Seongdo. Senior, even if you hide, I can still see you. Did I do something wrong? Seongdo explained. He is just a little shy. It turned out to be Mir High's Lee Dong. Ah, he was only just 18 years old. Seongdo was too familiar with Dong-a's personality. He explained with a nod of agreement from Dong-a. He looks sneaky, but he is not a bad guy. What, are you not comfortable with all the freshmen? Not just this one. Why be so shy around your juniors? This made Kang-in a little stunned. Is he talking without opening his mouth? Communicating without even speaking? After speaking a long string of words, Seongdo and Dong-a turned and left. All right, anyway, good job. Don't say weird things in front of the commander. Kang-in happily replied, I am much better behaved in front of adults than Tae. Oh. Soon after, Kang-in arrived and knocked on a door from which the sound of conversation was coming. I am here for the interview. The person inside replied, come in. Wonku was sitting in a chair in front of the computer screen, with another person standing beside him. He looked up and said, as Kang-in walked in, you are here. He maintained his usual stern expression. You did well today. Come over here. Kang-in hesitated and replied, ah, yes. Baek glanced over with a sharp look. Kang-in stood there coldly staring back at him. Wonku cut off the tense atmosphere between the two. You did well today. Come over here. He replied emotionlessly. Ah, yes. Kang-in scratched his head and asked, isn't this supposed to be a private interview? He turned back to Baek and asked, right. Do you have anything else to say, Baek? He bowed his head and replied, no. I apologize for intruding. Wonku bid Baek farewell with a word of encouragement. Remember to take care of your health. Baek turned and left. silently passing by Kang In. But before leaving, he glared at Kang In with a menacing look. He looked over, just smiling brightly and said, "Thank you for doing a great job in the match today." Hearing those compliments, Baek gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, empty words. Meanwhile, Wonku asked Kang In, "You are not in the dormitory, are you? I will give you a ride later." He replied with a sincere smile, "Yes, please, heh." He changed the subject. "How was the match today?" Kang In replied. "Oh, it was fun." He then explained in detail. "I want to experience more types of pitches. My stance compared to middle school has improved a lot. The pitchers I met today are people who will have many opportunities in the future because they all have quick reflexes and are easy to strike out. I am also very confident in my own ability. If you give me the opportunity, I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Wonku leaned back in his chair, sighing. "You guys are classmates, no wonder your words are exactly the same." Kang In was puzzled. He explained, Baek he came earlier and said the same thing. Baek was determined to improve himself before he would do ab exercises before going to bed. Kang In prayed inwardly. "Please forget about my slump in form today. Next time I definitely won't let you down." Wonku meanwhile added, "He is a sincere person. He has never neglected baseball since he was a freshman. He must have felt impatient seeing his recent stagnation." He continued under Kang In's attentive listening. "Do you understand how he feels? After all, you two went to the same middle school. Baek is a player worth following. Don't just look at your own skills, turn what you learn from your seniors into your own weapon." Wonku suggested further, "Of course, to ensure the performance of the entire team, we will actively recruit more players regardless of grade. Even if there are many opportunities, you will still be ahead of your friends, but because of that, do not be too hasty. Show your own baseball." He did not forget to praise Kang In, "Because you deserve to be a good player, so if you continue what you are doing, it will help nurture your talent in the future." He became radiant after hearing this. "I understand." After just a few words of conversation, Wonku wanted to meet someone else. "You look pretty relaxed after the match, so I do not have anything else to say. Can you call Tae-o here for me?" This made him ask again, "Are we done?" As Kang In turned to leave, Wonku suddenly called out, "Ah, Kang In." He stopped, looking back. "Yes." With a few coughs, he evaded with some questions. "It seems like you guys are dating Jiyu. How is it going?" Kang In was confused after hearing this. "Huh." A moment later, he realized the problem. "Ah." Kang In then laughed. "Haha, is that the main reason you called me here?" Wonku defensively interrupted. "This guy, any relationship that involves money needs to be clear." He finally left the interview room, walking on silently. Kang In thought for a moment and then spoke out loud, "I still have a lot to learn." Memory suddenly appeared. Baek's voice rang out unfairly. "You are just playing baseball with your innate talent." He angrily criticized. "Do you treat anyone who is worse than you in baseball like idiots?" Kang In pondered and then smiled. He has to prove it by winning, or just admit it without saying anything. He seemed to want to challenge Baek. "Anyway, everything is progressing pretty well here, Senior Baek." Cut back to the interview room. Tae-o sat there frankly requesting, "Next time I want to play as catcher." It seemed that his determination was unwavering. "Can't you consider me for the backup catcher position, even if it is at the end of the game?" Wonku, seeing Taeo's eagerness, thought to himself, the reaction is as expected from this kid. He finally spoke to explain, "Tae-o, you know that the catcher position is special, and it is not because you are not good enough or anything. Newcomers need to prepare a lot of things before they can play." Hearing this, he continued to ask, "Then what should I do? I will always be ready to jump into the game at any time. If you need me to do anything, just give me the task." Wonku began to make demands for the position. First, learn the signs and postures related to defense faster than the others, because a catcher communicating through the dugout does not need to be taught these basics. He continued, "During practice, I noticed that your blocking and throwing skills are excellent. Pay more attention to your catching skills." Tae-o, meanwhile, took out a pen and paper to write down. Pondering, "Catching is my problem." Understood. But after a while, he stopped writing. Tae-o looked up and wondered again. "In the end, there is still something I want to ask. In the practice match last year, An Shi-eun threw a two-seam fastball. Right apart from standing on the plate, is his pitch qualified to be considered a strike?" Wonku asked the reason. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" He began to explain. "The movement of the ball is so strong that it seems he can't control it either. Actually, after trying to catch it a few times, I think that the path of the ball still has quite a few residual fluctuations to be considered a strike." Tae-o gave an argument about that law. "Strike is calculated not based on how we catch it, but on whether it has passed through the strike zone above home plate." In conclusion, he told his goal, "If only the commander could admire those pitches, I can turn him into a more talented pitcher." Hearing this, he replied, "As you said, Shi-eun's two-seam skills are not bad at all. To say the least, they are quite good." Wonku recounted the situations. Some pitches tend to fall due to differences in height, because most two-seam balls will move close to the strike zone. He said the conclusion, if you can actively transform the path of the two-seam ball to move as you want, then I would be very looking forward to it. I think I have checked a bit more thoroughly to test his ability. And summarizing it, Wonku explained to Tae. Oh, in short, An Shiyun still pitches very well under such conditions. In today's match, I think he controlled it quite well. And furthermore, he gave an example, not only Shiyun but also all of our team's pitchers. You should upgrade their level to a new height. Wonku asked Tae-o in return. But with those combination pitches, do you think the catcher is the only one making decisions on the field? He thought for a moment and replied, I just do my best to win. He nodded in agreement. Right, after this conversation, I can see that your desire is stronger than others. The more you play, the more you can analyze the game. We will talk about this later. Wonku dismissed his office. Good job. Go inside and rest quickly. Tae-o bowed farewell. Yes, thank you for today. The next morning, under the clear weather, in his dorm room, Shiyun, scratching his back through his shirt, made a phone call. I do not have any plans today. Just lying around. The other end of the line replied quizzically, what the heck, do not you have a date? Is there anything else I should do? He simply explained. Today, the coaches have a day off. Should I be doing something else? Dae-yun, who was outside for a stroll, laughed and said, Hey, do not you have a date? Isn't it unusual for you not to want to go out? Shiyun retorted. How long have you been in the sports club? I bet you are doing very well, right? Same here. Suddenly Shiyun's roommate, Jun-woo, quickly answered for him. Min Ho-hyung has a date. Exposed, he could only grit his teeth and lament. Ah, my last excuse. Dae-ride replied without any resentment. Ha ha ha, I have good news. Before he could finish, there was a voice calling from the other side. Go Dae-yun. He suddenly hung up. I will call you back later, leaving Shiyun with a question that had not been answered. Good news. Does he have a girlfriend or something? Jun-woo looked down and asked, Who is it, a middle school friend? He did not hide anything and said, Yeah, we used to play baseball together. He continued to wonder, Which school does your friend go to? Shiyun murmured. Now he is only participating in a baseball club. We won't meet in any competitions. Cut to Baek, who was swaggering down the hallway, humming happily. He smiled gleefully, thinking about many things. Seeing those toned pectoral muscles today made all yesterday's stagnation disappear. I feel excited as hell. Baek once again changed his strange posture, while there was someone walking up the stairs below. My muscles will never betray me. All right, let us go. If hitting is not enough, I will maximize my advantages. When he came face to face with Oh Hwan standing below, he stopped. Baek raised his eyebrows curiously. You are going to practice? Oh Hwan only replied with another question. Yeah, are not you going out too? Baek answered without hesitation. Why go out when there is a great gym in school? As he continued to step up, Oh Hwan gave some advice. Be careful not to get injured. Suddenly, he called out, Hey, Oh Hwan. Baek faced Oh Hwan and instructed, Don't lose heart because this is our last year. Let us go as far as we can. Add in the necessary supplements. After hearing this, he was silent for a moment. Oh, Hwan replied bluntly, I am not dead yet. Baek laughed and said, Anyway, I am saying that, so you won't be so grumpy. Oh, Hwan continued, my face is always like this. He then left. See you, I am going to practice. But immediately after, Baek continued his elated swagger, under Oh Hwan's silent observation. Today, I am unusually energetic. Should I do some lower body exercises? Until he left the school, Oh Hwan said to himself, There is no need to be like that. His words became more and more cryptic. While outside, Baek was still very cheerful. My school life is over. He wondered to himself in the meantime, Hey Shiyun, where are you going? But as he mentioned it, Shiyun in the back also just ran out of school for a break. It is practice time, so I am going to the field for a bit. Immediately, Baek spoke up. Stop. He innocently turned around. Yes. But what struck Shiyun's eyes? Baek's bulging muscles were threatening him. Making my muscles do cardio when preparing to lift weights is really torture. It is truly rude. Seeing such a scary appearance, Shiyun stammered, Have mercy on me. While he was frozen, Baek realized something else. Wait, you are... Baek's calves tensed as he continued to speak. The one who overshadows Hyun Kang. In shining aura, you are a lovable junior. Baek's large figure obscured Shiyun. You are An Shiyun, right? Again, Baek flexed his muscles while asking the last question, causing Shiyun to be terrified. Do you want to practice with me? Cut back to school. Tae-o was walking while holding his notebook. He examined the things he wrote down and frowned. There is more to do than I thought. Those defensive scenarios need to be used too. Seeing Jun-woo in front of him, Tae-o asked casually, Hey, where did An Shiyun go? He asked in return. Is not he with you? Jun-woo wondered. I thought you two were practicing together. Hearing this, Tae-o was puzzled. What? He asked for permission to leave, not forgetting to answer, "I am going." He is nowhere to be found. Cut to Shiyun, who was taking deep breaths. He was dragged by Baek to the gym and was now lifting weights with one hand. He praised Shiyun after seeing him push the weight up. Good posture, pretty strong. But then Baek also asked for more. Alright, another set, while Shiyun was already exhausted. "Ah, you have said that 4 times now." Suddenly, the door was pushed open, accompanied by a call, "Are you here, An Shiyun?" Shiyun was startled when he saw a familiar face. "Run, my friend." It was Tae-o, he said, with a troubled expression. "Why are you lifting weights? I want to catch your pitches." Baek saw the strange figure and spoke, "Kid." He laughed with interest. "Another cute junior visiting. The match just now was pretty good, huh?" What caught his eye was the toned pectoral and abdominal muscles that were clearly imprinted under Baek's shirt. He looked and secretly admired. Indeed, the muscles are top-notch. The result of hard work is different. Baek at that time continued to flex his muscles to show off. "As you can see, I am Shiyun's personal trainer. Muscles come first, and pitching is just an accompaniment. It is very impolite to bother someone who is training like this." But this time, Tae-o was the one who actively shook hands with him. "Can you become my personal trainer?" Baek did not mind agreeing. "Want to, little bro?" He laughed loudly in satisfaction. "Haha, this freshman is 1 in a million. I like you." Conversely, Shiyun on this side fell down panting, "I am doomed." In the evening, the sky had turned golden. Minyo was walking and talking on the phone. "Oh, I am back now." The girl on the other side said again, "Can we meet for a bit longer next time?" He answered, without hesitation, "Of course, I am sorry I can't see you more often." That girl worriedly instructed, "Yes, do not overdo it with practice." Minyo laughed happily. "Haha, I know my limits." As he hung up, he looked up and saw Yuha was already there, and began to complain about being bombarded with lovey-dovey stuff. What a lovey-dovey couple. Minjo was surprised. "You heard that? Don't look at your senior with such eyes." He put his arm around Yuha's shoulders as they walked. Yuha said, "I will have to focus more on this year's schedule, and you are so carefree, doing superfluous things like dating." Minyo smiled brightly when he heard such nagging. "You are as jealous as a kid." Yuha denied, "What are you talking about?" Minyo changed the subject. "Nothing new." He sighed and replied, "What is new in days like this?" Yuha remembered something to tell. "Ah, it has been a long time since I saw Baek so happy." Minyo was a little surprised. "Baek, why?" Yuha continued. "He is practicing with 2 freshmen. He must be working hard." Minyo commented after hearing, "Really, that is unexpected." Yuha stated his own opinion. "I feel bad for them." Cut to Baek, watching Shiyun work out his legs for a while and said, "That is it for today." Some duo also followed them and exclaimed in surprise, "Good heavens!" to witness Baek being your personal trainer in person. Meanwhile, Tae-o was still energetic and demanded, "I can still keep training." But Baek convinced, "Rest is also a way to train, to let the muscle fibers develop properly. It is good to stop here." Seong-do enthusiastically said, "Now let us work out and have dinner." Baek said again, "That crowhead? You have to rest a bit first." But instead of listening to him, both Tae-o and Seong-do ran out to the canteen. "I do not know if there is chicken on the menu tonight. I am off, and I do not like chicken." Meanwhile, Shiyun was still sitting there blankly. Even a senior wearing glasses is like that. Baek looked back at Shiyun and asked, "Those two should think they are crazy." "Are you going back first?" He quickly replied, "I will go with you," but secretly thought, maybe those gluttons have eaten all the chicken. A while later, the two were back in the gym with Tae-o. Baek looked at them and said, "I also like you guys a lot. You two are better than most sophomores now." As they began to practice, according to the movements, Tae-o asked, "Senior, did you study at the same school with Hyun Kang-in?" Meanwhile, Shun observed and thought, "They do not seem to get along. What happened?" Baek heard and wondered, "Why suddenly mention him?" Tae-o confidently said, "Again, I believe in his ability, but the one with the skills here is me." He did not hesitate to speak directly. "How did he train and develop? I am quite curious about his strengths and weaknesses." He immediately froze on the spot, while Tae-o looked at Baek with determined eyes. He then smiled faintly. Baek turned to the topic of Kang-in. "You do not like that brat either." Shiyun at that time could only listen silently. "Is this a back door?" He began to admit. "I do not like Hyun Kang-in." Baek began to tell, if he meets anyone who does not have skills, he will look down on that person and make them fall into a vicious cycle where they can't get close to people. That was my first impression of Hyun Kang-in anyway. Old memories of being a student with Kang-in rushed back. We also went to the same school. I thought I could lead him. Baek continued, but in Hyun Kang-in's baseball, there is no such thing as cooperation. He thinks he is the center? Xian pondered after hearing such a player. He closed his eyes in memory and said even when the training camp ended, he went home. There were no more special training sessions. When he saw the ball, he simply started by swinging the bat, giving advice and nagging. Until now, Baek suddenly fell silent. Oh, something's wrong. It is the last freshman test, with only 2 balls. Immediately he remembered that moment. It was the name who had the great hit from the beginning. What happened? Baek whispered in his heart. You must have been better at predicting the moves. If so, it is true to your name of genius. Suddenly, Tae-o asked again, have you ever competed with Yun Kang-in? Hearing this, he wondered, what? Tae-o repeated, if there really is such a genius, then we will have a lot to talk about. He frowned in concentration again. I do not like the way he plays baseball without training, however. Life judges us by results, not the process. Baek simply dismissed. Just like a sick idiot, nothing can compare to my muscles. Let us go. If we are late, there will be nothing to eat. Xiun at this time was close to Tae-o. While he was talking to himself, he understands that. Until Tae-o turned back. How? Am I faster than lightning? Pretending to put on his jacket and said, let us go eat. Tae-o came up with an idea again. Hey, let us practice pitching after eating. Xiun immediately shouted, is there nothing else in your head besides baseball? Meanwhile, Baek was immersed in his thoughts. I need to overcome myself. The next day, at the baseball field, Xiun sat complaining to himself. I am going to die. My body is heavy from the weights yesterday. Suddenly, a voice came out. Are you very sore? When he looked up, it was Jiu. Jiu, is your class over? She approached and replied, yeah, I stopped by to see how everyone is doing. Xian quickly explained, it is just that I overdid it yesterday with Senior Baeho a little. Jiu recognized a bit. Baek, the muscle oppa. Meanwhile, in the back, the baseball game was still going on. Second point, he asked again. You do not know. I will probably get caught again next time and have a late dinner for sure. Jiu tilted her head and wondered with a smile. She poked her finger on Shiyun's shoulder. Try to practice properly during this time. Hey. Hit right in the weak spot. Xian squirmed and said, hey, I have muscle soreness. Do not touch me anymore. Jiu then silently pondered. I really hate muscle training. Could it be that throughout middle school, he focused on balancing training, pitching, and running? When Xian went out to play, her eyes followed him. Now is your chance, because Oppa Baeko will tell you about weightlifting. Sinko called out with a beaming smile. Is that Jiu? She replied. Hi everyone. Shiyun adjusted his cap and asked, you guys also know Jiu? Seung-do said frankly, of course. He also told a story from the past. She has been secretly following us since middle school. She even made a player analysis book of Mir High. There is a rumor that most of the information the commander gets is from Jiu. Kishik loudly continued. In other words, she is the big boss here. Shiyun wondered. Boss of what? Hyung. Seung-do propped his hand and asked, did you come here to bring documents to the commander again? Jiu quickly replied. No, I watched the first match of the enemy team last weekend, but I did not gain anything. Today I just came to watch, haha. Shiyun then spoke, but Seung-do immediately replied. What? He said the thing he was wondering about, how does high school baseball actually work? Ki-hyuk then shouted, then let the big boss Jiu answer for you. Jiu hesitated a bit. I answer. A while later, Oh-hwan was holding a bat on the ground. Suddenly someone actively started a conversation. Are you okay? When he turned around, the person asking was Kang-in. Oh, am I disturbing your self-practice? Oh-hwan wondered. Aren't you in the Hell training group with running? He calmly said. It is break time, so it is okay. He stood up and turned away coldly. Is that so? Resting is also an exercise. You might get injured, so it is best to rest while you can. Suddenly, Kang-in said something that made Oh-hwan stop. That pitch could have been very strong, but too bad. You really are injured. He looked back. Kang-in was wearing a confident smile. Hearing the disguise challenge, Oh-hwan glared and asked back, what did you just say? He raised his eyebrows and looked indifferent. Oh-hwan wondered face to face. What did you come here for, Kang-in replied slowly. I did not come to cause trouble with you or anything. Oh-hwan then said in a subtle way, I must have misunderstood, huh? He said with a smile, I have to try harder in the future. Oh-hwan seriously interrogated, how do you know I have an injury? Who told you? Kang-in did not hide anything. No one. He explained. Your pitching posture is very beautiful, not pretentious at all. But your face is different, a face haunted by utter disappointment. Then Kang-in concluded. That is when I wondered if you were injured. Oh-hwan was somewhat calmer, after hearing, I can't ignore this feeling. He finally rolled up his sleeve, revealing a scar on his elbow. Oh-hwan said. I had elbow surgery last year, and now I am in the final stage of rehabilitation. I am almost completely cured, however. He insisted. I still can't throw the best strike. Hearing that, Kang In seemed not to believe it. No way. Oh, Hwan nodded when he asked. Is it the yips? After that, he left and reminded. Why do you care? Focus on your own work. But Kang In continued to make surprising remarks. As a recruited student, I just want to support you. He also said, please come back soon. If you need me, I will come back to my spot. Hearing such words, Oh Hwan turned around and looked back. He asked a direct question. Do you think you can lead the team to victory? Kang In was not afraid to answer. So what? Oh Hwan then explained. The burden of self-blame. One day you will be caught. He kindly instructed, just like you were choosing dating partners based on their characteristics, do not do that anymore. He turned away and put on his hat, while continuing to say to himself, I thought he was terse, but he also talks too much. While observing Oh Hwan, Kang In thought, if we went to the national tournament together it would be fun. Cut back to Shiyun. Ji-yu asked, have you ever heard of the 5 major high school baseball tournaments? He pondered and replied, I guess so. There is the Golden Lion, Blue Dragon Flag, President's Cup, Association Org, and, she added one more thing, the Phoenix Cup. Shiyun immediately realized, ah, right. Ji-yu then explained, here, the Golden Lion and Blue Dragon are the first half of the national tournament, and the President's Cup and Association Org are classified as the second half of the season. Shiyun's eyes widened curiously. I have also heard about weekend leagues. What are those? Ji-yu continued to explain. Weekend leagues are also divided into 2 halves, the first and second half, like the national tournament. She continued. The baseball team will study and train on weekdays. And talking about the next thing, and on weekends, regional tournaments will be held separately in each territory. Ji-yu summarized. It is called the Weekend League because we will participate in the tournament on weekends. Suong-do also contributed. Based on the ranking of the Weekend League, the national tournament you participate in will also change. After hearing their explanations, Shiyun looked dejected. Yeah, it is complicated. She took off her school bag, for example, in the first half. Then took out a piece of paper with a printed table. Shiyun wondered. What is that? Ji-yu said. This is the competition schedule, divided by region, for the first half of this year's Weekend League. Ki-hyuk shouted again. Oh, this valuable information has not even appeared on the official website of the association yet, as expected from our beautiful and talented manager. Ji-yu extinguished the fire coming from his mouth. It is available today, old man. She meticulously explained each cell. Anyway, our school is matched with Gyeonggi-bi. Each region will have 7 to 8 teams, and they will face each other in turn to divide the rankings. And based on that ranking, we will decide to participate in the Golden Lion or Blue Dragon. Ji-yu calculated. This also depends on each territory, but even numbered rankings will participate in the Golden Lion, and odd numbers will participate in the Blue Dragon. Shiyun understood and asked. Then you plan to enter the same Weekend League in the second half, to decide whether to participate long-term in the President's Cup and Association Org. Ji-yu quickly replied. That is right. It is easy to understand. Sing-do crossed his arms and said, from the national tournament onwards, each match will be held like official tournaments, and wait until the Phoenix Cup, which is held completely separately from the other competitions, ends. But this is a problem for later. Ki-hyuk stood behind them, although obscured but still spoke clearly. Baek, he took the paper, observed a bit, and was surprised. Huh. Shiyun's eyes glanced at the first letter of column B. Wonho High School is also in the same area. He immediately looked forward to meeting the student from Wonho High School. Maybe I will see him sooner. He must be tired, but I hope he is okay. Shiyun after a while spoke again, he held out the paper and asked. With this method, the door to participate in the national tournament will be wide open to any team, right? Minyo suddenly appeared from behind Shiyun, put his arm around his shoulder and said, getting high scores is always an advantage. He continued, after all, the Weekend League is the clearest place to prove the value of a player. Moreover, the top-ranked team in the tournament in the first half of the season will have the right to participate in both the Golden Lion and Blue Dragon tournaments. Minyo added, we can say that participating in many matches and leaving an impression on the recruiting team is the shortest path to becoming a professional in the future. After hearing a series of suggestions, Shiyun also replied briefly, I understand. Sung-do at this time excitedly clenched his palm. Let us make a deal. Our goal this year is to be the champion. Ki-hyuk also anxiously contributed, hey, oh hero struggling to escape the storm, overcoming dangerous pitfalls. Are you willing to accompany us? Sung-do immediately restrained him. All right, Ki-hyuk. With this energy, let us make you do 100 long jumps. Ha! Hearing that, Ki-hyuk was stunned. Oh, spare me. Shiyun was speechless after hearing, while Ji-yu added, as Minyo Young has already said, according to the custom of high school baseball in Korea, very few students participate in sports just to create beautiful memories of their school days.